Good afternoon and welcome to the Polk County School Board's work session. We will now call the work session for August 25th, 2026 to order. Thank you to our staff who are available and accessible to help address any questions. I'm going to take a point of personal privilege and say welcome back, Mr. Pitts, Mr. Jason Pitts. We're glad to see you here today. We're very thankful you're here. I would like to start by reading our Who Are We statement. We are the Polk County Leadership Governance Team. If we were to pick one phrase to define us, it would be student-centered, because when we come together to work, we lean on our diverse backgrounds and experiences to ensure that our decisions are focused on providing a high-quality education for all students. The four most important things to our governance team are operating with integrity, respecting our students, staff, families, and each other, establishing a culture where stakeholders feel valued, supported, and have opportunities for personal and professional growth, supporting an approach of continuous improvement to ensure student outcomes. Collectively, we need to work on behalf of the children we serve and find avenues of agreement so that we can govern the district in an effective manner. There is no acceptable alternative. We will always collaborate in a respectful manner in order to enhance opportunities for each student and staff member. We will not disparage others. Our students will thrive because we will remain committed to supporting the whole child. We hope to engage and empower our students and stakeholders to create a community of lifelong learners. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Superintendent Hyde and welcome him back. We had Chief Collins last time, so we're welcoming you back, Superintendent Hyde, to lead us in our work session today.
Thank you very much. Am I on? I think I am. Board members, just be apprised, there was an error in board docs. One of the items somehow got deleted. It's the turnaround option plan. It should have been on your original agenda. We have it on the hard copy that we were working from, so that item's being added back for today's workshop because that is a requirement that we submit that prior to September with board approval. So we will apprise you when that occurs, and we'll ask you to go ahead and refresh your board doc screen, and the item should appear for you. The first item we have today, ladies and gentlemen, is the new high school update. So Mr. McLemore is here. He will provide the board with an update as to progress to date.
Good afternoon, board. Mr. Chair. This is an exciting update as we're going to provide some highlights of the district's newest initiative on our new high school. A brief summary, FEMA, Loma, Lomar. It's a long story, but to give you an update about where we stand now, after the submittals to FEMA and everything that started off as a Loma, after FEMA has reviewed the data or whatnot, they at their discretion have now revised it to a Lomar, specifically for the fact of they're not challenging the data. It's just now that data is painting a more accurate picture that FEMA needs to take a broader change of not just changing how that floodplain looks on our property, but they're going to have to go back and FEMA, not the district. FEMA is now going to have to go back and relook how that floodplain is drawn across multiple parcels. This is not holding up the project. It is still moving forward in cooperation with the county's floodplain manager and the South Florida Water Management District. It's been a great three-way coordinated effort between the three. That's why which is another bullet right down here, the South Florida Water Management District has already issued a permit. This has been the one permit that has been holding the project up from really starting to turn dirt, so to speak. And again, that was issued, and we'll go over a quick timeline of events in the subsequent slides here. But in terms of our next item, Toho Permitting, who is the water utility provider, coordinated efforts already underway and talking with them of planning out easements. Typically, it's not uncommon, it's actually routine that we have to carve out easements for electrical, fiber, water. So again, this is just another item as a part of getting a project developed. Again, Duke Energy, we've already, last week we had an initial discussion with them as to what those initial easements might look like. In all those meetings between Toho and Duke, it's starting to get their paperwork and their processes together to actually get those easements carved out or get legal descriptions for them. And we'll bring those back here just like we do all of our easements for board consideration and approval. let me go back up to county permitting. The county is still permitting, it's still under review. There are a few outstanding issues, but again, we're working hand in hand with the county. We're working through those. Again, nothing is holding the project up from moving forward. And again, you'll see in the next series of slides, progress is definitely being had out there. And lastly, or last two items, it has an official address. And working with the county's E911 office and the Postal Service, it has an official address of 700 Bayberry Street, Poinciana. And again, this isn't Polk County, it's just addressing is a little weird when you get that close to the edge of the county. And lastly, we as the district, our permitting officials have issued our permits, like saying we are okay with the construction drawings as is, and we've issued our permits that are required. So on this, these photos were taken on July 14th. They were out there starting to initially set up a silt fence, which is just pretty much like an erosion control barrier, and then some of the soil just along the actual perimeter of the property itself. At this time, we still had not received that water management permit. So again, not a whole lot could have been done more than this. Fast forward to August 4th at 3:03, the Water Management District emailed us saying that they had issued the water permit. I know that because as soon as I got that email, within 10 minutes, I was calling Jason Rod to say, hey, we just got our permit. And he promptly replied that he was mobilizing the crews, and they were out there the very next day. And these photos were actually when we drove out there and actually saw some of the activities that were occurring. Now let's see if, oh, and a video. So again, we're panning around looking east and then back to the north. So again, you see a lot of the construction workers and crews are out there. They're starting some of that initial prepping of the ground. Clearing, this is typically called clearing and grubbing. It's when you start to actually pave and lay out the actual foundation of the site itself. And that last image where you see the vehicle on the left-hand side, that's actually the drive as you were to drive into the property. What's interesting, and just to remind the board and everyone here, is this property is set back from the property, from the front of the property. So as you drive by, you're not necessarily going to see a whole lot of activity, because if you recall, there's a wetland portion that was donated as a part of this property, which sets back the high school away a little bit further to the south from the actual road itself, which is actually advantageous in terms of creating that more separation from the school and the residents along the north side of Bayberry Street. And that was August 5th. August 19th, again, we couldn't get access a whole lot further back in there because they had actually started dumping clay and rock and the actual more permanent construction driveway into the site, but this is what we could gather just from the edge of the road. But again, they've already started, you can see pictures speak for themselves. Again, all a part of that site prep effort. And then on the 21st, how massive and how quickly things have changed. Most of the clearing and grubbing has already been completed. And again, where we left off with our last video and where this video starts, we were looking at that driveway entrance in. And if I can get technology to work, there we go. Again, clearing and grubbing has really come a long way in a very short amount of time. And talking with our partner, they still firmly are in agreement that this project is on schedule and still remains on budget. And that is the last I have for Triple B High School update.
So, Mr. McLemore, just for the audience's clarification, and honestly, I have no idea what that term means. Grubbing?
Clearing and grubbing. So if there were any...
I know I'm not alone. Y'all
Right, right.
laughing.
Thank you,
I'm
thank
asking
you.
on your behalf, too.
That's a great question. Clearing and grubbing. So clearing, obviously, pushing over trees or whatnot, but grubbing is actually clearing out the vegetation on the ground. At this time, if there were any remediation efforts, if there were animals present, that's a part of this time when they would start being addressed. But again, we were fortunate on this side that we didn't have to worry about sand skinks or scrub jays or gopher tortoises. So, but if that answers your question.
Yeah, there's a couple of board member questions. Board members, just another piece of information for you. The team has been actively working. As you may recall, Amy King was assigned, she'll be the new principal at that high school. She is duty released at this time to participate directly with the development of the master schedule, all the things that go with opening a new school. But in addition to that, I was hoping Mr. Geary would be able to be in here to share the timeline. If not, we'll provide that for you later. Oh, when are we going to show them the color palette and the mascot and those types of things? It is not Big Bird Yellow.
Superintendent, Board Chair. We have begun our initial talks with Amy King. We have come up with a possible color palette that we think would be unique to this particular school in this particular area. We are also looking up some and creating some concepts for mascots. I believe Ms. King wanted to explore some ways to work with the local community, in particular Lake Marion Creek Middle, when it comes to the mascot selection, just because they will be matriculating for the most part into that school. So she has some concepts for that. A lot of it depends upon the naming of the school. We've created a survey that we are prepared to launch very, very soon. We just had one piece of information that we needed to collect before we did, and we have done that. So we'll be launching the name in just weeks.
Jason, on September 8th, are we able to have Ms. King here with your team and present the color palette and what
Yes,
they're
sir.
thinking?
Absolutely.
I think it's important for the board to see the work that's being done and hear the justification moving forward. And again, also to outline one more time, not just for the board, but for the public, the timeline in which we're going to start gathering feedback on the naming of the school, the mascot selection, those types of things.
Yes, sir.
You know, mascots are different when you have an established school, when you have a new school opening. I'm proud of the fact that you all focus on the feeder middle school students and help give them a voice in this as well. I know that some of the options, I know my option got nixed almost immediately, my suggestion, but I was proud to see that, and quite happy to hear Ms. King and the others really focusing on the area, the ecology of the area, and what might be a good fit, but also taking into consideration other schools, what mascots they have, and trying to fill a gap rather than trying to replicate something again. So if we could bring that back on September 8th, I would appreciate that.
Will.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Miller.
Hi, thank you. I already mentioned that I really enjoyed I'm having difficulty, but I assure you I previewed it and I can see it up there. Enjoyed this presentation, the way it was done, and I hope we can do that in the future because I think it's not only good for the board, but for the public to be able to see this as we continue. You reviewed this. I just want to confirm, because it's in my notes, that changing from that LOMA doesn't create any risk to the schedule or budget. Okay, and are we confident? I know you mentioned you had the Toho clearance, or you had that approval. There's nothing else that will be a delay. I'm asking if there are any other delays.
No, there are no foreseen delays right now. We're all working concurrently in parallel as everything's going on right now. And to clarify with the Toho thing, just like our Duke partners, nothing's been finalized. We're just working together on getting like their easements drawn up, getting the paperwork put together, and we'll definitely be bringing that back before the board for official action.
But we're confident that it's on schedule.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And I think we addressed this at a previous meeting, if not in a board update, but I know I've had this conversation with one or two board members who have raised questions. So I want to make sure we clarify even further. The change from one format, the LOMA to the LOMR, was done because they're refusing to just adjust the floodplain for one parcel. This entire area is going to be affected. Based off the engineering data and specifications we have submitted, they've acknowledged that this area should not be in a floodplain, but they don't want to just single out one parcel and then subsequently have to do this repeatedly for others. And so that's the most significant part of why that was changed, was they'd like to go ahead and comprehensively address all of this all at one time. And so quite honestly, the community should be thanking us for our effort to date. So just want to make sure I provided that clarification. Ms.
And-
Wyatt, oh, sorry, go ahead.
And for an update on that paperwork and the conversion has already started. They started that back in on July 6th. So that process is already well underway. And FEMA should render their final decision mid-September, early September.
Ms. Wyatt.
Thank you. And it looks like Jason may have stepped out, but why are we going in the order that we are? Historically, we name the school and then we start talking about what the mascot is, because what the mascot is kind of sometimes will depend what the colors end up being. Why are we doing it in reverse order for the school?
I don't know if it's a reverse order, but Mr. Geary.
We needed to pick the colors because that has a wide-ranging ripple effect on the construction. We had some initial mascot ideas, and we felt we could use when it comes to the color scheme that we've proposed. And we also believe that no matter what mascot is chosen, a lot of times the colors don't necessarily, let's just say it's an animal, the color doesn't necessarily have to be reflective of its natural color. It could just be a color that looks well with it. So we felt that the colors that we picked and that we will present on September, they definitely reflect the mascot drafts that we've come up with and give us flexibility for if we need to go and switch and pivot.
Okay, so if we need to switch and pivot the colors, or if we need to switch and pivot the name and the mascot?
No, pivot the mascot,
Okay,
yeah.
I would not be in favor of pivoting the mascot in lieu of pivoting colors, so whatever we need to do to get that decided first. I just think of all of our most of our high school mascots, Kathleen would look very odd if you had a red devil and not a red school. Same with Winter Haven and the Blue Devils. I mean, there's several examples of it would be odd to have a different color. So I just have concerns with not going in the order that we've historically done.
Well, I think
Try and
the
expedite
part that
colors.
Mr. Gary didn't address there with the color scheme is we are also limited in colors because of the proximity of other schools that have colors that already exist. For example, I won't bring to the board a color palette that has green and gold. It won't happen. I won't bring purple. So we are somewhat restricted in our making sure that this school has a unique identity unto itself. So that might help explain part of why the colors and things matter. But also, as we continue to plan and they procure materials, tile, paint, those types of things, it's important for us to make those decisions. But if we require a change, we'll have a change. So that's why I asked him to bring it on September 8th. You're not voting on it. It's simply to share with you what's been done to date, to show, and I think it's important to show the community the level of detail that goes into these decisions. It's not just give us a school. We spent a lot of time, and again, it's in fairness to them, give Mr. Gary and the team, the facilities team, the opportunity to outline the schedule of how they're going to engage the community before anything comes before the board for a final vote.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we're not hamstringing the committee by selecting colors for them, because that's something
ma'am.
that they usually do.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am. Mr. Sharpless?
Hello. I remember at one of our retreats. That's what they're called. Yeah, where our informal kind of retreats. We had a timeline given to us, and the timeline was we were supposed to have a groundbreaking in the spring. So obviously there's been some delay. So I'm wondering, when will we receive, and this may be for you, maybe for Superintendent Hyde, an updated timeline of when we're going to, these historic milestones, when those are going to be?
So to speak briefly, when we were talking groundbreaking means something different depending on who you ask. Really, a groundbreaking is really more driven more by people's schedules and availability. I mean, if you want to talk physical action and groundbreaking, I mean, they've already started clearing the site. But we are still looking to have a groundbreaking here in the near future. That's still on one of our next major milestones to start planning and coordinating for. It's not that we've missed it. It's just, it's a matter of when you say groundbreaking, like if I were to ask you what your definition of groundbreaking versus somebody who's in the construction world, they're going to be two different answers. But ultimately, it boils back to key stakeholders' schedules and availability, because a groundbreaking entails a lot of elected officials, key members of the community to actually be in attendance for such a milestone.
Gotcha. So, I mean, there has been some delay. It has not, I'm not saying that this thing is, severely delayed, but there has been some delay from where it was projected to us. I was just curious on when we're going to know an updated schedule of when these things will happen. Because eventually we need to know, is this going to affect the actual open date when we have students and staff in the school?
As it stands right now, this project is still on schedule to open on time and on budget. Once we get a little bit closer and we start getting those dates for a groundbreaking, we'll definitely be back and start that coordinating effort.
All right. Thank you.
Dr. Allen?
Superintendent, good to have an update finally on this project, and it's good to see at least we're moving some dirt beyond the base mobilization, the silt fencing that's out there. I guess as it relates to Chair Sharpless, as it relates to the timeline. Looking at our contract with them, what is the, and you don't have to give me an answer, you may have it on the top of your head, I'm not sure, but what's the, based on the contract, the substantial completion date?
I know I will get you an exact date, but it is several months prior to the official start of school for the substantial completion date.
Okay.
I'll get you that exact date.
All right, so that's helpful, right? So we're not 4 days before start of school saying, hey, we're not opening, which I hope doesn't happen. And I guess my question, now that we're moving dirt like we are, what's like an average timeline?
Timeline
Typically,
for how
is
long
it?
this will take place.
Usually 12 to 15 months is from my research, but hopefully it's way less than that, but as far as construction.
From where we are now to when they'll actually
Yeah.
be open and ready?
Yeah.
I mean, it just depends on the complexity of the project itself.
Yeah.
But again, I'll get you the substantial completion date. But again, it's just been reiterated by the P3 partner that they are on schedule and on time.
Okay.
They don't foresee any holdups or issues there.
Yep. And I know I was asking you before the board meeting who actually our construction manager is when we switched away from Morton Smith in
And so
2025.
with this instance, this is where a P3 varies from our traditional CM at risk process. Typically, when the schools we have constructed in the past, there's always been that third-party CM at risk to provide oversight for projects. But this is a P3 project. A CM does not exist in a P3 model.
Okay, all right. So I guess the follow-up to my question on the substantial completion date, I know that we'd negotiated, right, $10,000?
May 1 is the.
Oh, so May 1 is the substantial completion date, okay. You know, if we don't hit that date, it's $10,000 per day up to $2 million. Now, the disclaimer in there is excusable delays that, you know, sort of protects the developer in a sense. So these delays that we're experiencing right now don't fall underneath that category?
That's a discussion I think we'll have with legal.
It'd be good to know for sure, just so that we hold them to those substantial dates that are there. All right, I think that's all I have, Superintendent.
To clarify, so Mr. McLemore has repeatedly stated that the substantial completion date is still on target. We are not behind schedule at this time, according to Mr. Rada and others who we've spoken to. So, no, that penalty would not apply. The penalty applies at the point where they fail to complete the project by that date specified.
By
So
the
none of
first date?
this, correct.
That's what
So
I was asking.
None of this affects that. There's no cost to them because they have the opportunity to accelerate or decelerate anywhere along the path. And I think that's why Mr. McLemore was initially reluctant to give you a hard date. You know, much like what we were dealing with during COVID, we don't know if there's going to be a supply issues at some point. We don't know if there's going to be some other issue they run into that none of us anticipated. But at the end of the day, your reassurance as a board and a reassurance to our community and taxpayers is that penalty clause is in there. They must meet that date or there is a daily penalty that they must pay us up to a certain dollar amount in order for us to make sure that we're protected. And that's in addition to any other issues we may run into because they are required to be bonded. So this is not the only penalty that a contractor developer could face if they fail to meet the substantial completion date.
Yeah. And it's good. And I mean, I was just looking at the language, and, you know, obviously our attorney can speak to this as well, but in that release, it's called the broad relief events, right? These are the excusable delays. The language is there that says that there could be an excuse as it relates to delays in governmental approvals. So I just want to know, you know, is the delay in the LOMA approval falling underneath that category? And that could be an interpretation from our attorney, is really
I
what
think
was
at this
trying to get
point
at.
it would not,
Yeah.
because they have already messaged they're not behind schedule.
Mm-hmm.
So they've acknowledged, had they already brought that forward, I think they may have an argument. But again, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, and that ultimately becomes a legal issue, not a superintendent board issue until they can give us. But I think the simple fact that they're on the record saying we're not behind serves to protect us to a certain regard.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent.
Sir. Mr. Keys?
So I want to say, Mr. McLemore, well done. Very good presentation, and I think that
And I appreciate my fellow board members asking the question they did, because most of my questions were answered through that questioning. I did see that the bullet point under Duke permitting was left blank.
That's just more of just an indicative that we're working through their permitting.
Okay.
And by permitting, I guess it should be more clarified as their easement, their easement.
In process, okay.
process.
Okay. And I guess I would say that I want to also, again, thank you personally for being open and for discussions, and also Mr. Rada for taking some of my questions early on, because I had some questions about potential delays, and his willingness to speak with me even while traveling was appreciated. So I think that most of my questions, concerns are answered, and while I appreciate everybody's comments on it, I think that it's been wrapped up pretty well, and I see forward progress. So that, in my mind, is progress at any pace, and I'm looking forward to continue to monitor and see those things carry on.
Great. There are no further questions or comments. Okay, board members, the next item before us is the 5-year capital plan. Josh?
Good afternoon again, Board Member Sharpless, Superintendent Hyde. So staff's bringing before you, again, this is the draft work plan. Again, this is coming to you definitely far delayed than what we typically prefer. However, matters are outside of our control in terms of getting data and certain access to the DOE's website on time really delayed this. So really, the plan that we're actually going to be briefing you is pretty much the plan we already operated over last fiscal year. So keep that in mind, and I'll try to reemphasize that as we go along. Because when a board reviews a 5-year capital plan, really what they are locking in is just that year 1 of the capital plan. Years 1, 2, and 3 are considered assured construction, and we'll dive into the weeds with that a little bit later, and some of the implications that propose. And then obviously years 4 and 5 are a little bit more fluid and dynamic, just because you're looking a little bit further out. So. In terms of recent accomplishments, again, looking over the past fiscal year, Elbert Elementary's construction, Lake Gibson Middle's gymnasium, and the cafeteria at Spook Hill Elementary. Again, these were great additions, capital additions made at these schools, and with Elbert's modernization effort, again, that was due in part largely through the county's commitment to reaffirm the half-cent sales tax committee referendum on that, because that is really the goal of that half-cent sales tax referendum language. It is to provide for the modernization of schools as well as providing gymnasiums. That was one of the commitments made when the half-cent sales tax committee went out. Some additional ongoing projects that are underway as we speak. Southwest Middle School locker rooms, Lakeland Highlands Middle Gymnasium is going through the works as well, and the old, well, I'm calling it Old Alta Vista campus, just to differentiate it from where they're currently located off of Scenic Highway. It's ongoing efforts, a modernization effort. And again, just to recapture all of these modernizations, renovations, and additions efforts. What I would draw attention to are really highlight the gymnasiums. These are the last 3 gymnasiums left to be provided here based off of the initial commitment from the half-cent sales tax committee. Some additional projects that the half-cent sales tax really helps get after is our deferred maintenance, long tally list for our deferred maintenance projects. And then also McLaughlin Academy of Excellence's auditorium. They will have an auditorium addition planned during this 5-year capital plan.
Mr. McLemore, just pause for a moment. Board members, just a reminder that the old site that housed Alta Vista previously, before it was relocated, that school, when completed, will serve as a swing school for at least one school, potentially 2 other schools, while their sites are being renovated and redone. So just keep that in mind, that school, that site, and that school that's currently being built on the previous site that held Alta Vista will not come before you at least for 4 or 5 years for a site name, because we don't know the name of that school yet. And because other schools will be relocated there temporarily while their schools are renovated, their name will follow them to that site, to that new building, and then they'll return. And then when that cycle is completed, much like we did with Scenic Terrace, it will receive an official name. So just wanted to put that out there for you as a reminder.
So again, in looking at focusing again on that year one. Again, that year one is what boards are really adopting when they adopt a five-year capital plan / work plan. Those terms are synonymous and are used interchangeably. But again, to highlight on some of the projects that were either in progress, due diligence, or under active construction in terms of new schools or added capacity. And again, for added capacity, when we are adding capacity to a school, that's when we're starting to tap into those educational impact fee dollars that new developers have to pay as a part of their permitting process. So of the former Alta Vista campus, it is actually being enlarged to accommodate additional students. We're talking about around 950. And just to reiterate, our prototype model for elementary schools to really be optimal in terms of how many students to house and operate efficiently is around that 950 number. Anything less would be, it doesn't show as efficiently because of the operation of the campus itself. The new high school is on here, and Lake Alfred Elementary is on here, in so much that Lake Alfred Elementary is going to be the school that is going to be going to the old Alta Vista campus as a swing space. But while so there's going to be kind of an order of operation of things that must occur first. The old Alta Vista campus must be demolished and rebuilt before Lake Alfred can even move over there. But we're not waiting around. We've already started to do due diligence and design work for the new Lake Alfred campus. Down to modernization and replacement categories. You'll see some of those projects listed again, but in those instances, we call those split-fronted projects. Those come about by, hey, we're modernizing the school / demolishing, but we're also enlarging it. So a lot of it will come from sales tax dollars, but then the added capacity, that's where our impact fee dollars come from. That's really the goal and purpose of impact fee dollars. Code Academy wastewater plant rebuild, that is a project that's being funded by the half-cent sales tax. They are one of our few schools that still operate under a private waste package plant, but that is getting redesigned and replaced. And additions and remodeling, Bartows Gymnasium, Blake Academy Gymnasium, Junior Achievement Discovery, and Homeland Farm to Table were some of the new additions and remodelings that are happening. But with Junior Achievement and Homeland Farm to Table, those are coming about through PICO state appropriation dollars. Any questions before year one, before I move forward into years 2, 3, and 4?
Mr. Keys?
No, my questions are for the end. I was trying to be first at the end.
Okay.
I'm always last.
So I show Ms. Miller and Ms. White. Are your questions for the end as well, or would you like to ask
I
them?
have a general question, and I have one for later.
All right, hang on, Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller.
I'll hold on to at least one of them. I just have a quick question about projections. We looked at we're projecting students, and currently we're seeing enrollment running a little lower, like 2% lower is the average. So when we start projecting additional seats for capacity in years ahead, are they primarily based on population and residential growth? Or are we adjusting for the percentage of students that we see, which is difficult to do, so you may tell me no, we're not. But the ones that leave, I know some of them come back. But if we're losing 2%, are we adjusting for those projections or just based on growth?
So we do a combination of all three.
Okay.
Historical enrollment patterns at schools, we follow them from K to 8 and see students that may leave the district and then come back into public school settings. Couple that with all of the residential growth that we monitor in terms of our concurrency management program. So we have that, but then we are also actually using demography in terms of survivorship and birth rates as well. So a factor that we looked into here is the COVID years. They did have an effect on the birth rate, and across the entire country saw a decline in the overall birth rate. But again, in looking at our enrollments right now, we are seeing a slight dip in some of these years. But again, that was a temporary dip. We're already starting to see some of the forecasted years behind the COVID years are starting to come back slightly. So they are slowly rebounding. And when we're adding some of these student stations to some of these schools, that's also another way of how we're getting rid of portables. Because some of these schools have a heavy reliance on portables because they're older school campuses, older design methodologies and principles for classroom instruction. So that's why we're able to pretty much chip away at two issues at once.
And I have one question on how assured capacity relates to concurrency. So the 1 through 3 years is assured growth. As we move schools into that 1 to 3 year category, are those future seats, are they relying on those, developers rely on those for concurrency to meet?
Yes, under state statute, the first 3 years, once we have a school open, not when we first start showing it under due diligence or construction, but once we show a school being projected to open within those first 3 years, developers can then start taking credit for that additional capacity to when they go through the concurrency analysis. And that's outlined and provided under state statute, under Chapter 163.
So developers in the county can build as soon as there's a allotment for that next assured school with the assured capacity. So we're always going to be trying to keep up with the development that's ahead of us. Thank you.
Ms. Wyatt, did you want to ask your question now or your other way? Thank you.
Okay. In year 2 then, moving forward, this is where we are going to start seeing, again, more of the active construction for the former Alta Vista campus. The new high school is still under active construction. Floral Elementary is going to start, so when I say 26, 27, the year that we're in right now. They are in the planning phase of doing a campus modernization effort. So we are already looking at designs to modernize and rebuild Floral Elementary, as well as we need to go ahead and start looking at building a new elementary school up in the northeast. Now, the district already owns property up in the northeast, which is south of I-4, west of 27, right along Massey and FDC Grove Road, Central Heart of Florida Hospital. We're just west and behind of that center, but it's located right in the middle of all recently, I say recent, within the last 5 to 10 years, of all new residential construction, which is an ideal placement for schools because of the transportation requirement or that 2-mile radius. One, for just sheer the proximity of it, but also with new developments, they're all having sidewalk interconnectivity networks established when these new subdivisions come online. They're having to put in a lot of sidewalks to connect to adjacent properties. Lake Alfred Elementary is still going to be under their due diligence and planning. Juanita Elementary, they are going to be one of our next schools that are also going to be undergoing a modernization and rebuild process as well. Now, Juanita is a little bit more unique. The county has invested a lot of taxpayer dollars, and they are improving the infrastructure out there. The county is, as a part of their utility plan, they are extending and upgrading water and wastewater lines out in that area. In addition to the utilities, roadway improvements are underway. The Parkway extension from 17 will continue on to Highway 60 as a part of FDOT's infrastructure plan as well. So we're starting to see a lot of the groundwork and the elements for new development to be primed and ready are already in the works. So we're trying to plan in tandem with all these things that are starting to be improved. Residential growth will follow behind it. So this is how we're planning in parallel with all these new advancements to make sure we're trying to stay as close to on par with and not as behind with new growth. And lastly, McLaughlin Academy of Excellence Auditorium. We're going to start the due diligence and design process for that building as well. Initial indications and thoughts are that is going to be a standalone building, but again, we're starting that due diligence and design work now. Any questions for year 2? Moving on to year 3. Year 3, Floral Avenue is going to be under construction. Lake Alfred's, by this time we are projecting that the old Alta Vista campus will have been completed. So Lake Alfred will be moving to a temporary housing location, but then their original campus will start the construction and modernization effort there. Again, their new capacity element or new student capacity will be that 950 benchmark. High school will be wrapping up this year. The new Northeast Elementary School will be under construction. We're going to start the initial due diligence and design work for Jerry Stanball Middle School, possible relocation to, again, property the district already owns off of Detour Road in the Auburndale community. Property the district owns, I want to say close to 60, give or take, acres in that area. because Jerry Stanball right now, they are landlocked. We cannot expand if we absolutely had to. There's nowhere to go besides vertical. And even if you did that, I don't even know where you would put a construction laydown yard, because it is so tight-knit in an existing community and in such close proximity to the high school, Auburndale High School. So we're looking at the relocation of Stanball to our property off of Berkeley, Denton Road, thank you. Detour Road, Denton Road. Crystal Lake Elementary, we're starting their due diligence process for their modernization effort. We'll be looking to up their capacity again to that permanent figure of 950. And we have another new campus that we will start working towards as well. We have a new middle school that is to be planned up in that area. Again, off of existing property that is right across the street from that new elementary school. So you'll have elementary school and that middle school right across the street from one another. Not directly, but more like catty-cornered, if you will. Again, that capacity figure for our middle schools is around that 1,500 number. Any questions for year 3? So again, this caps the first 3 years of assured construction. So the first 3 years of a capital plan, there is a lot of due diligence and effort put into it because of our concurrency program. It is very thoughtful. It has to be refined and make sure it is good to go. Anything before we move on to years 4 and 5?
Ms. Miller?
I have a couple of questions based on Stanball. So in year 3, the 27, 28, we're adding stations to that school, and then the new school is in 2029.
That'll start when the Stanball relocation campus is going to be under construction. So
Okay.
we'll always do 1 year of due diligence, design, permitting, and then the next subsequent year will be when we would anticipate actual vertical construction.
And we can meet after. I just have a lot of questions on what that'll look like, because if we're adding stations, that's going to go into future planning of what that building will be used for if I just added a bunch of stations to that.
We're not adding stations at the current location. That's the stations at the new location.
Correct.
In 27?
So Jerry Stanball's relocation is when it gets relocated to our vacant property that we owned, we will be expanding Jerry Stanball's current capacity, because right now they're around the
By an
1,200.
additional 310.
We're going to be adding it because they're getting a new building.
Okay, I just didn't want to confuse people, because it looks like we're adding 310 stations, 27, 28.
So 27, 28 is that we're designing it that year.
Okay.
Not where
If
they're
the
currently-
public is watching this, it looks like I'm building on top of a middle school that I'm about to remove or move somewhere else.
Great point. This is for the new site.
Okay.
It will be relocated to, not the
Okay.
current location.
No, I appreciate that. And I want to mention too, Lena Vista, and this is very pertinent to District 7 because that's where I live. Lena Vista is in year 4. Lena Vista has been ahead in other years, but had to be moved due to things happening that, as far as growth and things we have no control over. So we have a plan to inform, as this is public, not only informing board members, but the public if let's say something happens and something else has to be moved. Because what happens is the community knows that Lena Vista is in portables up to their eyebrows and is one of the highest schools I have in my district. It's probably not the highest elementary as far as population in the district, but it's very high for that small setting and the age of that setting. That if we have to, so they're waiting. They've been, they're ready for this, to see this happening. So I just want to make them aware in plenty of time if this changes.
And again, if there are any changes, again, the board has to adopt this change.
Right.
Staff can't initiate this. But again, this is sort of an order of operation here as well, because our vacant property off of Denton and Berkeley is so large, we're contemplating a co-located model to where you have a freestanding, standalone middle campus and then a full 950 student station elementary. That is some of our initial considerations right now. We've seen some models that actually demonstrate this. And again, because Lena Vista, they're another case study in which they are landlocked. We cannot expand. There's nowhere else you could try to put a construction laydown yard and actually do modernization on site.
No, I appreciate that. I look forward to that. I haven't seen that model that you just described, so I look forward to seeing that when you move forward. Thank you.
So Again, and so we're moving on to years 4 and 5. So again, here within Crystal Lake, we're under active construction. Floral Elementary. Jerry Stanball again is under active construction. So again, you can start to see year 4 is going to be very intensive. There's going to be a lot of construction taking place during the 28-29 school year, with starting that initial due diligence effort for Lena Vista. Moving on to year 5, again, this is when we're actually start breaking ground on some of those efforts of, again, continuing the work at Stanbaugh, continuing the work at Crystal Lake, as well as the new Northeast Middle School, and this is when we'll start breaking ground at Lena Vista Elementary's relocation. So with that, are there any questions for years 4 and 5?
Move on.
So again, talking about that concurrency and assured construction, because those are terms that are often brought up with 5-year work plans, especially with school districts that have concurrency programs. School concurrency is allowed and is permitted under state statute chapters 163.3180. Developers may rely on that assured capacity. Again, assured capacity meaning the first 3 years of a 5-year capital plan, which is actually codified under Florida Administrative Code when it actually lays out what is assured construction. And again, just the overall state statute that governs that boards must adopt financially feasible 5-year work plans is outlaid under Florida Statute 1013-35. So again, just to highlight some of the new planned schools within this 5-year period, we have a new Northeast County High School in the Poinciana area, new Northeast Elementary, Middle, as along with the relocation of Jerry Stanbaugh. And again, this just rehashes what the 5-year capital plan is intended for. It provides that summary of revenue and expenditures because, again, we have to plan these projects based off of the flow of money that the district receives, either in terms of sales tax revenue or impact fees, or if there are other projects funded through state appropriations or PICO dollars. Other projects that we'll transition into our deferred maintenance project, but other projects such as our HVAC, safety, security, roofs, ancillary facilities, those are all captured within a 5-year capital plan. And rounding it out, portables. How are we gearing after trying to eliminate or reduce our reliance on portables? Which again, all of those projects that are modernization efforts, but are also adding capacity, that's how we're chipping away at that as well as the district's initiative of comprehensive rezoning. So again, we're trying to chip at it as many ways as we can, all simultaneously. And then lastly, it's called a 5-year capital plan, but there is some additional more long-range planning involved with it. We start looking at it 10 years and 20 years in terms of population growth and start looking at areas that we think we might need additional schools. And then we'll start working more hand in hand with our municipal and county governments to ensure that their capital plans are also in alignment with ours, so we're not building schools where there are no utility lines. So again, this is a 10-year snapshot. Looking at that new elementary and new middle school, that's capturing the new elementary school and middle school that I was just talking about off of FDC and Massey Road. The one on the west side, new elementary school on the west side, in the northwest area, as we have it defined here, that's just property that the district owns on the north side of the parkway. Those are purchased from the developer that is developing all that area for residential construction. We're foreseeing that based off of current enrollment trends and projections, again, they're tentative. We're going out 10 years, looking into the crystal ball, so to speak, in terms of enrollment trends, residential growth, and survivorship and birth rates. We're looking at, that's where we're going to be looking at actually bringing that school online and into the 5-year capital plan. And then the other elementary school in the central area, Lake Wales is continuing to see growth. And while the district did just open up South Point Elementary to provide some initial relief in that core central area, specifically targeting relief to Chain of Lakes Elementary, there's still growth happening on Old Bartow Lake Wales Road out there. So again, based on all the new projects that have been approved out there, they're going to need additional capacity in that area. So we're closely monitoring that. And then obviously the Poinciana High School. So what does that really look like in terms of numbers? Around 3.5, we call it 3.5 elementaries, but really it's 3 full elementary schools with some additions or expansions made at existing elementary schools through modernization efforts. Middle schools, We have that one middle school planned, along with Jerry Stambaugh's relocation and addition. So we're getting the additional middle school capacity, and then one new high school. And again, this is just a breakdown of where those projects are. So again, the next 10 years, we're looking to provide an additional 9,150 seats in terms of capacity split across elementary, middle, and high school. Again, 20 years, we're looking a little bit further out. But again, based off some, at least here in the Bartow area, looking at some recent residential projects that already have entitlements, and they're just more of a waiting for infrastructure to catch up. These are areas that we're seeing that we're going to need to be looking at identifying potential school sites. Now, with some of these larger residential developments, we're working with the developers to set aside options for the school district to purchase as a part of their master plans. Specifically, the two school sites that we have located just east of Bartow, the Clear Springs development. That is a massive development that already has residential entitlements on it. They're just waiting for utilities to catch up now. But again, we've been working with that developer, and we have two school sites identified as a part of their master development. So again, this is just timing and projecting when that need will be here. Again, then moving into the central area east of 27, another elementary and high school in that area. But again, this is really dependent. We're looking 20 years out, and this is very much subject to change. But this keeps getting modified and updated every year. A 5-year capital plan comes back before a board. And again, this just demonstrates all of our expenditures and our revenue sources. We have them broken down by pots of money, if you will, and how we're attributing our costs. I'll just emphasize on the bottom line here of our remaining balance, that's our carry forward remaining balance for projects. So this is a financially feasible 5-year capital plan. And our deferred maintenance plan to round out our presentation this morning. So again, we are continuing our efforts on the board's heavy emphasis, as well as the superintendent's direction of putting a heavier emphasis at tackling our deferred maintenance. Many of you are aware we just got done doing a comprehensive facilities assessment. We have the data. We're collating it, and we're starting to prioritize HVAC and pretty much the envelope of buildings, roofs, windows, doorways. Make sure it is waterproof and get the envelope prepared before we start necessarily doing too much interior work. But again, this is the commitment. A lot of the funding comes from our deferred maintenance, comes from the sales tax committee, as well as some of our 1.5 millage from LCI. So again, this is our commitment of trying to expedite some of these projects based off of our projections for this 5-year capital plan. That is it. I'm sorry, I've gone on. Your questions?
Mr. Keys?
So, well done again, Mr. McLemore. I think I had a list of questions before we started, and I'll try to make sense of them going down after your presentation. So, the first question is about the reconstruction of the old Alta Vista campus, and we discussed that being a swing site. Is that part of that I'm referring to the design, that new design that we're kind of replicate in that? And that student station is going to be around, what, 950? Is that
950 correct? As it stands right now.
Okay, okay. I'm glad that we said that that's an elementary school, because when I see the postings on there in social media, I so badly want to respond. The inaccurate information saying, oh, that's a K-8, it's a K-8. We got a K-8 a mile down the road. It's not a K-8. So thank you for that on there. I'm looking forward to that. My question, I think, is going to be really centered on the 5-year capital plan and how often we look and think of these things, because whereas I see a lot of these projects, and I know we had some gymnasiums in there that were kind of things that were promised, and those are coming to fruition, their completion. I think more about the growth that we couldn't anticipate in the Northeast, right? So I had a story just this last week in visiting one of my campuses, and when the principal said, hey, we got 6 portables, we had no idea the 6 portables were showing up. So, you know, at Laurel Elementary, we have 31 portables, right? Boone Middle School, we have 21 portables, right? And now on a school that we just finished adding 2, we have 6 portables that showed up. So I guess my question is for the superintendent as well. At some point, when we look at the capital outlay so I see, for instance, in the year 3 projection, a new middle school for that northeast area? At what point do we say, hey, I think we'd be a better use of our resources and potential growth that we've seen in the area to do a K-8 to provide a relief to Laurel? Because as that is, we can really provide, relief to Boone at that point too, and Laurel by doing something more in between the two, sort of. And, we talk about areas that are high developed. You talked about Clear Springs and the Bartow area, but gosh, Powerline Road. Look at what's going on out there. I mean, there's some of those communities are 4,000 units that they're planning for. So something in that area to relieve not only that, but then Eastside Elementary. So I guess I'm rambling now, but at what point do we say, hey, where we've got a plan here, but hold on, time out. This was done before we've seen such significant growth in that area, kind of reallocating that plan and re-talking about that now, because whereas that may have been good then when we laid that out, that first part of that 5-year, I think that a lot of this needs to be kind of reevaluated and looked at again because of growth in that area.
And so right now, you're pretty much looking at what would have been last year's capital plan. We are already having those discussions for the update. And as much as I would love, in an ideal world, all of our school sites that we have would be already located in advance of all these new subdivisions. Unfortunately, the properties that the district already owns, they're unfortunately not the most ideal location, but they're still locations that need additional capacity. A case in point is Laurel. Yes, while we have a new elementary school being built, it is just not far. It's separated too far that you'll appreciate the rezoning effort. It just would not. There's no way you could rezone that area to where that new elementary school would provide significant enough relief to Laurel. The trickle-down effect wouldn't be substantial enough. But that's where we start saying, we're looking to our crystal ball, so to speak, but monitoring our concurrency program, looking at those high-growth areas, and those are the areas we're emphasizing, hey, we need to start looking for property in this area, and this is why.
So there's some other factors that come into play too. So the 5-year capital plan is always a fluid plan. Ms. Miller already pointed that out. There are schools that, and even when I first arrived as superintendent, I heard, well, we're on a 5-year capital plan. You're not. You were bumped. I'm going to be honest, because other priorities arose and had to be addressed. And these dollars helped offset those costs and help us address our needs for growth and expansion. The other issue that will have an impact is the board's ultimate final decision on rezoning of elementary schools and middle schools, which is coming here in September. So at the end of the day, those factors also play, but this plan always remains fluid. The team already knows I prefer K-8s. I would like the Alta Vista site to be a K-8. We've adopted a K-8 model, so we have that available. And students are still arriving every day. You hear this from your principals. They're enrolling kids every week, whether they were students we anticipated returning or new students coming into Polk County. We will continue to see that growth. That's what's driving a lot of our needs. And unfortunately, that demand, in particular in the Northeast, essentially pulls dollars away from the central part of the school district where we have older schools that have to be addressed. But that's where the half-penny sales tax dollars have really benefited us. So the schools that are on the list here that you see, like Floral Avenue, long overdue for a replacement, and others will be addressed in a different capacity. Because those dollars are dedicated in there. So to answer your question, it's a fluid process. It will continually come back to the board. If Mr. McLemore and others start to identify that the Northeast is no longer our hot spot, it's frost-proof or it's someplace else, then we will shift. I wouldn't say that. I would never say that because, when you look at the projected growth for Polk County alone, as far as the total number of residents, they have to go somewhere. So communities ebb and flow as developments ebb and flow. So I think hopefully that answers your question, that yes, sir, it will remain on the radar.
And it does, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. I'm a big fan of the K-8 model. Wish we would see those almost exclusively going forward, except for, situation we're doing maybe a remodel where you can't fit that type of facility on a site. But I think my point was just to saying that, hey, as we look at these, and I don't think that we could ever in the Northeast rezone our way out of that. No matter how many times we shift students from here, that we're not going to rezone ourselves out of the problem in the Northeast. But I would like to see those conversations accelerated in changing that 5-year capital plan to include a more aggressive approach to the growth in that area, because it's not going away. It's there. And whereas, that's one of the things that when you sit on here, we make decisions for the district as a whole. I hate pulling resources from other parts of the county that have been overlooked, but we've got student stations that we need to fill. I mean, I'm hearing scuttlebutt of how many student stations we've lost in the Northeast by not having the high school in that area. We have, in my mind, one of the best opportunities in the entire state of Florida with what we offer in programming to house those student stations. So I want to see those there, and I want to be, aggressive on that plan. So,
Thank you. Only because I couldn't bump Ms. Miller to the end. Ms. Miller's next.
I take personal offense to that. I have a question. I just have a lot of questions. That's what I get paid to do. I have a question about deferred maintenance. So you've budgeted, I think we have 101.5 million for deferred maintenance. Do we have a number, and I'm sure it's astronomical, do you have a number of deferred maintenance and backlog right now today? Like, not for what we're going to build, but what we're trying to maintain? Because I may have seen a school that the water coming through the ceiling looked like it was like an open sunroof. So I'm wondering what our backlog maintenance looks like.
I'll go back and get you those figures. I know that the team went back and re-looked some initial assessments, and they refined them a little bit further, so those figures have slightly adjusted, but we'll go back and get you that exact.
Okay, because I just would like the public to understand that while we're building schools, because we have to, we are maintaining schools with an average age of 55 plus, and what that cost. Because I don't know that that's always a message that's in the forefront. Most of my schools, I think I have the last high school that hasn't really been touched yet, other than an office had been moved, but for updating. We have schools that are aging that need funding. And so I just want to make sure that while we're budgeting in for the new builds, that people understand that there's an extensive cost to what we already have. Thank you.
And part of that, the board received in a deferred maintenance, complete comprehensive summary. When we had our retreat and we asked the board to help prioritize projects as well, we asked for your feedback at that time. The reason why this number is so low, I feel like it should be a quiz show. Does anybody remember why this number is so low? This number is so low because several of the schools that would have added significantly to this balance are slated to be completely replaced. So I think back to Ms. Miller's point, we can include this information and make it more public facing so that people understand that over the years, in our efforts to focus our dollars at the classroom level to the greatest extent possible, we've really overlooked and had to, well, let me rephrase that. We've not overlooked. We've had to defer that maintenance, and we're at a point now where we can no longer afford to do that. And so, I think to Ms. Miller's point, there's a combination of things that we can do here, but we do need to show the original list because it far exceeded $101 million, as you recall. But we were very fortunate that the happening sales tax and other things took a comprehensive renovation project off of that list, so it actually benefits us. But I think that also shows that the team's doing their due diligence, saying, and this was, I think, to Ms. Miller's earlier point about Stanbaugh. Why are we adding stations at a school that we're going to relocate and we may do something completely different with that property? We're not. And I think that's important that we are very intentional in how we do this moving forward. So thank you. Ms. Wyatt.
Thank you. I have 3 questions. The first is Jewett School of the Arts now, after the end of this 5-year plan, the only middle school that will not have a gymnasium?
I will verify that.
Or is there any other middle school that doesn't have a gymnasium?
I'm not aware of any others outside of that.
Okay, because that
Follow up.
probably is something that we need to look to rectify, because that is a lot.
Jewett needs a whole other conversation.
Well, Jewett School of the Arts should also have an auditorium since it's a school of the arts, but we'll save that conversation for another day. My second question is, where is the conversation currently with the county on adjacency as it regards to concurrency and getting that out of the interlocal agreement?
So we are having those conversations.
We've been having those conversations for 3
Right.
years.
We are in efforts right now. I had a coordination planning effort with my county colleagues this morning about the joint summit that's planned this fall. And concurrency is on the docket for the agenda.
Okay. I have not met a city commission that is not fully in support of getting that removed. Do we need to get letters of support for the county to do so? Because they seem to be the ones that are dragging their feet on it, while everyone else is
I think
very encouraging to it.
This will be a far more in-depth conversation about concurrency and adjacency, but I'll summarize it to this point. Adjacency comes into effect based off of how you define your concurrency service area. And that is clearly articulated in state statute. And that is further codified in the county's impact fee resolution and ordinance, and is also codified in our interlocal agreement with the county for school facilities planning. So it is, I think that's going to require a more in-depth conversation.
Okay. Can we start to look to cities to get letters of support for getting it out of the interlocal agreement?
Should be at that meeting. Are they not attending that?
It's just the county and
Just the county.
school board.
Then we can definitely get some correspondence going with them, yes.
I have not met a city commissioner that is not in support of it.
Ms. Rouse, if you'll make a note, we'll reach out to city managers and others.
Thank you. And then my last question, and let me get back to where I noted it because I have too many tabs opened. So for the 5-year plan, and I know this is a fluid document, historically, meaning historically, like when we first redid the sales tax referendum, board members met annually with the planning commission just to talk about what was happening in some of our schools. Is that something that we can look to bring back? I know I get a lot of questions, and obviously, as you know, when we're sitting in the district office, we have a very high level view of what's happening out in the schools, but we hear things from the community that I think is helpful to have as part of that conversation before the back end when things are already planned, just to have on our radars things such as where auditoriums are not and where facilities that should probably be a part of programming. So I would love to look back to having those meetings, the one-on-one meetings.
I'm not familiar
Not
with
following.
those.
So when we did the sales tax referendum, which would have been 2018, up until that point, we had been doing annual meetings with each board member and the planning committee to go over their district. These are things coming in your district. Are there any concerns? Is there anything that, there's a huge neighborhood going, or things that may or may not slide through the cracks because we live in those areas and are in the community in those areas, that I think were very helpful. If for nothing else, for us to be able to have a much longer conversation specific to our district and understand some of the reasoning for why schools were being bumped, why areas are further down the list or higher up on the list, but also gave us the opportunity to, if there was any concerns that we had to share those, where I don't know that sitting on the dais with 7 other board members, each of us spending an hour to go over our areas and concerns and things like that is super fruitful. So it was a helpful conversation for us to.
Did someone ever prohibit board members from requesting those meetings?
No, but we just were asked to come in and meet. It was orchestrated by staff.
Okay. We can definitely talk and discuss an option there.
Thank you.
Mr. Sharpless.
Man, a lot of questions have been asked up to this point. You probably feel like you're on the hot seat a little bit. I'll bring a moment of levity then. How about that? To start out with. So I know this is Board Member Miller's school, but we talk about Stambaugh Middle School being relocated to Denton and Berkeley. Well, with the proximity to Margaritaville, I was wondering if we could rename that to the Jimmy Buffett Middle School. Parrot Heads? Just a thought. Just kidding. I just wanted to bring a moment of levity for you, Mr. McMore. So now let's get a little serious. Okay, so okay. I keep hearing beeping, so I'm trying to. The 5-year capital plan relies on nearly. It looked like it was about $1.5 billion in expenditures. So the projected impact fees and the sales tax revenue that we're going to we're projecting. Is that projection conservative enough to account for any kind of potential economic shifts or anything we might see over the next 5 years, or how do we adjust that whenever things change?
So that is the nature of a 5-year capital plan. It's dynamic. It is updated every year. And so as we go to, when we start coming up with a 5-year capital plan and we start looking at projects that are in years 2 through 5, we don't know those exact costs yet, but we start looking at the industry in terms of, well, how much did it cost in Florida to construct an elementary school or a middle school of a certain size? And then that's how we start using those we do a rough estimate, and then we always try to increase it by 5% just to have contingency and to provide for some of that influx that may happen in terms of any changes in the economy. But again, if there are changes and if there's an unfortunate event that impact fees drop or the half-cent sales tax revenue misses projections, that's why we always go back and we update the 5-year capital plan. And unfortunately, but we have to operate under a balanced budget. That's where you start seeing projects get pushed from one year, you push it over to the next year. They don't disappear, but they just we have to follow the flow of money, if you will.
Gotcha. That makes sense. You know, I looked also at this deferred maintenance, and so the 5-year work plan. I remember at our retreat, as mentioned, it was about a $1.12 billion deferred maintenance, and this is at 101 million. So we're basically, are you basically saying that we were able to pull $1 billion worth of deferred maintenance off the table based on construction?
No. What the plan is showing is how much revenue we're able to start refocusing on specifically deferred maintenance. Now, to a point that the superintendent was highlighting, when we do our modernization efforts, that's how we're starting to chip away at that deferred maintenance, because that $1.1 billion deferred maintenance figure included some schools that we're going to be modernizing. So their costs fall off that 1.1 billion figure. So once you account for the schools that we have identified to modernize, that 1.1, it is a lot less.
So can Superintendent Hyde, I don't know if this question's for you or not, but I would like to see the delta, right? So what, and now that the change, so this is what we've taken off of it based on our modernization and construction but then also we have, 101 million now on the plan. So what's the difference there?
What is remaining?
Yeah, what's remaining? What kind of deferred maintenance are we not going to have according to the plan? I would like to know that. That would help me. So let's see here. So this is District 6. Now I'm putting on my District 6 member hat. I was just curious. I know Superintendent, we've had discussions on the frost-proof middle senior high school football stadium, and I was wondering, should that be in the capital plan, or is that something that's different? I don't know.
No, ultimately, it will be in the capital plan if the board collectively approves that.
Gotcha.
Because that will be an alteration to the plan. Almost everything to date, we've been able to address without having to add a significant cost to the capital plan. However, the next phase, which would be development of the field house, construction of the field house, would require an adjustment or an amendment to the 5-year capital plan. And that ultimately then would come back before the board for discussion. That's not on the table for this year. The conversation could happen towards the end of the school year, but for this year, it's parking lots. We've done the fencing, we've done the painting, we've done the concession stand, we've done all of those things. So there are some remaining items to be addressed based off our review, but that will come back to the board as a separate item. Yes, sir.
So does that mean that all the things that are on the plan have been approved by the board already?
No, sir.
I guess I'm just confused.
Those have tentative approvals.
Okay.
But
Gotcha.
prior to any project being launched, you will see actual costs, you'll see the contracts, you'll see the RFPs. So all of that follows a traditional process. This is what we are recommending to the board based off the timelines, based off the information, and then based off your prior feedback as well, because it's a living document, and essentially it recycles every year because it should be moving through the 5-year cycle, if that's making sense. Each year, you subsequently should be moving into the next year. If we didn't have enough funds, then that project moves into the next year, and so on and so on. So a lot of this, too, can be dependent upon and contingent upon deferred maintenance. There may be items that we have, because there is never going to be enough money for us to address the comprehensive nature of our deferred maintenance, it's going to take us probably the next 10 years, if not more, to arguably address all of those to the extent that I think all of us would like to see done.
And in the meantime, we'll have more deferred maintenance pop up because of that.
Well, hopefully not. Hopefully not. I mean, there's hopefully some opportunities there. And I think this is what Ms. Miller was getting at, is does current maintenance then become deferred maintenance, and at what point does that happen? So we can have a much longer conversation about this at a future workshop too, or a board retreat. But hopefully that helped address some of your question there, Mr. Sharpless.
Yeah, kind of. if we have other ones that are kind of tentative based on board member approval, I'm wondering why. Never mind. I can ask a question offline. It's okay.
Well, let me say this. You're approving a 5-year capital plan because we have to submit that to the state. We have to submit that to others. But everything beyond year 1 is in flux. Everything beyond year 1 is contingent upon availability of funding, other factors, other emergencies that may arise.
If someone's wanting to do like a match and that kind of stuff, like you said, with funding, outside sources coming in, that kind of stuff.
Sure.
Yeah.
If that person exists, make your checks payable to Polk County Public Schools.
I'm just saying, like, there might be some of these projects on here that might, we might have donors come forward. You never know. So
Correct.
Okay, that helps me. Thank you. And then the last thing I want to say is that, to Board Member Keys's comment earlier about all the portables, especially at the elementary school level up there in the Northeast, I would just encourage staff to go back and look. There has been a proposal submitted for a leasing opportunity that was submitted a while back in that Northeast area. And so I would just suggest if we're having that issue that we would at least go back and review it and look at it. And so that'll be that. I want to end with that comment. So thank you.
Ms. Wallace?
Thank you, Superintendent. Great job. Thank you for all the information. I feel like I've even learned a lot from a combination of hearing it a second and third time, but also the way you've packaged it up. So thank you. My one question I had is how, in general, we incorporate a lot of the things specifically listed here were within the K-12 realm. But if our adult education or technical center facilities are in that rotation equally, as well as our alternative and special needs education centers. I didn't know if we factor those in equally with all of our other K-12 facilities on this planning.
So with technical schools, and this this may merit a discussion on the types of capital funds and how you can use them and where you can use them, because impact fees are used for your K-12 schools, not technical schools, and that's for new growth. It's not for a rebuild of a school. It's for new additions, new capacities. Right. Sales tax, the referendum was clear that it was for a modernization effort. And typically our other pots of money come from the 1.5 mil, the LCI fund. Mm-hmm. So once you start going down your list of, well, what funds can we use, that's a discussion that could be had. Just to say that technical schools, when we're looking at funding opportunities, it's not as easy as, we can just grab impact fees. We can just grab sales tax dollars. No, it's not. We would have to look at how we would try to fund that kind of a project.
Okay, then I have some homework to do about how to, because I just being in the board, having conversations, is I know a lot of the people who show up to those schools have children in our system, and they're trying to improve their livings, and I think of them as our students all the same. But it's good to know that there's differences in the funding pots, as you pointed out. So thank you for explaining that.
Ms. Fields?
Thank you. Thank you for the information. It's a lot to chew on. And I think the question that I have is going to be directed to the superintendent. And looking at all of this work that has to be done and making sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, do we have the necessary staffing in place? And you might not be able to answer that today. But that's a lot to keep up with. And the other question that I have is communicating that this is a liquid document, and being able to go back and maybe even look at when we initially did the sales tax referendum. It would be interesting to know what did we have then compared to what do we have now. I would imagine that would be very overwhelming, I would think.
As far as the number of projects, so as far as staffing is concerned, I know that Mr. Harwell and I have had conversations in cabinet and in other meetings that depending on the scope of the projects that we adopt, now that we've secured the bonding and the things that we need to move forward with a lot of those deferred maintenance projects, yes, we may need to bring some additional staff requests before the board to ensure that we're managing those projects so that they're timely and completed to the extent that we expect. So, but that has yet to be determined. But they'll put together that project list. The first step is today, getting some feedback from the board on the 5-year capital plan, and then they'll work up that deferred maintenance plan that runs concurrently with this, and then they will bring, we'll bring another clearer presentation to the board to outline the two, and then the support plan that we'll have in place. My initial reaction and recollection of what Ms. Wyatt was asking for and what Ms. Fields just referenced, as you just referenced, as it relates to these meetings, was this was when the first half-penny sales tax was being passed, and that those meetings were specific to ensuring that you would be able to represent your constituents and their interests so that those interests were reflected in a half-penny sales tax meeting. I don't know that it went any further beyond that. I think that's probably arguably why it stopped. But now that we're reaching the conclusion of those projects and we're already allocating those dollars to this 5-year capital plan, it's not lying outside of it any longer. I think, you know, the request, if each of you wants to have an individual meeting, we'll put together a process and a format for that to happen, so that you can be apprised of projects within your district. So.
And Superintendent, if I can just a point of clarification. So this 5-year capital plan, again, you're adopting that year one, which is technically last year. So again, we're meeting DOE's requirement to having a board adopt the 5-year capital plan. So the 1 year that's being fully adopted is from July 2025 through June 2026. So we are already working the next update to the 5-year capital plan, and then that update is when we will have to actually start reflecting and accounting for the COPS or the bond. So we will start making those adjustments in the updated version as well. And to that point, we're going to take a little bit different stance on that. We're not necessarily going to wait for DOE to open the website. We're going to go ahead and start drafting up a tentative capital plan to go ahead and bring it before you. And whenever the DOE website opens up, we'll review the 5-year capital plan, make sure it's still consistent. If there's any changes, we're still going to bring it back before you, for the board to review. So we're going to try to start leaning a little bit more forward and not necessarily wait on DOE.
Great job, sir, as always. Thank you very much. Board members, the next item we have is a clinic vendor strategy and recommendation as we look to potentially expand our clinic options and opportunities for our employees across the district. With 14,000 employees, operating 2 employee clinics just does not provide the sufficient amount of coverage or appointment opportunities that we need. Ms. King.
Good afternoon, Board Chair, Superintendent Hyde, and board members. Linda King, Senior Director, Risk Management and Employee Benefits. And I have Matt Gerald here with Marsh also. We're coming back to you after the preliminary report that we presented in May of 2026. If you remember, Marsh was here and presented a preliminary report about going out to bid to look at our clinic presence in Polk County, which we had beginning back in 2012 when you first went out to RFP for that process. So it's been many, many years, and so we're back actually to present the final RFP results to you and to talk to you about those results and that recommendation. And so Matt, do you want to go through it all? And then I can talk about the final recommendation, I guess, and how we went about doing that.
Thank you. So yes, my name is Matt Gerald. I am an associate account executive at Marsh. I report to and work with Matt Susan, who you all have seen the majority of the time. I'm more in the background and do a lot of the support. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here today. He extends his apologies. He had a prior commitment. So a little bit about me. I am a reformed health plan president. I actually ran a health plan for many years and understand that side of it. I had over 100,000 lives that we handled in the self-insured risk area. So as I came into this process and worked with Mr. Susan and the Marsh team, I brought the angle and the thought process of, if this was my health plan, how would I keep my costs down? And what would we do to do that? So as we went through this, every lens we looked at was, how do we keep costs down while providing high quality service and high quality care for the member? Because the member is the ultimate person who we want to make sure is taken care of. So with that, as you all know, there was an RFP process where there was 19 17 different vendors that submitted with over 100 questions that they had to answer. And the job was to take that RFI process and narrow it down to get an RFP. Narrow it down to about five different options for us with the different metrics and the things in which we looked at to eventually come up with 3 that we could recommend to the board for approval. Okay. This is the categories of how we did this. So these were the different areas that we looked at to make certain that we were able to keep the focus together. So each one of the RFPs and RFIs had questions that fell into these different categories. And based on the scores or how they were weighted so that you could see exactly what would happen. So it was a fair process that went through a standard format for every single person with the RFP that came in. This is a subsection category or a subcategory section of how it was done. So for example, this one is the clinical scope. We weighted heavily more on primary care because as you all know, or in the insurance world, the primary care is the #1 way in which you can keep your cost level while giving high quality care. A really good focused primary care physician has the ability to control costs better than anything else that we could do. So what were the criteria? One of the things we wanted to make sure we did was change the model, right? So what you may not know is that in the medical space, a lot of times the providers are based on trying to get you through. A lot of now the providers are told to have about 6 visits an hour. So 6 visits an hour, that's about 10 minutes of you going in there, and they're trying just to crank you through as fast as possible. In fact, lately, I don't know if any of you have been to your annual physical lately, but if you go in there, I went to mine 2 weeks ago, and they said, we will only talk about your annual physical. If you have anything else, you have to have another appointment. Right? Because they're trying to get you to come back again. So you're not able to sit there and discuss like you used to be able to do and have a good conversation and relationship with your provider. This model, which is actually very similar to one that I actually instituted many years ago, will absolutely stop that process. You'll be able to have a relationship, be able to talk with your provider. We wanted to make sure that we could really get in there and find out what the issues were, or the member has the ability to get to what the issues are so that they can get the care they need to help keep them healthy. That's the goal. So you can see the other requirements that were on here. Again, I know we're maybe short on time, so if I go too fast, please feel free to slow me down. I have a tendency to do that sometimes. Timeline. The goal was to have it up and running by January 1st, 2027. So as we went through this process, we went through the 3, and all 3 have committed of our recommendation that they will be able to hit the January 1, 2027 go live. So we are on track for that. Construction costs. This was a big deal because, as you know, there's different costs of constructions. We just sat through a very well done presentation about construction and capital and how much it costs to get these kind of things built. And as was just discussed, the growth of Polk County schools is so big that we need to add more clinics. So how are we going to pay for those additional clinics? These were 3 different models that we looked at. A P3 model. So this is where it's that lease to own, right? So the construction company will build it, but then you have to lease it back in over 30 or 40 years. Then you eventually own the building. The second, and this is one that it's actually pretty interesting, as you just saw, you have a lot of construction projects. District member just referenced all this work that's going on. Well, you also have the ability to go negotiate with those construction companies. Talk to them, see if maybe they can help cover some of the costs or give you a reduced fee for these clinics. This was another option that we looked at. The third way is your standard district capital project, right? So as we sat here and we just looked at that, would we add in there another couple of $100,000, $1 million to build more clinics? This is a very interesting slide. I know it's a lot on here, but what this is Marsh and Fleet both are very, very active in trying to make sure they are bringing the best to their clients, right? They want to make sure that as they go forward, they are providing all the options that are the best that is out there, best in class. And what they do is every single year they hold an innovation council where they invite different groups in that come in and they present. And if they go through a very rigorous process, if so, and they pass that, they will bring that back to their clients, such as Polk County Schools, for options that they can add on. So for example, on here, you see Calm. I don't know if you ever know Calm is an online app that helps you with healing and meditation and things along those lines. So what they'll do is they'll work on that, and if that's something Polk County Schools wanted to offer to its teachers and staff, they would be able to offer that through the Fleet and Marsh arrangement. This is just an example of biometric screenings that we do. So as we talked about before, when we go in and we evaluate the different potential groups that can come in through the Innovation Council, this is just an example of how they would be scored. I know it's very difficult to see. Now, one of the things we want to call out, because this is the biggest difference in the three, has to do with occupational health, or OCMED. So as we went through this process, the three of them, Marathon, Proactive MD, and People One, part of the process was about OCMED. People One does not offer OCMED as part of their offering. The reason why they do that is because they feel in their philosophy that if people have to come in and they have to get drug tested and they have to do those kind of things that are part of the process of OCMED, it can diminish the relationship that they have with their physician. So they may not come back as often, and they may be fearful for their job. So they have come up with a process where they do not do OCMED, but we do have a solution to that we will go through here later on. But the other two, Marathon and Proactive MD, do offer OCMED. So I just want to bring that forward. And when we see the numbers that we show you, when you see People One, that number, this number is in that number. So you see those costs already in there. This is just how we built the projection. Okay, so thing that's really, really good for all three, and you step in if you're, okay. Marathon, Proactive MD, and People One Health, they all have implementation costs based upon how much or the decisions that you make today. There's all going to be key performance indicators. This is very key. From my experience running not just a health plan, I also ran some clinics. I ran doctor's offices, actually ran a floor in a hospital at one time. Key performance indicators is key for us to be able to manage and maintain the cost, right? So we can sit here today and tell you that you're going to save $10 million, but if there's not a process in place to monitor that every single month, you don't know what's going to happen. So part of this process and what we will do is we will have this in here that will be able to be monitored and measured on a regular basis. And if suddenly the vendor or the folks you decide on start to sway and go the wrong direction, we will be able to step in and help get them back on track. And that's pretty much all these others. So of the three, Marathon, they're an incumbent. You know them. They're here. They do have an established presence throughout Polk County. Proactive MD, they are a strong alternative with dedicated clinics. The other thing, though, about Proactive and Marathon is many of their services that are offered in People One are buy-up models. So, for example, behavioral health or other models. So even though their pricing that they came in here with is one number, if you were to try to compare it and move it up, the cost would actually increase because of the buy-up model. Last you have is People One Health from the strategic fit, and when we did the scoring, they were the ones that came out the highest and the most for the recommendation. Again, this gives you a little more detail on each one. I know you all have it, so I won't read it, but I will drop to the bottom here. And you can see, so for example, Marathon, to build the additional 2 clinics is about $500,000 in construction costs. It's $216,000 per location plus some administration fee, which moves it to about the $500,000. They have a $499,000 implementation fee. Your operating costs are going to be about $9.9 million or $10 million. Now, the planned savings, that's for year one, that they have said, and we've taken theirs and we've run the analysis of the claims to say, okay, here are the claims, here's what they offer, what would the savings be, is $8.1 million. But the next one is the one that I think, which I personally like the most, is because this is employee savings. So your employees right now, when they go see a physician, they go see a doctor, they get care, they have to pay a copay, they have to pay for different things. This will be included in there, so they will have this savings. So this is something that as a board, you can go back and say, yeah, we're putting this in there, and oh, by the way, it's gonna save you money if you utilize this as well. And that's what is it? A fringe benefit, I think is what it's called, yeah. The last one is a guarantee. These are the fees. So for example, if they do not hit this planned savings, that's right here, Marathon has guaranteed they will give back to the Polk County schools about $1 million. This is just a breakdown of the staffing and how the different details of that. And again, these are the locations. You see in there the 216,000 that I referenced for the locations and the site. Proactive MD, again, they also have a good footprint. Indian River, they are going into DeSoto. Going down to the bottom line there, you can see their costs are a little bit more, $750,000 with an implementation fee of $400,000. Their operating costs are a little lower. They have higher planned savings. The employee savings is a little higher, and of course their guarantee is also higher as well. And all of these would be in contract. So everything we're saying now as we write it down would be in a formal contract that would be defined. And like I said, we would be monitoring on a monthly basis to ensure that we achieve these goals. Again, next part of the breakdown of how the different areas work. This is the Haines City Clinic. Then there's the Lakeland. And then they're proposing a third one in Winter Haven. People One Health is the last one and the one that we recommend. Again, they also have a national footprint. They're in Orange County, Palm Beach County, and they've been accepted in Brevard County as well. And you can see from here, now their model is a little different. They will cover all the construction costs and they will cover all the implementation fees as part of theirs. They are more expensive on an operating basis at $165 per member per month, but that limits up to 3 members. So for example, if you have like a family of mine, a family of 5, and I were to go to that clinic, it would only be $165 for the 3. The other 2, there would be no cost to the school district for those. So it limits on those 3 of $165. That's why theirs is a little higher. They're estimated, and again, we ran the claims through it, is a $22 million plan savings to the district. The employees will save about $4.2 million, and they have a guarantee of $3.1 million that they will give back if they don't hit those goals as part of this process. Again, we believe this is the best fit for Polk County. And this is a side-by-side breakdown of the finances as we go forward.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. And this was presented to your Superintendent's Insurance Committee, and we went through, and there were a number of questions that came back, and we did go through those ad nauseum. There's a number of things that are going to be added. When you looked at the People One example and the savings, the employee savings and the additional plan savings, there were a number of value-added services that were going to be added there. There's a lot of extra testing. There are going to be some near-site partners that were going to be added to this. So like, I think it was cardiology screening, pulmonary screening, some additional imaging, infusions, things of that nature. So when you see the employee savings, additional plan savings, that's where that's coming in. So that would be done and negotiated ahead of time, right? So those fees would be much lower than what we're paying today in the community. So that's where you're seeing those additional savings. And that's currently not happening right now. So they're out on the active market, right? Paying deductibles, co-payments, things of that nature. So that's where some of that savings is coming in there. And actually the community, I mean, your committee as a whole unilaterally likes the People One model. And overall, you also have a very extensive prescription program available through People One. You have over 400 generic medications available through that program. And that program, the formulary would also be incorporated with our pharmacy benefits management company. So it'd all be integrated together. So overall, I don't remember any other specific concerns, but overall, unilaterally, there was a lot of excitement about the People One model. So unilaterally, other than answering questions, that the committee had about just additional services, they were really excited about the things that would be added, that would be covered, that are not currently covered now. Obviously, the access was huge, right? Because adding 4 clinics right now would do a lot for access, because we've desperately needed those additional clinics for some time. Also, part of the plan for expanding wellness here has got to happen, and we have to have more centers. So that has to happen before we can even change our model for our health plan, which is what we're talking about doing here in the near future and proposing to the union and talking through those provisions. But we have to have the clinic access in order to do those biometrics and have those services available. So this is the first step to getting us there. So questions?
Mr. Sharpless?
First, just want to say this is great stuff.
Yeah, I think so too.
I can tell you I get complaints. I won't say frequently, but I do get complaints about our current facilities. So I'm excited about a change there. I do have a question. I represent one of the more rural areas of Polk County, from Fort Meade to Frostproof up to Dundee. We're kind of like the southeast for more of the rural area. And my question is, with People One Health, with the occupational health not being part of their model per se. How will some of our more rural areas access when they're not in the larger larger areas of our county? I'm just curious.
Absolutely. So that will be part of the next phase. If people want to, well, no matter who you select, the next phase that the team at March and Fleet will need to go to is direct contracting. And we will need to find the solutions for exactly what you just said. So for example, here in Polk County, there's an organization called Central Florida Healthcare, right? They have many locations around Polk County that we could go to and create a direct contract with for Ahmed and say, okay, everything's going to go to them, right? You've got the Watson Clinic, they have multiple locations around as well. There's different places we could go to and speak with and have those conversations, but that's the next phase, as well as was just mentioned, they do cover a lot of different things, x-rays, CT, and a lot of things are covered in there, but there's things that aren't covered in there. For example, let's say you break your knee, right? You need knee surgery. We're going to go to your hospitals and we're going to get direct contracts that lower them down. We've already spoken. I've had a long relationship with Lakeland Regional. A little bit about me. I lived in Polk County from 2003 to 2017. I brought 3 kids home through your school district back then. I know it really well. I know a lot of the folks up at Lakeland Regional, so we've already started talking to them. They've said they'd be willing to have a direct contract with us as well. We've spoken with Orlando Health, Edmond Health, so that's going to be the process. So whatever there's an issue, we're going to go find the solution, and it'll be a direct contract that we do for that.
Thank you, sir. And I appreciate y'all for doing what you're doing.
Ms. Miller?
I have a couple questions. I appreciate, Linda, that you met with me already on this. First of all, I just think, and you did address the fact that the savings is very different. The difference is enormous between the People One project or projection of 22 million compared to the 13 million for Proactive and the 8 million from Marathon. The savings and guarantee are dramatically higher. So can you just talk a little bit to what's projected and what's been actually verified in those savings so people understand the difference? Because on paper, that's an enormous difference.
Certainly. We were able to take your claims. We ran a 13-month claims from, I believe it's January 1 through January 2024 through February of 2025, and we ran them through the process. And we said, okay, if we take a look at this, what would it have been with all the things that People One cover, the 400 drugs, as was just mentioned, and all those different services that are going to be included in that $165 per member per month, what would that have entailed? And that's where it ran. So it was run off of actual historical claims to determine, to make sure that it was accurate. Now that being said, that was based upon historical claims, right? So as we also know, benefits are going much higher. There was a report that came out the other day that said the estimated benefit cost increase for 2027 is going to be 8%. So I'm saying these numbers here are probably very conservative. If you look at 2024 versus what's going to be in 2027, the savings will likely be more just because of that.
And we have it on video, so we can roll it back and say.
Matt Gerald, how you doing? That's me.
My next question is occupational health. It's not included in the People One. Have we talked about the actual cost and operational impact of that? Because that was a major concern. I understand, and from the feedback from our employees, it was difficult, the current process that we had, but can you talk about the impact of People One not having that service with them?
Well, I think we have several options, as Matt was talking about. I think Lakeland Regional is one option. There's other provider groups in the community, I think, that would be interested in that business. We'll have to talk about Central Florida Healthcare because I'm not sure that they do Occ Health, but we can definitely look at some options. And right now we're split because we're doing some things in-house, and as far as some of the testing, and then other ways we're using 2 different vendors. We're using Marathon for part of it, and then some other small businesses for the others. So there's some opportunities there to look at all of that and see what we can do, and meet with both union members, I think, and transportation in general, as well as my team to see, and as well as our consultants to see if they have any ideas.
Are you going to go back to the committee? I no longer sit on your committee, so you'll just go back to the committee with those findings?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
Okay.
And I think there's some opportunities to really save some money and do things better, I think, too, so.
And you've mentioned a couple of community partners, and my last input as a board member is when we're dealing with community partners, I think we need to be aware of the relationship and the trust that's there. We've had conversations, we've had Avail send out emails, with information that maybe wasn't followed up on in time, and it looks like we're letting people down, or it looks like we're not communicating as effectively as we could. As we mention them, especially as you've just mentioned two large community partners here, I need to confirm with everyone in the room that it's going to be handled with trust and with the relationship status in mind. Whether it's the best deal for us or not, we have to show fair and equal treatment, especially of our community. And I've had some concerns of how some of this has gone down. So I appreciate you mentioning some of our larger contributors, because I think they are all in gameplay here. But we need to make sure that we're being fair and consistent with them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Ms. White?
Thank you. The cost savings is obviously greatly different looking at the proposals. How much of that is attributed to services that will no longer be provided, such as occupational therapy? And how many employees or members of our plan will be affected by those services no longer being provided?
So I'm not certain I understand the question. So the occupational therapy is actually in the number that we presented for people. One, that cost, that $480,000 is in there as part of that cost. The majority of the services, we can get you to the list. It's a laundry list of services, and there's 400 pharmacy prescriptions. So there's quite a bit. What I can tell you is every service that Marathon is offering today is would be offered on January the 2nd, 2027.
Just not necessarily at a clinic, it may be through a community partner as well.
Correct, it might be through a community partner, and it's included in that, and with People One, it's included in that 165, as opposed to you going in and having to pay a fee for service. I don't know if you ever heard of that, where they're just gonna keep charging you. This would all be included, and that's where the cost savings is really coming in, because what you're getting for that 165 is this much, as opposed to this much, and that's where the delta is.
Okay. If we could get that, I know Superintendent Hyde regularly refers to his starfish story, but every one of those individuals are starfish. So if we can get that list of how many people will be affected by their services moving out of a clinic and into a community partner, just the numbers and what types of, is it occupational therapy, what types of services it is, that would be helpful. I am all for expanding our clinic services. I think we are a big enough county that only having two options is not sustainable. You cannot get across the county in an hour. So to get to any location in the county, to even, when we were talking about prize patrol in my district, from one end of my district to another is about a 35-minute swing to being able to get there in a timely manner. So it's... I am all for expanding services. I do have concerns with the timeline, because this is now the third year that I have sat up here in August or September and said we need to be passing any changes by August. And it is now our last meeting in August. This will not come to us until the first week in September. That is concerning to me in the timeline that open enrollment is in October. The timeline presented here says that many of these things will not be done for the 60 to 90 day period, which will be at the end of open enrollment. So I have concerns that we are, I don't know how it sneaks up on us every year. Open enrollment's always in October. August falls the same time every year, right after July. So it is concerning to me that this continues to sneak up on us. And for 2027, any changes made, I would like to have made by August 31st. There is no reason we need to keep delaying them. So I don't know what that means for our timelines, but that is my expectation as one board member, is we cannot continue to make policy changes and make changes that affect people's lives after open enrollment when we're able to market them to them. Because our employees do have options. They could go to the marketplace if what we're providing them is not the most sustainable option for their family. They could get onto a spouse's health insurance plan or make a different option. We need to make sure that we are communicating that to them in a timeline that they can make that option, and we have not been good about that in the past. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Keys?
Thank you, Superintendent. Great job. I will say that I, as kind of a numbers guy, I look right at the bottom line each of those and see those in the savings, potential savings, and I love that. I love seeing the expansion of those offerings. But I want to make a point that Mr. Sharpless made too, and I think this is where it comes into key, is for that OCMED type situation, that those community partners are going to play a vital role. and I think English and Florida Healthcare was mentioned on that. I want to say they have like 13 or 14 locations throughout the county, a couple of which Mr. Sharpless, mentioned the ruralness of his place. I believe they have locations in Frostproof.
Yeah, they do.
So that's great, and I would like to see, partnerships with community members that are in our community, dedicated to our community first. And then last, I'm going to echo what Ms. Wyatt said, because that's a big concern of mine too, is the timeline. I think that once we do it this time, we need to kind of take a step back and look at what works great, and then start making those decisions early on so we can have that rolled out in a timely fashion so we can get these on the way. But I'm excited to see that expand, because it affected me directly. I think at the end of last year, I said, hey, as a participant of the plan, I said, hey, I need to go see something real quick. And I was kind of navigating that system myself. Thankfully for me, I'm close to that Haines City Clinic, but it did come up to me and saying, wow, what if I were in, heaven forbid, Frostproof? That's a joke. That's
Sure.
a joke. But if I didn't have access to that, and I had to basically take a whole day off of my time to seek healthcare, so
Sure.
I'm excited that we're having the conversation. I'm excited to see the savings, and I'm excited to see the program expand.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Wallace?
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. I like that y'all moved the slide to this one because I wanted to make sure everybody reiterated this, is that People One is already providing in Orange County, Palm Beach, and I believe Putnam County too. So how many years have y'all been doing that? And going back to the kinds of savings we could expect, do you have any data around what savings they saw once they partnered with People One?
I can get you this.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I can give you the specific numbers for each county. I know that factor was what was used for these here, the same exact historical data that was used in the same time of percentages. I don't have right here those exact savings. People One, though, is also national, so I can also get you the data for the national. I believe for your question on tenure, Orange County and Palm Beach County, I think are 2 years, and Putnam County is relatively new, I think, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
You said they're rolling out in Brevard.
Yeah, they're rolling. Yeah, they just got approved for Brevard for
Yeah.
1/1/27.
This is something I would have asked at the very beginning of your presentation, but there wasn't a chance to do that, is when we have these partners get up and introduce themselves, I think it would be good for everybody to re-explain what they do and exactly. If you get up and say, I'm with Marsh, that's not apparent to the public what you do. So could you please explain what Marsh is and what Avail is?
Certainly. So the Avail is part of the FLEET platform, which is the Florida Educator Health Trust. They are the managers over all of the different vendors that you all get to use, and they create access for you. They help us make sure that we're staying on track, providing data and information analytics. Marsh has a clinical...
You work with?
Yes, who I work with, yes. Is a clinical delivery network, and what they do is they bring the clinical aspect of it. So FLEET has multiple verticals that they utilize to be able to provide these services to help control costs, provide better quality and better outcomes for the school districts. And then Marsh is one vertical in there, which is the clinical delivery. So our role is to look for not just your primary care, but also, as we talked about, other opportunities with direct contracting, infusion therapy, DME, pharmacy, and all of these different things that we're here to help try to do all of that. So I should have done that.
Because I serve on the superintendent's insurance committee, and I'm still trying to get all of those things in order because we do have a lot of partners and vendors, and their names don't necessarily immediately give away what they do and why or what their relationship is to the district. So yeah, I'm just being that nerd who says, hey, let's make sure we explain all the acronyms and all the partners. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. Florida Educator Health Trust is the parent, and then Avail keeps us all on track, and then the ones underneath.
Great deal. Thank you.
Ms. Fields?
Thank you. I think that when the discussion might have come before the Health Strategy Committee in May, that was the time when my sister passed away. And so I have some questions, and I will get those to Ms. Linda. I think that the timeline is very aggressive. We're now in September. And so my immediate question would be is, can we realistically do 4 months transitioning from one company to another with fidelity for our employees? And that is very concerning to me. And then the savings piece, other board members have asked that same question. I would have that one as well. But I think the biggest thing for me is you're talking about 4 months. Transitioning from one company to the next. And I've always said that we needed more clinics, and we do. So I don't have any problem with that. I just want to make sure that if we do it, that we do it right.
Yeah. Well, we asked Marsh this very question because we were concerned about the timeline as well, but we were assured it was possible.
So I can tell you, as far as the clinical transfer from one clinician to another, so if you decide to go from Marathon to People One, that typically takes 45 to 60 days. I've done that multiple times in my career. There's a process that you have to go through. There's a fiduciary responsibility that Marathon has that they have to follow through. So that will take about that amount of time for the actual clinical and the switching of it. The construction piece would be the piece that would be the most I want to say alerting but concerning of there. That being said, we already have established clinics, and People One has done this before many times, and they have committed to do the 90 days and have this up within January the 1st, and that will be part of their contract that they would have to be able to adhere to.
Thank you.
Dr. Allen.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent. Appreciate the hearty discussion and just the amount of data that's presented. I appreciate the program weights as well, or the weighted elements within the rubric in regards to the categories. Just gives clarity of that process. I guess I'm curious too with Marathon, is there any particular scrutiny, different scrutiny when you're evaluating them? Because they've been with us, in the past, and just to consider their performance metrics over time as you're evaluating them, or is it just a one-to-one between all the other vendors that are submitting to the RFP?
So transparently, my role was to do a blank slate.
Yep.
Because here they are, this is what we're going to look at, and to present the information on that side. That being said, there is the personal factor that comes in, and Mr. Susan worked with the school board here to have that as well. So again, I can tell you, my role was just to look blank slate across the board.
Yep. Okay. All right. Very good. And if you can maybe just clarify on the, again, the 22 million on the plan savings is great. The occupational analysis, the score gap, where it notes in the effect on the comparison, it says for scale, the unresolved gross versus net question is worth 9.9 million. Can you just clarify on that one? That's in the parenthetical that's on the very bottom. It's like an unresolved,
Yes.
and just clarify the language and what that means.
Certainly. So if you take if you look at the operating costs for People One, it says the overall is like 10 point something million dollars. That is including that 480,000. So if you take that part out, that's where their operating costs are actually. When I said we added in that's where that delta is. So you see that 10.2 million.
It was on page 10,
right,
Linda,
yeah.
if you're looking.
Oh,
trying to
okay.
track it down.
Yeah. So we added in the 487,000. Or the 421,000. Yeah, it gets added to that to make it where that's where that 10 million comes in.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. That's all I have, Superintendent. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions or comments.
Okay. Thank you.
Board members, letting you know that this next item will be our last item before we take a break. Ms. Everett will be coming forward, and this item is an update and a follow-up to our previous conversation about valedictorian and salutatorian and our policies and procedures related to that. So Mr. Geary and the team, please be aware that we will take a break. Mr. Chair, 10-minute, 15-minute break? Mr. Geary and the team, please note that we'll take a 15-minute break.
Good afternoon. So this is the continuation of the Val-Sal conversation. So I wanted to start super quickly with just kind of a brief review of the umbrella policies we already have in place. So right now we do our ranking, right, through weighted GPAs. Our policy says if we have 2 valedictorians, we would have 0 salutatorians. That's actually in policy. You must be enrolled the entirety of your senior year, including the first day of school. If you transfer or enroll in that school after the first day of your senior year, you are not eligible. And if you are a dual enrollment student taking 12 or more semesters credit hours out of college, then you would not be eligible for Val-Sal. And then, of course, we march into graduation with valedictorian number 1. Number 2 is salutatorian, and then the balance of the honors graduates in rank order, and then followed by the rest of the class in alphabetical order. When we get weighted GPAs, that is done through weighted coursework that students take. Any college course, whether it's AP, IB, Cambridge, or dual enrollment, gets a 1-point weight added to the GPA, and then honors classes get a 0.5. So then, as promised, I wanted to share some tie-breaking mechanisms that are used around in different places. So starting with Florida, there are several different counties that do have a tiebreaker for valedictorian written in policy. But on the left, kind of starting with Polk, so like Polk, Hillsborough and Marion have the same policy. If there are co-vals, there is no SAL. Palm Beach, however, if they have co-vals, they do in fact honor both valedictorians and also honor the third place as salutatorian. And then the tiebreakers within Florida, here's some examples. Nassau, they actually do a numeric GPA calculation of all the courses a student has taken using the actual numeric value. That could be problematic for us because we do have a lot of students that transfer into our schools. Most transcripts come with letter grades, not numeric values, so we may not be able to determine that for every student when they came in, and that could be a potential drawback. Franklin County uses the highest unweighted cumulative GPA. Again, that would probably be problematic in Polk simply because we have quite a few kids that actually are all ranked unweighted at that 4.0, and so then we would have more ties, right? And then IDEA Public School, they use an unweighted raw percentage, and they also name co-valedictorians. Out-of-state methods kind of fall into 4 different categories across the board. One is AP performance. So if you have a tie break or if you have a tie amongst your valedictorians, they will take the total number of AP courses with the score of 3 or higher and count them up. Now, one of the drawbacks here is that your senior year, your AP scores aren't returning until after graduation. So your senior year scores wouldn't be calculated. Some districts use standardized test scores. So Wisconsin, for example, they use the highest composite ACT or SAT. The drawback, of course, is that it doesn't necessarily consistently align with the student's 4-year progress through high school, right, and how that performance may look. Some districts use an extended decimal. Right now, we stop at 3 decimal points. We certainly could go on to 5 decimal points. Not necessarily for every student, but it is not uncommon when we get to that nitty-gritty, we're trying to make sure we have them in the right order, that sometimes we do audits and do hand calculations. So something we could certainly do if necessary. And then the last one is the core academic averages, where they look at only averaging the core courses taken in ELA, math, science, and social studies. And again, if you're just averaging those classes, it may not take into account students that consistently took higher level courses if we're looking at those unweighted GPAs. So my thought was we would kind of review the consensus of the board from our last meeting and then give conversation for the tiebreaker and see if we can't reach consensus there so that we can draft that new policy. You have the decision tree in front of you for quick reference. So at the last conversation, we talked about decision tree number 1. From that conversation, I believe the consensus was to maintain the current VAL and SAL system. Early grads, fewer than 8 semesters, or any students who chose to graduate after 6 semesters or 7 semesters would not be included in that VAL or SAL honorary ranking. And then students would have to be enrolled a minimum of 2 years, the entirety of those 4 semesters, your junior year and your senior year. However, we would have a mechanism for hardship. If a student came in, such as a military family or a foster student, we would allow that petition. And then we would just need to know, do you want that case to then result in a tie or highest GPA, or perhaps a tiebreaker if we decide to go that way. Specify students taking 12 dual enrollment credits, in one or both of their senior years would be considered early admission and therefore not be in that running for Val or Sal. And then adding language that specifies a student must take a minimum of 3 high school courses on their campus to be eligible for Val or Sal, ensuring that they are representative of that class on that campus. Decision tree number 2 was maintaining the Val and Sal graduation, or maintaining Val and Sal as graduation speakers, and I believe the consensus was to maintain that policy. And then that brings us to decision tree number 3, which is the tiebreaker. And so I'm not sure what conversation or questions you may have that I can answer so that we can come to consensus and then draft policy for the next SBP.
Ms. Wyatt?
Thank you. I just first want to clarify. So the specifying students taking 12 plus dual enrollment credits in one or both semesters of senior year are early admissions. My concern is that we have several schools that instead of offering ACE, IB, Cambridge, that they have dual enrollment on campus. 12 credits would mean taking more than 2 on campus each semester. I think it's very realistic. I mean, if you look at how many ACE or IB classes a student takes in their senior year, I think it's very realistic that we could have students taking classes on campus that may be through Polk State or SU or a number of our colleges. I don't want them to be excluded because the school, that's their mechanism for rigor. So I don't know if we need to clean up the language on that to make sure that it's not just dual enrollment. Obviously, if they are leaving campus all day to be on a college campus, that's very different than you're taking classes online. It should be seen no different than taking the AP English versus the dual enrollment English. So I want to make sure that we get that cleaned up. But then as far as a tie, I am of the belief that if we have students that are to the 3rd decimal point that are both ranked that high in their class, that they should be co-valedictorians. I don't know why we would try to look any further to have one over the other. I think, several of and I appreciated the table of, the downfalls to, if we're going to looking at ACT versus SAT or things like that, not everybody takes AP classes. How do you compare an AP class to an IB class? Those types of things. But if they are if after 12 years your GPAs are coming down to that close, my vote would be to let them be co-valedictorians. And then last, when you're talking about the hardship exemption, can you explain what you mean to a tiebreaker with the hardship exemption? Because it sounds like that would be different than the tiebreaker for co-vals.
Yeah, absolutely. So it kind of ties in together. If you have a valedictorian and then a student has a petition for a hardship and they come in and it's granted, now you have potentially created a tie.
Okay.
So in that situation, do we honor both the hardship and the student that's been there for the 4 semesters, or do we then defer to the tiebreaker rule at that point?
Okay.
I just want to make sure that we're clear, because that, not likely, but if it happens, then it's very clear from the beginning.
Okay. I mean, my vote would be to allow there to be co-valedictorians, and that would be my vote. Thank you.
Ms. Miller?
Hi, thank you for presenting. I've found this very intriguing. I didn't realize the mathematical gaming of schedules was a thing until it was brought to our attention. But my child's not old enough. Well, we're in high school now, but she falls into a different category, which I'm glad that you recognized. Students who are CTE, JROTC, fine arts, that's a disadvantage for them sometimes because they don't have an open schedule enough to take some of the higher rigor. And they do that with dual enrollment at night or, online with Florida Virtual. They try to do other things. And I'm so glad we offer all those opportunities. I also represent the high school with the largest number of dually enrolled students because it is our thing at Lake Gibson. They'll joke they have no airplane school or dancers, but they will get you dually enrolled and out with your diploma, which is very valuable. So I want to be cautious of making it a disadvantage to have too many dual enrolled courses on campus, because I know for that one school, it's what they really master in. So that's my concern. I also agree that mathematical precision doesn't mean it's best practice to go that many decimal points out. And I would support the Val, Sal as a cleaner policy than trying to point. So that is my input. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I I may clarify, the 12 is originally there because statute says any student taking 12 or more semester hours is considered early admission.
Correct.
We also have students who will take multiple courses from multiple institutions.
Wow.
So they're taking 3 from this college and 2 from this college and 1 from that college, and then it all, right? So it's very different from campus to campus, student to student, and the landscape looks very different than it did, say, 10 years ago when we had primarily Polk State and an oddball 1 or 2 class. And it looks very different. So it kind of diverted to, or defaulted to statute that specifically says 12 is early admission, and our policy says early admission, but certainly can be changed.
No, I appreciate it. And I rely on your experience, as it will keep changing quickly, to the integrity of this process, because it will change and we will have people that find loopholes. And so to stay ahead of that is something that I will look to you to do. But I do agree with what you've given us, that the co-val sal is where I would lean. Thank you.
Ms. Wallace?
I was fascinated with the hardship situation, like if a student were to transfer in. And because my mind started wondering about, well, okay, like what if a student's parents separate, or there's a death in the family, or there's military, which is one career, but what if someone's parent just takes a job and it's just a regular old job and it's not in the military, that there's just a myriad of reasons where I would just be inclined to say, if the student is zoned for the school and they're there, who are we to start getting into the weeds of why we're there? Now, if it's controlled open enrollment or something where they transferred in and they're not zoned for the school, or they, are driving in from another county specifically to go to that school, I could see that. But more like if they live in the zone and they're assigned to that school, could you shed some light on why we would differentiate?
So historically, that policy was there in place because you would have students that would attend, let's say, a specialized program, right?
Okay.
Cambridge, they have more weighted courses as a whole. Those
Yeah.
GPAs tend to be higher. Well, then to become valedictorian, potentially as one reason, and certainly there are other reasons, they leave between their junior and senior year, and then you have students who have been at that zone school working towards that, taking the same courses as the peers on that campus, and then this student who had another advantage of more weighted courses because of a specialized program just bumps a student out after 6 semesters heading into that senior year. So that policy was made to say you had to be part of the senior class for the entirety of that senior year. Mm-hmm. And the conversation, I believe, last time and I could be wrong, so please correct me, was that we wanted it, number one, valedictorian should be representative of that class and that class's experience on that campus, therefore expanding it to 8 semesters to kind of minimize some of that shifting that happens right before that senior year for no other reason than valedictorian or salutatorian. I'm not sure if that
Yeah, no, that helps because I'm an IB student, graduate, and I remember having access to courses that my traditional peers didn't, so I understand that. So I guess where that comes off is maybe the difference between someone being zoned is there was an address change, or I'm thinking of there was an address change in the student's life, as opposed to if you had a student that was in a magnet or school of choice that gave them more rigor, and then they chose to drop out and go back to that's a school change, but that's not necessarily an address change. So I guess my feedback would be to widen the net on what what we would consider is an appropriate transfer or a fair transfer, and not make an extra burden on the student.
The problem is that places an incredible burden on the schools and on the district. Right now, there are students who are attending or claiming an address to attend the school. They don't reside there. And just because that's your extended family member, using that as an advantage is inappropriate. If we had the resources, we could track all of them down and we could revert them back to their home school. But at the end of the day, that's not a burden that the district should have to assume. So simply changing your address is not sufficient. Because then that puts the burden on us to go watch the home, visit the home, ask to see the living space of that student. This happens all the time. There are rules and laws that stipulate that this can't be done for a reason. And so I respectfully, I would not ask that we task the district to do more.
Gotcha, superintendent. I was just more saying, like, why would we say if a student moved because their parent was in the military versus if a student moved because their parent changed jobs? That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I think there's actually a law, though, in the state of Florida that relates to veterans or current military.
Yeah.
If they're relocated as far as matriculation into certain schools. And so I think we were just piggybacking off of that to ensure that they would not be excluded. But I think to the extent possible, if someone can articulate a true hardship, we would consider that. And arguably, if we need to, we'll bring it to the board. But at the end of the day, well, no, because that would reside in my office. But at the end of the day, we'll do the best we can to make those decisions. But they're so specific and unique and rare. I'm confident. I'm more comfortable addressing that than I am trying to verify everyone else's
Open up
home address.
other- Right, understood. Thank you.
We can add another option on that hardship form for consideration.
Okay, that would be a great, yeah, thank you.
Dr. Allen?
Thank you, Superintendent. Great comparative analysis. Appreciate the work that you've done on this, and it presented well. Gives us some good things to ponder. If we wouldn't go with the extended decimals, which I'm sort of in favor of a little bit, because I think it's competitive. But is there any potential pitfall from your perspective? We could just go with the co-vals. No.
Not from my
Yeah.
point of view, but
How many in general, let's say last 3 years, that ties that we are having to sort of work through?
I would have to verify that for sure. I can tell you, having worked at a high school, in that APC role for, I think,
Yeah.
12 years, I think we had one tie.
Yeah.
And certainly with all the expansion of different programs and different opportunities, I think, it's not, well, I take that back. If you are within a specialized program, taking a lot of the same courses at the same time in the same year, it could be very probable. I think at a high school across a large, diverse program, I think it's probably less probable, but if you're within a specialized program, say a Harrison major, an IB program, a Cambridge program, where a lot of the coursework is very similar for all
Yeah.
students, it could be probable.
Ms. Everett, could you just pull the microphone over towards you? Thank you, ma'am.
I'm using the table
I
as
can
my
hear you
crutch.
fine. I just want to make sure that those who are watching
Gotcha.
online can hear you as well.
Yeah, and that's all I had. Thank
So
you,
I think it's
Superintendent.
contextual.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, Dr. Allen.
Ms. Wyatt?
Thank you. For the hardship forms, I know it's a form that they'll fill out, but then does that go to a committee? Does that go to the principal? Does that live once they fill it out?
Yeah, you guys can make that decision or guide that decision. Typically, when we have decisions like that, it goes to the regional superintendent and the chief of schools, and then if necessary, to the superintendent's office on appeal.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I just wanted to confirm that was where those decisions. I don't want to put that on a principal and an APC to be the sole decision makers on for that.
Much better to put that burden on us, quite.
Much better to make Fred make all the hard decisions. So, always in support of that.
Yes.
And then my last question was: are we to the graduation speakers, or is that going to come?
It was part of decision tree 2, and I took from the last conversation that was staying the same.
Okay, because my understanding from the last conversation was that we would maintain the Val and Sal, but we also would be looking to expand that to include several schools now. Like, for example, Winter Haven, the senior class president does the stole, or does the mantle. So things like that there may be opportunities for more students, whether it's saying the pledge or doing the opening, those types of things, building that in to other schools. I wasn't sure where that.
And I think that was the school tradition piece
Correct.
that wouldn't necessarily be in the SPP, is my thinking, but I will definitely
Oh, that's
take
correct.
direction.
The conversation revolved around that there are some unique factors with certain schools that we would not erode. The point of standardizing graduation was to make it equitable across the board for everyone. If there are things that schools want to do above and beyond that, they can do that. So if they have a legacy or something that they've done historically, that's not the issue. But I'm not going to require that same standard of everyone.
Okay.
I think
guess-
because that's going above and beyond the base of what we're requiring.
Okay, so not having, because I was under the impression at the end of our last conversation that we were wanting other schools to expand, having someone do the welcome, having somebody say the pledge, because not every school has students do those things. If not, that's fine. I just want to make sure that the schools that are already doing it will not be required to get rid of those pieces, that they can always add more student opportunities if they so choose.
Yeah, so I have yet to attend one of our graduations where anyone other than a student does the pledge. In 5 years, I don't think we've had anybody but a student do a pledge. I think the conversation, I'm gonna separate two topics real quick, because I think it's easier. So let's start with just who speaks, who has an opportunity to speak to the class. Your Val, your Sal, typically the class president, and then some schools may have someone else, right? Based off tradition, based off history. So that was that part of it. As far as the other opportunities, I think some of what I recall that we talked about was, and again, I think we affirmed that students are doing the pledge, students are opening the event, everyone uses the color guard. So those are the kinds of things we'd look to try and standardize. But if you could give me an example of something else that we could, if we need to talk through it a little bit further.
Like, for example, I don't think, unless they're doing the pledge, I don't think every school allows either their senior class or student government president the opportunity to speak. Whereas, like, for Winter Haven, the senior class president does the mantle, the SGA president does the opening, third does the pledge. I mean, it's very...
I think that's an example of what we're trying to convey. If we establish the baseline of what minimally is required, allow schools to deviate from there.
more than that, okay.
I'm not going to force them to do it, and I'm not going to force them not to do it.
Okay.
I don't think we should do that. I think there's a point where the school has to uphold certain traditions and legacies. But beyond that, I think everyone else should follow a standard format. I think we should say the pledge first, and then we do things. There's a flow to the event that happens not because it's just comfortable, but that's the way it should be done. This is a formal event. The pledge should be done formally before we start anything else. And so there's a lot to this, but I think we're continuing to research, because the other part too, the primary focus that started around, outside of just a tying issue with Vals and Sals, and so wherever the board lands on that, that's fine, was making sure that as many students as possible are being recognized. And based off our conversation, there was consensus amongst the board that that should happen. So we expect sashes at every graduation then, moving forward. And we will standardize that every student who has a certain GPA will be asked to stand and be recognized, and then we'll go through the GPA clusters. But not every school does it. And I think this gets back to the point that Ms. Miller was making earlier, that some students, based off their interests, will never get the opportunity to meet that expectation. It's not an expectation, to be competitive in that environment, because the opportunity is just not there for them. But that's a choice. And so, but I do think that still recognizing them for their traditional base GPA is important, because they've worked hard. They should not be judged or feel in any way less than their peers because they chose a pathway of study or a course of study that just didn't give them a higher GPA calculation. So I think we're at a good place.
I just wanted to
Did that
clarify
address
that we're not going, if a school that has not traditionally had their SGA president speak, but you have a new principal that wants to add that, they would be allowed to add that, and they're not going to be told you can't have any more speakers.
I'm looking at Ms. Collins, and no, we would not tell them that.
Thank you, Ms. Collins.
Okay, Ms. Fields.
I would just say maintain the bell and the sal and the co-bell if it's a tie, and then the speakers. That's my take.
Concise, Ms. Fields, as always. Thank you. And batting cleanup yet again, Mr. Keys.
I'll try to match Mrs. Fields' energy. I'm in favor also of the tiebreaker being co-vals, but I think the superintendent made a very, very valid point. There needs to be a standard operation the way we do these things and not try to deviate from that. So the Pledge of Allegiance followed by the national anthem. I think we do need to do those things, and we do need to recognize those graduates who have, excelled academically at each one. Whether you're, the Valor's out, high honors, they all need to be recognized for that performance. So.
Okay. There are no further questions or comments. Ms. Everett, thank you. Ms. Wyatt, hang on.
Sorry. When one of the things that we've talked about, if you're a student athlete, if you're in the arts, things like that, that you may not have the opportunity, some of our schools do a really good job of recognizing not only the academics, but also these are the students enrolling in the military. These are the students that, we had one school, and I can't remember which one it was, that recognized their CTE. Haines City recognized CTE, but I don't know that it would be a bad thing to say if you're a student athlete, if you're to also recognize those students at that time. Because I think some of the conversations you and I have had about whether you do away with fouls and sows or things like that, the student athletes get recognized on Friday night when they're the star quarterback of the football game, or they get recognized when they're the lead in the school play. It's the only time that if academics is your thing and that's your only thing, that's the only time a Valor Sal gets recognized. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't recognize students that have done great things all along at graduation. So I think there's opportunities to build that in as well.
Well, and respectfully, we were already planning on doing that because
I kind of figured, but I just wanted to make sure it was on the record.
some schools stand up and say, okay, if you're earning the art seal, or
Right.
you're earning the foreign language seal, some schools ask them to stand. Davenport High School happens to do a very good job of that. And this is not about comparing one school to the other. I shouldn't have mentioned the school. They all do a great job. But I would like to see a more consistent practice so that, to your point, all those students get an opportunity to be recognized, and it shouldn't just be left to happenstance that it happens. So we'll work to standardize that across the board. I would love to see all of the cordage standardized, but I understand that the way they order those, that's not a fight that I'm willing to fight right now. So we'll let that one live on and move on. But I think we have direction, Ms. Everett, and I appreciate it. Thank you all very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will, Mr. Chair, move to break, if you would.
Yes, so it is now 2:56. We will have a 15-minute break. At this time, I would like to call this meeting back to order and turn it over to Superintendent Hyde to finish leading our work session today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, board members. The next item we have is a School Links implementation update. I will invite Ms. Rouse, Chief of Staff, forward. I know she's joined by Ms. Everett and Ms. Bennett. So ladies, it's all yours.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Hyde, Board Chair Checklist, and board members. We are happy to be here this afternoon to give an overview of where we are with our launch and full implementation of School Links. So in just a moment, we're going to do a quick review of what the platform is and what it provides for students. We'll show you a little bit of the analytics that administrators and school counselors have at their fingertips for reporting. We will also share with you how we are launching through specific tasks and with different stakeholder groups, and share with you our implementation plan through the first full year on a month-by-month basis. So starting with an overview of what is it as a quick review, I'm turning this over to Anne, who's going to talk specifically throughout about her major role in this project. I do want to say this about Anne and her team. They have been tremendous in the work in getting this off the ground with the college and career readiness aspect of it, along with Leanne Bennett and her team with the work-based learning component of School Links. And then behind the scenes, who you don't see here standing today, is Laura Sawyer and Kirk Hansen in our technology department, who work on this on a daily basis. And they have been true leaders in making this successful for us to this point. So I want to thank them.
So for sure, a big team effort, which has been amazing to have everybody come together and be sure that we're able to do this and do it well. So School Links, as you know, is our secondary college and career platform for all students in grades 6 through 12. It has 4 major components. It starts with the college and career planning pieces, where students get to explore different careers, explore different colleges, look at different opportunities in the community, regionally and nationally. We also have the College Application Module, or what we call CAM, College Application Manager. This is where students link their Common App account with their School Links account and work in Common App, and then our staff is also working through School Links and providing all their supporting documents for their common applications, such as counselor recommendations, teacher recommendations, and any additional pieces they may need to support those college applications. It also provides state tracking tools so that we can track students' progress towards Bright Futures scholarships, Florida Academic Scholar, Florida Medallion Scholar, the Gold Seal CAPE, and the Gold Seal Vocational. It also allows us to track things like NC2A progress, and are they making progress towards satisfying NC2A Division I eligibility or Division II eligibility. And then finally, the work-based learning piece, where students get to explore all sorts of careers through that module as well, but also explore local internships, externships, shadow opportunities, track their OJT hours, anything really related to the work-based learning piece, and that is really supported by Leanne and her team. So a little bit more about what School Links is. In a nutshell, this pie chart represents the student's journey through School Links, all the way from when they first start getting into the platform, all the way until they enroll in a post-secondary opportunity. It starts with their exploring. It helps connect students, and because parents have access to what's happening in School Links, it also connects parents to everything that's happening around programs of interest that their students have based on that structured exploration. When they explore, they start taking a variety of different assessments. It kind of begins with Explore Your Path, which reveals their Myers-Briggs, if you remember that Myers-Briggs personality piece. Are you an introvert? Are you an extrovert? Are you a thinker? And I don't have them all memorized, but it does that process. So it gives the students their personality type. It also gives them like celebrities that they share characteristics with, personality characteristics, and the students really enjoy seeing who their like celebrities are. And oftentimes there will be a celebrity and you're like, oh, there's no connection at all. But when you begin to read about about the personality, you may actually have something in common with, say, Mother Teresa or Bob Marley, right? It also tells them their top career cluster choices based on those inventories and areas of interest they really may like to explore. And what's pretty cool about it is it's going to help open their eyes to things that they may not have thought about before. So for example, when I've taken that inventory a number of times over the last year and a half, consistently I get mortuary director. And initially I'm like, I don't know about that. But when I think about it and I read about it, there's a lot of counseling involved in that, right? Really those interpersonal skills, working with people sometimes in their most challenging times and struggles. And so that kind of makes sense. So it really opens your eyes to areas that maybe they hadn't thought of because they just hadn't thought of it, or maybe a lack of exposure. So we kind of love that. And then finally, students explore all sorts of things through a scope and sequence of curriculum beginning in 6th grade all the way through their 12th grade year. We have a basic scope and sequence at this time, and then we will begin to enhance it based on feedback from students, teachers, and parents, and really where we feel that we can enhance that student experience. And then through the experience piece, that's a lot of the work-based learning piece, as well as their volunteer hours, where they can have and document their paid work hours, document their OJT, all of their WBL experiences, which is work-based learning. It also, again, tracks their Bright Futures and different assessment scores. And I know this past summer that launched successfully this summer with our kids, and I know Leanne and her team had students actually using this piece of it.
So this year was the first year we used SchoolLinks for our summer internship program. We had 600 applicants, which we've never had that many applicants. 200 of them actually qualified, meaning they were enrolled in a CTE program. We were able to place 42, which is 20 more than we were able to place in years past, with 21 partners. So our partners were in there, they were approving their hours through this platform, and then we paid them through our processes. And we've also had our OJT programs are using this. All of our teachers have been trained to track their students' OJT hours through the platform. And we have 2 schools that will be piloting a new work-based learning course. And those students in the spring will go to Lakeland Regional Health and be able to have internship opportunities with them. And all that will be tracked within SchoolLinks.
And then finally, we have the apply piece, and that is where students are using the College Application Manager and applying for different post-secondary opportunities. Counselors and parents can track their progress towards submitting those applications, and students can also track which pieces have been completed and not completed and know where they need to follow up to ensure that that application was submitted successfully. And then lastly, the students enroll in those post-secondary opportunities, and students maintain access to SchoolLinks. It also allows us to now get data and track how many of our students actually enrolled in those post-secondary partners, how many of them stayed throughout that first year and returned that next year, so we get a lot of data analytics. And it also allows us to do like a senior survey when those students are exiting. How well did we serve them during their time in Polk County schools? What could we improve? What did we do well? And just different types of feedback to really give us information. At the end of their senior year, they are asked to supply a personal email address because, of course, they lose their directory, their Polk County email address, but then they maintain access to all of the pieces in SchoolLinks, whether they want to go back and explore different colleges for a change or maybe a different career. Maybe they want to look at different partners, community organizations and businesses, and it allows them to keep those connections well beyond high school. Analytics for administrators and school counselors, I know this is one of the most exciting features for us. It really allows parents, students, and counselors to easily track a student's progress towards Bright Futures. That's one of the things we know we need to increase is the number of students not only achieving Bright Futures, but how early they're becoming aware of that piece, and then having those metrics easily in their hands so they can track how close am I? Do I have the GPA for this particular scholarship? Where are my assessment scores for this particular scholarship? How many logged community service and or work hours do I have? And it's not something we're trying to do at the end. It's something that we can really track from the beginning of high school, including high school courses taken in middle school, all the way through the end where they actually achieve those different pieces. It allows the schools themselves to kind of look at how many of our students are on that CTE career pathway and how can we better serve them, as well as which of our students are on that college pathway, which type of college are they interested in, and are we meeting those needs as well. It also allows us to track their FAFSA completion, right? Their federal financial aid application. Are they actually completing that application? Are they submitting the application, ensuring that they have funds available? It can also track their Florida free financial aid. They can do applications within the survey. They can do career surveys across the application. And so it's going to give us a lot of data analytics that right now we can find, but it's very cumbersome on staff to try to go and get all of those different pieces where we can literally look at a chart, click a thing, it'll give us the percentage, and then we get individual students and their actual progress. But to put that in the power or in the hands of students and parents is really powerful, and that's a piece that we've been wanting so that they can track it. Again, it tracks all of their Bright Futures for the 4 different scholarship opportunities and each of the requirements of each of those academic scholarships. We can filter by student. We can filter who we need to target to touch base with and make sure they're aware, hey, you need 20 more community service hours versus leaving things totally in the hands of students when things slip through the cracks sometimes. So we have all of those different pieces. So where are we with Polk County? So last year we did a lot of work. Leanne's team fully implemented and got WBL off the ground, which is why those summer experiences were so successful for students. And then we did a pilot in the spring. There's a piece in here for Course Planner where students actually select their classes for the next year based on which classes they've completed, which classes they're currently completing, and that progress towards graduation. And so we piloted that at 5 different schools. We had lots of lessons learned. We are fine-tuning those pieces, and we will have a full launch this fall for the schools, and everybody in grades 6 through 11 will actually select their courses through school links with the support of their teachers and their counselors. Parents will also be able to go in there and see their course selections, and then they can send a note to the counselor. They can have conversations, potentially change those courses based on interests, based on goals, and make sure that those conversations are really evolving around everyone versus just kind of what the student selects on their own. So you'll see here the school launch overview. You can see all the pieces that we've already completed. That course planner configuration, Mrs. Rouse mentioned Kirk Hansen. I have to give him a shout out. When I say he has worked tirelessly and hours upon hours to get this right, he has done that. It's very complex. So we're in the pieces of just fine tuning the last few pieces. We will test it for the full launch. So that piece is in progress. The other pieces have been completed at this point. On the second page, we are also fine-tuning the Bright Futures and the College and Career Readiness Dashboard so that we can launch that for our juniors and seniors, and it will sync with their state evaluation in a system called OTs. When we send juniors and seniors schedules and everything up to the state, including their assessment, it gives them an evaluation of their progress towards Bright Futures. It's not always a real friendly report, as you might imagine. This will allow us to put it in school links in a way that they can really see it, understand it, and have conversations about it. So we're super excited about that powerful tool, and it's almost ready. And then the event scheduler, this is really a great tool I think the schools have been asking for without really knowing that they've asked for it. This is where schools can put different events on their campus on the School Links platform, easily share it and or message it with students and families. So for example, if a college is coming to our school and we're doing that college visit, kids need to sign up for that college visit. Sometimes the coordination of that is quite a bit on the school staff. They can literally advertise that college visit, the student registers, the passes are made, it's shared with everybody, and it's really done very quickly. So that will be coming. We don't have that launched quite yet. The implementation plan on that first page you'll see in the fall. This is where we're just beginning to launch that scope and sequence, that curriculum plan for grades 6 through 12. And again, finishing up that Bright Futures piece and that tracker, and then that course launch. The course planner launch will happen in November for all students. In the spring, we'll continue with the WBL, adding new partners continuously as we go along. And then we'll work with students and families to do the personalized career and academic plan, which goes along with their course planner, tied to those post-secondary goals and things that they're thinking about pursuing after high school. And then, of course, all of those senior year activities, although we are currently working with the college application manager now, because this is when college applications happen, but then we follow through with all of those pieces at the end, including final transcripts to the different colleges, and then tracking to ensure that they did actually enroll. And then again, those senior surveys, they help us plan our future work. And then the last training piece you see is all the different trainings that we've already held beginning in May when we started with counselors and that college application manager. We wanted to hit them before summer. That was a really hard time of year for everybody, but we wanted to make sure they had a preview and were ready so that we could work with students in the summer if necessary, but definitely when they first came back in the fall. Then we spent additional time with counselors in the fall and APCs as well to get them ready for the scope and sequence and the Bright Futures pieces that are coming online. And then in August, of course, everything's kind of launched, lots of different resources in Schoology. We are holding open office hours for college application managers weekly. We are meeting with them individually when needed to make sure that they are supported. And SchoolLinks is, on demand when we say, oh, we need a video for this. I know we had a conversation, I think 2 hours ago. We'll have a video here in an hour walking people through because schools felt that would be helpful. So they've been super responsive. And then you can see we'll continue with the NC2A training for athletic directors, school administrators, counselors, students, parents, coaches, and it just kind of all comes online. And then there's the actual calendar with the specific dates and times of all of these trainings, more specifically including the audience and actually where it was held. So we wanted to share that with you. And you can see the amount of training and work that the team's been put in to really make sure our staff feel comfortable as they go along. It's a big lift, it's a big learning curve, but so many people are really excited about what they're going to be able to do with the information and how it's going to help their work and really involve students and parents at a higher level than we've been able to do in the past.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you. That was a lot of great information.
It was a lot.
I noticed, because I'm on the portal now, and I see the video that's linked near the bottom. So my question is, the messaging piece to the public of how to get this out, if SchoolLinks has some kind of promo videos, we've got to get this to every parent, which is probably going to be pushing it out on our main social media. We can call all the kids into an auditorium and show it to them, but you'll know usage is not, that doesn't usually make our usage increase. So my question is, how are we going to measure the usage of this? In the past, when we roll out program, usually it's easy to see if we heat map, where it's being used. I'll have one high school who just runs with it, and then I'll have another high school where it's very sparse. So can you talk about that implementation of that?
We do have access to reports. They ran one for me recently just for the students that we had in it last year to be able to use that documentation for a grant. And it'll say how many hits were in the health science area, in our career clusters. So I think they have reporting available to us. And if they don't have it, they will certainly create it.
And our scope and sequence for the curriculum lessons gives schools windows, broad windows, like in 6th grade, hit this lesson within this 6 to 8 week time period. And we monitor that and share it out. So we haven't done that yet, but we can pull those reports. We can also see how many students are logging in on the weekends. We do have students logging in on the weekends. And one of the things that's been kind of neat to see, so in the spring, right before school was out, we did message. We sent every single student an email. We sent every parent an email. And we actually have a SchoolLinks email account that every day I probably have between 15 to 25 individual solicitations or questions just about it. They're getting in on their own and finding things and asking questions, and so we're replying as best that we can, directing them, linking them to different resources. So they've actually been in the platform this summer, and they're continuing. I mean, they're kind of driving our work, to be honest, because they're kind of demanding, right? Which is great. We want that. So it's a lot to keep up with, but they did the initial messaging, and then there are a lot more communications that are coming, including the videos. I know there's a couple of videos that we're fine-tuning, and then we are pushing that out. We can push communications directly through our Outlook and the Polk County email, but we also can push it out directly through the Schoollinks platform itself. One of the things we emphasized was with the school staff when we did the training this summer is we need them to help us really communicate with the families that when you see a Schoollinks email, that's really one that you want to open because it is specific information and tools for your student. It's not just this blanket email, right? So there was a flyer. I know Ms. Rouse got a flyer to every student during orientation. And so the ask of the schools is really help us communicate to the families that when you see that Schoollinks email come across, it really is to specifically support your student in what they're doing within that platform. Whether it is exploring careers, whether it's taking self-assessments that better give them information about things that they would be interested in. Where are they in their course selection in the course planner? We really want them to know Schoollinks is specific information about your student with your student versus a generic, hey, this is happening, in the wide world.
Yeah, and I think in our average user, our average constituent, our PR department could use that video to push out. It has to go, because I can tell you, I'm a parent, and I didn't open the email. Because you get so many emails, especially when they get into the age of college solicitation. I don't know what Schoollinks, if I wasn't a board member, I of course know what it is, but I wouldn't have known if I wasn't familiar with it. So I think I would suggest that our own PR department push that out, and the high schools could then share it onto their sites and say, do you know what Schoollinks is? Do you know what it could do for you? Especially with Bright Futures. So if I recall, you said that Bright Futures would be fully functioning in the next fall? This fall. Okay. So that's good because I think parents, that's going to be your first question. How can you help me with scholarships, even though it does a million other things? And I can tell you that, and unfortunately, I just clicked it from the portal and there's an error in preventing me from providing the Schoollinks at this time. But I'm going to go through it myself, and I don't know if that's a web error or just an error in general. But I think helping the schools with a message from our district, because they have the largest followers, that it would be helpful because parents don't know that Schoollinks belongs under our umbrella, and this would be a way to share it. Thank you.
Ms. Wyatt?
Thank you. I appreciate the updated timeline. I just want to confirm all of the meetings that were slated for July and August actually happened. Okay.
Yes.
Because we've been given timelines before that we find out after the fact are not real timelines. As far as the work-based learning, I know you indicated there were 600 that applied, only 200 were eligible. Were they not eligible because they weren't in academies, because they weren't the right?
They weren't in a CTE class or their age.
Okay.
They might have been a 9th grader, and we focus on 10th.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're not limiting students, that they can only be eligible for work-based learning if they're in a CTE program.
If I had a bigger pot of money,
Okay.
but I have to limit it to the amount of money that we had in the grant. And as we grow that money, and we had a sponsor that sponsored 3 of those students, so we were allowed to offer 3 more seats than we would have because one of our partners through our Academy Advisory Board paid for 3. So as more of that evolves and as our partners become more aware, that would open more doors. But we tried to tie them to their Career Academy of Interest for sure.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're not, and I think there's a difference between work-based learning opportunities and the program that we run through CTE where we can pay for people to have internships.
And they can log their opportunities that they have on their own. They can put their own entries. So if they did an internship somewhere that wasn't part of the system, they're able as a student to go in and say, I had this opportunity and I did so many hours. Now, it wouldn't necessarily be signed off by somebody, but that's a place that they can also track it.
But the goal is that businesses will advertise the opportunities.
Yes, and
to our
then there's
students.
the board that the businesses can put their own opportunities up, and then the student can apply through those opportunities as well. So I don't even know how many people applied for the Polk County Sheriff's opportunity because it goes to their link from our page.
But we should be able to get access to that information.
It's their application, it's not ours.
But we should be able to see how many people
Probably
have
see how many
applied.
people click the link, possibly, yes.
Okay. Because it takes them directly to their website, or they apply it through?
They apply through the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
So that's just one of the examples I'm aware of.
Okay.
And Lakeland Regional has their volunteer opportunity. So that opportunity is out there, and a student would go through their pathway, not completely through School Links to apply for that, because that's open to anybody all over the county.
Okay. So when businesses are putting their information, it's not, is there a way that they can apply through School Links if they want the application to be
Could
through
if
School
they
Links?
wanted us to build it that way for them.
Okay. But they,
It's a lot, many of them, as we started, already had their own
Right.
platforms and things established, so.
I'm thinking more if a small business says, hey, I'll host an intern, you know, it's
We
going to be
could help.
unpaid, but I'll
We could
host an
help build
internship
that.
this summer.
Yes.
We have to be involved in building it, or can they
They can build it as a partner once they're approved in the system, yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're not limiting that you can only do work-based learning if
no,
you're in a
no.
CTE program, because that's very much what it sounds like. And I understand, you know, leaving it up to business partners. You know, I'm a medical entity. I really would prefer to have somebody that's been through a medical academy. That's great. But you also may have an IB student that doesn't have room in their schedule to be in a medical academy that's going to go on and be the next, you know, U.S. Surgeon General. So I want to make sure that we're not limiting students based on what their class availability is.
The intention moving forward is not to do that, but we're not going to sit here and say that that's not what's happening right now.
Correct.
I think the point of that is that the funding that's available for us to supplement that is very specific and comes from a specific funding source. So we don't have additional revenue to expand that.
Support
But as far as partners are concerned, there's no restriction, and that's not the intent of the program. The intent is to provide students with multiple opportunities to pursue with any of our business partners, as long as they're vetted.
I think my question is different than what is being discussed. When will it be up and running that there are work-based learning opportunities that any student can have access to?
As soon as those business partners sign up and indicate that they have an interest and they have opportunities.
And are we going back and doing, because originally, to CTE's credit, they did an incredible job of getting business partners online based on the original timeline 18 months ago. So are we going back and connecting with those business partners to say, hey, we're really doing this now? There's
part of
students
our-
online.
It's part of our advisory board meeting agenda in every meeting that I have, so that'll be 4 times a year. It has been pushed to the head of programs to promote it at the school levels and those advisory board opportunities. And then whenever we're in the public, we're sharing the link for them to sign up and be our partner.
So we may need to share that more with chambers and other business groups.
So when we present to chambers, so Paxton Wiggum in my office was at the Education Lakeland Chamber event last week. She was able to get a new partner signed up through School Links through that meeting.
Okay. I know Superintendent Hyde, I had shared these concerns last year when this was so delayed, that because our academies team did such a great job getting business partners on early when we thought they were going to be ready, I do have some concerns that we need to circle back with them, because when you have somebody sign up for something and then it's dormant for over a year, it's hard to get them back engaged. So, but I'm excited this is finally up and running, and we have some hopefully good momentum soon in that area.
I would like to add, we do have a specific webpage dedicated on our PCPS website, dedicated to School Links. It will have monthly updates that coincide with the focus with our APCs and counselors. So that's part of our communication plan. That was launched back in May when we introduced it to families via the big media launch. We did have help from PR at that point, and they did do some social media posts for us when we sent all those communications out in May. So we will continue that into September. We actually have some templates already drafted that will be pushed out soon. We wanted to let the school year start. We did provide them the flyer at orientation with QR codes that take them to the website where they can learn more, how to log in, how to do all the things. So I just want the board to know we are being very intentional with the communication plan month by month, and that our PR team is very much involved. Also, we do have an outside provider, I'm sorry, Mr. Hyde, that has been onboarded to support the business partnership piece, has gone through all the formal processes, NDPAs, all the things needed to work side by side with partners on that side of the house, helping them build their pages.
Sorry, Ms. Rouse. Recognizing Dr. Allen.
Yeah, thanks, Superintendent. Yeah, great rollout. I do love the instructional design too built around this. I think the scope and sequence is really important. This was a key feature that separates out the state-based initiative. So the 6th grade comparative to 9th grade. How many community partners currently do we have? Do you know? Yeah, see, I mean, yeah.
Sorry.
And we'll continue to grow and scale that. So,
It's at least 200, I would say.
yeah, that's great. That's exciting to see. So students have access to that within our community. Thanks to Dr. Ryder as well, and huge advocacy around this with Connect Ed Polk. So thanks, Superintendent. That's all
Just
I
did a
have.
podcast yesterday. I haven't received the edited version yet with Elevate Polk. We actually did 2 podcasts with them, one of which focused on school links and the benefit because they want to use their outreach to find small business partners who may or may not be attending our meetings or be aware of these opportunities. But the young lady who runs the podcast with her co-host from Elevate Polk was a previous Inside PCPS
Nice.
participant and was so happy with school links and the progress that the district was making that she wanted to make sure that she was able to leverage that platform to advertise further because they do a lot of mentoring and counseling for small businesses to help them. And so we were very clear that opportunities don't have to be a semester long, a year long. It could be a few hours a week. The goal here is to have students identify based off their interest inventory or that Myers-Briggs inventory. I haven't heard that in a long time. What potential career pathways they're interested in. And then within that, how do we align those and then allow our business community and partners to basically advertise to students. And there's a lot to this platform that hasn't been discussed yet. And Ms. Miller was asking about utilization. We will know who's not using the system. Counselors, if anything, at some point this year will start to get inundated with emails from the system itself. So once a student has identified a potential career pathway or an area of interest, whether it's college readiness or career readiness, it develops a plan for that student to ensure that they meet that goal. Anytime that student deviates from that goal, a message is sent to the student, a message is ultimately sent to the parent, and a message is sent to the counselor so that they can convene again and say, hang on, are you shifting? Or why are you not taking the classes that rolling for classes that you should be taking to make sure you maintain that trajectory? And as we try, especially in the career tech ed and workforce areas, as we try to ensure that kids get at least 3 years, successive years of CET participation, that's incredibly important to make sure that those students understand this was your plan, this is how you get there. And the inclusion of 6th grade obviously allows us to do that planning much, much earlier. But I like the communication process because it's not a static communication platform. It doesn't rely, what we really liked about this and what's most important about it, it doesn't rely on somebody having to go into the system and log in to search for information. It is a proactive system that intuitively messages anytime something changes. So parents get updates, students get updates, staff get updates. So there's a lot to this process and this platform. We were initially delayed, as Ms. Wyatt pointed out, but I think we've more than made up for that this year with the comprehensive launch across all schools and all grade levels. And this continues to be a major point of emphasis. Ms. Everett's done a great job working, as the team have, at meeting with counselors and school administrators. This is our platform. There is no other platform. This is it. We're fully vested. We're going to make this work, and it's good for kids. So that's the ultimate piece. So thank you for that.
So I'm curious what your acronym would be for Myers-Briggs. I'm at ENFP. Do you remember?
I do not remember.
Okay.
I had to look them up. Like, I remember some,
Used to
but.
be on the badges, wasn't it?
I'm a green in true colors. That's what I remember. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Great job. All right, board members, the next item up. Board members, you may recall there were 2 contracts that we initially started with because they happened to be 2 of our larger contracts. As it relates to district partners, One was our substitute services, and the other one was our custodial services. Both have been put out, and this is the culmination of the RFP that went out for substitute services. So I believe it's Mr. Warren.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Superintendent Hyde.
Good afternoon, sir.
Board members. I'm here to report out today on the Polk County Public Schools Substitute Teaching Services RFP. I wanted to take a moment and talk about how we got here. It seemed like just several months ago we were here discussing RFIs and RFPs. That elapsed into this timeline of events. On April 20th, we publicly advertised our RFP for substitute teaching services. On June 30th, we took our 6 proposals that were presented and started our phase 1 evaluations with our evaluation committee. At the end of the phase 1 evaluation process, we shortlisted 2 vendors. At the end of the phase 1 process, we had ESS Southeast with 91.33 points out of 100 and Kelly Services with 95.67 points out of 100. On July 29th, we went into phase 2 of our evaluations, and that was where we called the vendors back to make presentations to the evaluation committee, and we conducted interviews with them. Again, ESS coming back out of 20 points possible, earning 17.23. Kelly Services earning 19.33 points out of 20. On the same day of the Phase 2 evaluation vendor presentations, the evaluation committee recommended the award of the substitute teaching service RFP to Kelly Services based on the total points of 115 points out of 120 for Kelly Services, and in second, ESS Southeast with 108.57 points out of 120. Following the 29th, on August 3rd through the 6th, we posted a notice of recommended bid award. And on August 6th, we received a notice of ESS intent to protest. Later, that was withdrawn. This is, I believe, wrong. This was on August 17th, ESS withdrew the intent to protest. And on August 25th, the presentation of solicitation and evaluation is before you now in work session. It would be our plan to bring this before you September the 8th for recommendation to the board for award. As we went through the process, it was 2 phases, as you've already heard. I wanted to give you a little idea of how vendors sought to earn the 100 points in the RFP. The bullets outlined the criteria that the committee evaluated. It was recruitment, retention, and outreach. It was screening and hiring, training, staffing and dispatch, timekeeping and payroll, invoicing and e-payables, system, how they would integrate with Frontline and our systems within Polk County Public School, reporting and accountability measures, service management. We were looking for vendors with 3 years of K-12 experience of comparable size and complexity, with preference provided for Florida school district experience, adequate financial resources and staffing to implement at the scale of Polk County, and also a daily fill rate greater than or equal to 95%, and then pricing. When we went into phase 2, which was a 20-point process, with the 2 vendors being called back, we were looking for presentation 10 points where they would provide an understanding of our district needs. They would outline recruitment and staffing strategies and operational readiness to have local support implementation or reporting. And then in the interview process or questions of clarification, we were looking for responsiveness to questions, credibility and demonstrated expertise, and overall confidence and ability to perform. When you look at the award to Kelly Services, I wanted to provide a summary of why and how Kelly earned the 115 points. They were the highest overall of the combined phases. They demonstrated experience supporting large school districts. They support over 9,000 schools across 37 states, 9 Florida school districts, including Polk. And I wanted to take a moment and just say we are with Kelly, partnering with Kelly. They are represented by the school districts you can see here. I'm not going to read through each of them, but you can see a total of 73 years experience, multiple districts with relationships greater than 11 years. and bringing on new districts as well. Proven substitute staffing performance, as they're already in Florida with school districts partnering with them for a longevity of greater than 11 years. They had a strong recruitment and retention strategies. They had a strategic plan, robust in-person events. They have targeted community outreaches, and they engage with retirees. They have sub-recognitions. They provide bonuses and benefits to them. They have comprehensive reporting and accountability measures. In Florida, they totaled over 1.3 million absences that they filled in the school year 25-26 with an average of 98.1% fill rates across all their districts. Specifically for Polk County, 99.3% fill rate in Polk for the first semester of 25-26, covering 88,679 absences. They have on-demand real-time reporting and custom reporting, and they had a strong phase 2 interview and presentation, understanding Polk's needs. So I'm bringing to you what the evaluation, or what the committee brings to you is the best overall value to the district. Their bill rate was lower than other vendors. They offer forecasting and planning for staffing demands based on trends and specialized substitutes for specific programs. And that would be the conclusion of our presentation today.
Dr. Allen?
Thanks, Superintendent. I just want to reiterate that if I'm going to be an informed board member on this particular issue, I think I need more information. This presentation is not sitting in my agenda item, and I've got a one-sheet evaluative with a rubric reflecting on the day today. The clinic vendor strategy, to me, is a really good standard of how you can present data and the outcomes of an RFP. So I just want to say that first of all. So I think, I think the board deserves a lot more information. The RFP is not here. I've never seen the RFP. I think that would be much appreciated. Historical data as well is missing. Cost. I don't even know what the cost is of this RFP. I mean, this is, oh man, I'm reflecting on the budget document that we're putting out for the referendum as well. It says that we're evaluating these legacy contracts from an efficiency standpoint. So this contract we've had with Kelly Services has been 12 years, right? I don't know anything from a historical data standpoint of how much this has increased over our 12 years, right, as a board. I think that's important to me, and the performance of that in general. I know we've got some highlights here, but that document is not in my agenda item. So I think the board deserves a much more complete picture of this. So those are my comments just to start the conversation.
I think there's some confusion, though, and I'm going to need some clarification from the board. This item is not up for approval this evening.
Oh, no, not at all, but this is a work session.
And the purpose of the workshop is to provide the board with information, and then subsequent to that, the board can request additional documents and information. So we will take your comments and note those, and we will be more than happy to bring this back at a subsequent board workshop. But and also respectfully, none of this was requested prior to today's meeting. So
yeah, I've refreshed my system daily, waiting on documents to show up, because sometimes they do.
then there could have been a request saying, I'd like to see the following. Are we getting the following, as other board members do for other topics? So we'll respond. We'll bring that back into the next workshop. But wanted to point that out today. And maybe there's some confusion on my part about the purpose of a workshop. Is to allow the board to get initial information and then subsequently request additional documentation or information or get questions answered, bring it back to the next workshop, and then it can be voted on.
You've got to hear me, though, right? I mean, the lack of information, I shouldn't have to pry for information. It should be given to us. So that's my point. That's all I have right now.
Ms. Miller?
Mr. Warren.
Yes, ma'am.
This is one of the hotter topics of the district, like healthcare. I sat in the audience 11 years ago when this was passed at a very high rate, which they discussed. The performance, performance standards I need to see, Hill guarantees I need to see, and the cost. I remember the cost from the first time this was presented, and I'm not sure if you were probably not in the position presenting because you were in another position. But yeah, there's nothing here that I could vote on. I would like to see more information, and I guess the healthcare one was so extensive because there's so much questions about that. But this is one we get weekly inquiries about not only, and I like the information you presented, but I'd like to know feedback on the quality of subs that we're getting, especially for areas like ESC and things like that. I need more information before I can vote on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be happy to bring information back to you.
Thank you.
Ms. Fields?
Thank you. All I needed to request is just the information that you presented today. That's all I need. Thank you.
Mr. Sharpless?
So some information that I would request. I would like to know composition of phase 1 and phase 2. Who are the people evaluating this? Mainly because I know when we brought this up, the RFP and the idea, I'm just one board member, but I specifically said that I would like to see people who are going to be daily using this service to have some sort of evaluation in there. Were there any of our school administrators part of this committee? Were there people that are actually, getting substitutes or guest teachers or however you want to call them in our schools and actually working with the companies? So were they part of this? I don't know, which again, that's why I'm asking for kind of some information back, like who was part of these committees. And then with that, with the PowerPoint, obviously, just like Mrs. Field said, I would like to have that also. That would help me to be able to make an informed decision. And I know this isn't coming back until September, so we have some time to review. But that would help me. And then another thing that potentially would help me too is, you have the information there. What do the rubrics look like that we actually score them on? I'm not asking for the actual rubrics and of the individuals, but just like at the template, like what are we scoring them on, and how are those point values totaled?
I can provide those samples for you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Wyatt?
Thank you. I want to just, because you asked about, making sure that we're all on the same page as what a work session is. I think this is a great example of, I think there is some confusion, but I think that's because sometimes we receive all of the information before the meeting. Sometimes we have a PowerPoint shown to us during the meeting that we don't have a copy of, that I think there needs to be some consistency of, are we always going to get the information before? Is the expectation that we are reviewing all of that information and having questions to you beforehand? If it's really, this is our opportunity to ask questions, then this would be once we see a PowerPoint, that's what we should be asking questions on. So that may be a good retreat topic. But I think that there is a disconnect because some items are handled one way, some items are handled the other way. And oftentimes it's, insurance, for example, we're hearing 2 insurance proposals today that we have to vote on by September, and we're really already too late to vote on them in 2 weeks. So when is it this is urgent and we have to do it versus when is it we've got some time on this, I think weighs into that a little bit. But as a board member, it would be helpful to know for specific items leading up because we do oftentimes get things added at the meeting, or if there's not a presentation in the agenda, we get one that's given to us, though we have consistently requested for copies of those ahead of time. We often don't have a printed copy in our email or attached. So it would be helpful to get some direction from you as to which way you would like us to go.
Okay. Mr. Keys?
Spent a lot of time on it. I'm just going to echo, I think, all the questions that were asked as far as the additional information are very valuable and to help us to be informed. And I think also I was kind of confused on it as well, what that was, but I think it's, like Ms. White said, it's a perfect example of why we do what we do today, to gather some more information. So I'm anxious to see the response for the information being requested so we're able to review that.
All right, Mr. Warren.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Board members, the next item up before you is an update on artificial intelligence for the district, and that will be presented by Mr. Hancock.
Good afternoons. Superintendent Hyde, board members, I hope you have my PowerPoint that I put on the agenda. Sorry, some levity. Just as a data and jumping off point, we have had 4,000 unique users in the district of Copilot since January 1st. So that's across teachers, paras, district staff, administrators. We also sent a survey out last week, went out in the district weekly communication at the end of the week. We've had about 400 respondents. About a third of those are elementary school teachers, about a third of those are high school teachers, on just their familiarity with AI, what programs they use, how they use it. We had some very unique responses, which I will share with Mr. Hyde this morning. Don't want to get into those too much, but they show that we are having artificial intelligence used in our districts without necessarily some guidelines. So I just wanted to start with that data as a jumping off point. We are currently in a partnership with the University of Florida. It is called the Strategic Planning and Readiness for Knowledge Group. We are working with 5 other Florida districts and meeting. We have met 3 times. We have our 4th meeting this Friday. We will meet 6 or 7 more times during the year to go about how to implement and to bounce ideas off each other, how to implement these programs in Florida in a safe, secure manner. So in partnership with them, they have started this K-12 AI task force. It's very, very interesting. I put those 2 links in the PowerPoint. One of them is a policy stack, which has guidelines and procedures. I will get into that in a minute. And the second part is the profile of an AI-ready graduate. I think I would implore you to read that. It doesn't talk about an actual use of anything. It talks about what a good adult-ready student should look like. And I think if you read it, you'd be like, yep, that's definitely what we would like a Polk County high school graduate to be able to do. So we are framing all of our work around those 2 documents. So the first semester, so the 3-year plan layout, and I will speak to, I heard Ms. Everett talk about this earlier. I don't know if we'll ever get to the 3rd year in terms of this, because I think what will happen is people will jump on and it will become a grassroots kind of take hold, given the data I've already shared with you. But we have 3 years. First semester, we're going to talk about infrastructure and policies and guidance, and that will be the first semester. Then we'll start with a teacher pilot. In year 2, we will roll that out to all staff, then hopefully have a student pilot, and that student pilot will really be about gathering data, and the teacher pilot, about gathering data on where we need professional development. This is very similar to how we rolled out the daily lessons with schools about 3 years ago. So this is a very similar model of structure. And I apologize, there is one of these dates is wrong on this. So that first semester, we have, first semester, year 1, we are having subcommittees, these 3 subcommittees that are there for you to see. We present to the principals on the 23rd of July, principals and administrators, I say all administrators. Within that, we are asking people to volunteer, and you're asking who would be volunteering for these committees. We are asking this committee to be made up of representatives from Division of Schools, Teaching and Learning. We would like an administrator from each level to be on each group. We would like district operational team members to be on this group. Parent community members. We have a DAC member that is currently signed up, and we have tentatively selected to be in one of the groups. Teachers, we have secured funding for teachers to have substitutes to be in this, because it will happen during the school day, and students. So we want everyone's voice to be heard in these groups about what should be happening in Polk County Public Schools around AI. And I do want to clarify that October 2nd date should be October 5th. So if you do know someone that is interested in signing up, that QR code is live. We have tentatively looked through who we've had sign up at this point. It's been approximately a month. We have 100-ish people that have asked to be on those committees. We're going to try to keep it somewhere between 30 and 45, about 10 to 15 on each committee, to and make sure it's balanced. And I will say this: we're not picking my friends. I will say we asked on the interest form, if you'd like to read it, why you should be on the committee. I will say one of the people we have tentatively selected has said that AI should not be in Polk County schools whatsoever. So we do want to have, I think, winning over, and when I say winning over, I'm not there to win anyone over. I'm there to get the perspectives and have people tell us how we should govern it. All right, you don't believe this should happen. How should we make this happen if it's going to? Because we already have people doing it. So let's figure out how we can make this happen. And then lastly, I kind of want to put this together for you. This is the policy stack. So we already have a policy. I understand that. And I see the Neola proposed policy. And we have academic integrity plans. We have student code of conduct. We have a lot of these things that are proposed here. Our recommendation is we take these subcommittees, look at these policies and procedures and guidelines, and come back to you with a recommendation as to this is what this group thinks, this is what the people of Polk County think, and for you to then act on that particular thing. I will say one thing that is not really clear is a complaint procedure. This is University of Florida, not me. They use complaint. We're saying parent feedback form. We would like very much to try to model that after what we do with books and have that in place ahead of time in case there's some type of response from parents that they feel this is not going well. So we want to be forward approach to this. I'm not here to make policy or tell anyone that we're going to use this particular item. What we're looking to do in all of this is to get the community's feedback, come to you with some recommendations, and then move along from there.
What will come along with that are all of the policy revisions that will be required. That should the board adopt that, all of these policies will have to be amended either to include specific language related to artificial intelligence and what allowances we will have, or provisions to prohibit usage if they need to be explicitly stated. And then admin procedure will follow. But since, as he showed here, all of the policy stack that we currently have, anything we do is likely to require, because the board just last year adopted some restrictions and protections for staff in particular about their images being used, things of that nature. So there will be a requirement, but I'd like to bring those all together at one time so that we can review them all. There is obviously a timeline for policy revision where it has to be advertised, so it won't, even though the board approves, we'll put that out for the public hearing and do our due notice, but at least you'll see the comprehensive approach so that all the language conforms, and then subsequent to that, if there's any changes to the student code of conduct, that will have to follow as well. But that'll have to be done in that same time frame, because we can't have the student code of conduct be in conflict with what we just adopted in policy. So we'll have to make sure that those are all aligned. So that involves multiple departments. But Jeff and his team have done a fantastic job. I will say thank you to Ms. Wallace and Dr. Allen. They both pushed for us to consider participating in this program. I was initially reluctant, because anytime somebody comes to you and says, hey, we're here to help, right? So at the end of the day, it has been beneficial, because what it's allowing all the districts involved to do is establish a standardized approach rather than 67 independent districts trying to do this on their own. And there's a lot of relevance to that. So anyways, wanted to make sure I added to that. So, Ms. Miller.
Thank you for this presentation. It's great. I love what you're doing. I can tell that we're leading the charge on this, and I appreciate that, even though it's not going to be an easy conversation. I can tell you we've had local charter reach out. I've had parents reach out to me because they're going to follow our lead, and there's been some discipline issues at one of our charter partners. because they don't have they're just trying to do the best they can where they're at. And we run into equity issues when we do that with the students. And that's one of my concerns that maybe we can get more information on as you work. We're going to have an equity issue because whether it's appropriate or inappropriate, which I have a creative writing student who will tell you it's all inappropriate, but just like your adult, so you'll have students on both sides of this as well. But when we do decide what can be used and how it's used, there's going to be an equity issue because our devices are locked into certain things where kids can access. If kids can go home and access different equipment and different devices and different ways to create their work, they're going to have an advantage. I don't know that we'll be able to do anything with that, but if we have rules that we set that we can kind of maintain and guide, I think it will help. But I love the phased-in approach. I also know that it will change quickly as technology changes and as other regulations change. So I look forward. I would offer you a board person to sit in on that, but it would be lively conversation that will change daily, I'm sure, as you figure out how it will work for us. So I'm interested in the results from it, but I do want us to keep in mind that we will have an equity issue just like anything we have, even in the arts. We have students that have access to certain equipment that other students don't have access to, just like athletics. So we have to keep in mind that in the end, what they're producing, we want to bring it to the most equal playing field. So when it's judged for scholarships and everything else, that we have kids working in the same direction with at least partial fairness given as much as we can in those limiting circumstances. So thank you for that, and I look forward to seeing your work.
Ms. Wyatt?
Thank you. The first link is not working. If you can send it to us, the EdSafe AI Alliance Policy Governance, that would be great. I appreciate that we're doing a committee for this. Is there anyone outside of the district being represented on the committee other than DAC?
Any parent, community member, we have right now, I think there was like 13 or 14 parents.
Where has sign up information been? Because I haven't. The only place I've seen it is in the district correspondence. So
It was given to principals at the July 23rd back to school meeting to disseminate.
So
and we put it in the district weekly as well.
It concerns me that I have not seen it anywhere but the district weekly, which makes me believe that probably of our 116,000 students times 2 parents, probably those 230,000 parents also have not seen it anywhere else.
We did ask for the survey to be put up on the website. I can't confirm that it is on there or is not on there today.
I just want to make sure that information is going out. In the presenter notes, it talks about a school board representative for the committee. Is that?
So that was originally one of the requests through Spark is that you had a school board representative. However, with this coming so late, I was like, I don't know if I want to say yes that we have to have that and pencil myself in, but you are more than welcome. If you send someone's name to me, I will put them on the committee.
Okay, I appreciate that. So that is all set for any of the subcommittees if we want to submit someone.
Yes, ma'am.
And is the first meeting is really the day of our next school board meeting, or is that the typo date? Okay.
That is accurate.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Getting space was
I mean, when we all have to be here, there's plenty of space at Jim Miles.
that's where it's going to be held.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Fields?
I just want to thank you all for being proactive because it's out there and we've had a conversation about it before. And so now we're coming up with some procedures and plans. So thank you all. And thank you, Superintendent Hyde, for, I'm sure, leading the charge.
Thank you. But that's Jeff's job. Ms. Wallace? Yes, ma'am.
Just quickly echoing my colleagues' thoughts. Thank you, Jeff. And I just wanted to make one quick comment too, that not only is this about how we're preparing our students from a curriculum and guardrails for them, but I'm thinking about all the upsides for our staff. I was thrilled to hear that 4,000 staff are using Copilot, and there's a lot of opportunities for good things. So I just want our staff or anybody watching to know that we're all across the working world AI, when applied appropriately, can help us reduce the amount of mundane tasks to help us do more student-facing, public-facing, interpersonal-facing jobs, because that's one of the number one things we hear about is paperwork and mundane things. And what I'm thinking of as a board member and a member of the business community is the ways that if we get this right, we're going to be able to help improve the quality of life for our employees and then be able to help them do what they're there to do, which is serve the students and our families. So again, thank you for your leadership. Thank you, Superintendent. I'm glad to hear that this is helping us and that we're on track. So thank you.
Chair Sharpless?
First, I'll start with Superintendent. We all know the real reason that you were hesitant in partnering with Impact Florida is because it's at the University of Florida. Go Gators! I know that Seminole.
1,000% true.
We know that garnet and gold in your blood that doesn't come out. I had to. But to be serious,
Nobody looks good in orange. Oh, sorry.
only orange and blue. Anyhow, okay, let's focus. So I do have one question about the plan itself. So year one, teacher pilot, right? And so I was wondering, do we have any specific many metrics or anything that we're measuring to determine, hey, okay, or is this just checking a box that year one we're doing teacher pilot and then we're ready to go to year two? Or is there something that we're achieving that we said, okay, now we're ready to move on to year two?
So this might sound like I'm building the plane as we're flying, but we've built the plane like this before as we were flying. So we're going to, and I say that with daily lessons, we kind of have a ballpark of how to do this. We plan to look and see what ideas are coming out of the semester one group of individuals. We have some tech liaisons that have worked over the last couple of years that we've asked to be in this first semester. They're going to likely be our pilot group that we are going to utilize. And yes, we will be asking the first semester group, what should we see to say that we've achieved success before we roll this out? And then we use those tech liaisons to be architects, if you will, at contact day and for the rest of the district the following year. So
how we'll determine if we're successful or not is basically from the participants themselves.
Correct.
Okay.
And the parents. And I think it's important that we ask the group, how do we measure this? Because it's not going to be super transparent. It's not a test score, right? So it's going to be a little bit different. I will tell you from the data that we've got back, very few of our teachers are using AI to collect data. So that might be a metric where we use they collect student data from things they produce. And when I say data, their scores, their ability on X or Y. So they're using it to formulate small groups and do that in a much quicker manner than sitting there and sorting papers. So there's an opportunity to do that. It would need to be guided. Obviously, it would have to be safeguarded, and that's why we're doing that first. What can we do within our platforms to ensure that our student data doesn't leave the district? But the teacher can use it, teachers can use it in order to formulate, what should I be doing next with students? What should I be doing with this group of students and this group of students? I'm just telling you that's one possible avenue. I'm going to lead the conversation. I'm not going to guide the conversation. The parents and the community members, teachers, students, they should be the ones guiding the conversation. I'll just lead it.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. And Superintendent, go Gators.
Miss Wyatt.
You really are outnumbered here with the Gators, Superintendent Hyde. You should be so lucky. For the safety committee, do we have anyone from the Sheriff's Department AI team serving on that? I know Ryan stepped out. He knew I was going to.
Stepped out. He was staying for
conveniently.
So we did talk about it in the hallway. Well, we talked about the committee in the hallway.
Okay. I just, if none of you have shadowed in that department, I would highly encourage you spending an afternoon with them. It is both shocking and terrifying all at the same time, just the capabilities. So I would encourage us to have someone from that committee. I mean, they are nationally renowned at this point. I would encourage us to have somebody from that group serving on that committee. I also just would encourage us, as we're looking at Parents' Bill of Rights, to how this is going into that, because AI and how we are using students' data, whether protected in our sphere or not with generative AI, is, I have a feeling, going to become a Parents' Bill of Rights issue. So we probably should be looking at that as we are building this plane. So, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Hancock. There are no further questions or comments.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Board members, the next item up is the Pharmacy Benefits Manager, the remarketing of the program. And Ms. King will be presenting.
Thank you. Board Chair Sharpless and Superintendent Hyde and board members, thank you. I'm back again to talk about our pharmacy RFP. Last time we were out was 2024, so it wasn't long ago, but our current program allowed for a market check. So as you know, we had brought in Fleet since that time. So looking at our current arrangement, they knew there was money on the table to look at. So they took a look at our program. And so I have, actually I have Alliant Insurance Services, and I have them here with us today to Jim Powell to go over the quick RFP results and what they did for us. And he's going to take some time to go over that with you. Jim.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you. Good afternoon, y'all. Good to see you again. I am the fleet broker on medical, pharmacy, and stop loss. So those are the areas that we specialize in. You heard from Marcia earlier on the clinics, and we do the medical, pharmacy, and stop loss. And as Linda mentioned, as we looked at the financials, we thought, you know, the markets have improved pretty dramatically over the last couple of years. So this area is really a great area where Fleet has brought some great savings to the member schools. You know, we've run several of these, and the results have just been spectacular. So as you see here, we get right into what we were looking for, you know, transparency, improvement in financials, and we found several vendors that really delivered some great results in the $6 million range. Pretty substantial. So we did review results. We had a meeting with the SIC committee, narrowed it down to a couple of finalists, Rightway and Optum, and they presented, took back some questions, answered those questions, and then we looked through disruption, and the committee made a recommendation of Rightway. Oop, I skipped the slides. There we go. So you can see, here's where we started. Had we not run this RFP, frankly, this year, then the January 27 cost would be what you see here on the left side. That was the last year of the contract and the pricing metrics that were there. And we just, I may have skipped this, but we ran a full 12 months of claims through each of these models. So we took each proposer's bid, ran your actual claim utilization through that, and said, what would that look like for the next year? And so that's what you're looking at here. So Welldyne came back in, improved their financials at the note of $1.9 million. We saw 5.7 million savings from Optum. That was one of the finalists that the SIC interviewed. CVS, 6.3 million. All very close, you know, 6.3 million with ESI. MedImpact a little lower, and then Rightway, 6.1 million. So pretty nice pickup on a $39 million expenditure line. We also looked at disruption. You know, we want to minimize member noise, member disruption, you know, they have to change scripts, that sort of thing. A couple of points I'll make. Every pharmacy company has their own formulary. That's their preferred list. They also change those twice a year. They change them in July and January. So even if you stayed with a current vendor, their formulary would change for January 1, and there would be some disruption. So it's just something we're always dealing with, but what we try to do is, with this snapshot in time of your claims, minimize the member disruption as much as possible. So what we really focus on is drugs that are excluded by that formulary, the new one, and people would have to change to a new script. And we found, fortunately, that most of the top disrupted scripts were over-the-counter scripts. I mean, it's kind of interesting. So you don't even need a script for those things. So for the Right Way program that we're recommending along with the SIC, very minimal disruption. We looked at the broad list of disruption as well with the SIC, and Linda just pointed out as she looked at the People One formulary, they actually cover some of these scripts in the People One program. So people might not have to change at all. You know, they can go to the clinic, and of course we want to drive as much utilization of the clinic as we can. So that is our recommendation. It's pretty good news for you. Great vendor. Concierge service. They'll reach out to these disrupted people in November, 2 months before the plan will take effect, and talk to them about changing scripts, reach out to their physician, make that path very easy for people. That's one of the things we like about this company. We have several clients with them. The transitions have been great, you know, just really smooth.
Thank you. Mr. Sharpless?
So, I mean, there will be some disruption, right? If it's switched. The question is, if the current Welldine, who we're currently with, if we stayed with them, that would be the most minimal disruption of them all, because it's obviously the current one. Right? So anytime you switch companies, there will be a disruption. So my question is, Welldine, who's our current vendor, have they been given an opportunity to price match based on what now Right Way is, the savings that they're able to get us? I mean, have we had that conversation? Have we had a conversation about saying, hey, this is what Right Way has offered, and can you match that or not, to minimize that disruption while getting us the best return on value?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. We had a whole formal bid process. When we got Welldine's first proposal, our pharmacy team actually reached out and coached them on how to make it better. Just interesting.
Gotcha. But have they had the chance to go back now?
So through that process, they improved their offer and they submitted. And in June, when we stopped the bid you have a process and then you stop and then you make a recommendation. So that's what happened. Okay. Their final bid came in. It said best and final offer.
Gotcha.
So we took them at their word for that. And frankly, in our RFP, it says, please submit your best and final up front. We don't want a lot of back and forth. You know, it just gets, interesting sometimes, shall we say.
Understood.
So we asked in the RFP, and so all the vendors did that. So the Welldine, we tried to show them a little more deference since they're the incumbent. We try to do that because there is, sometimes pain in moving, but.
I do appreciate that. I think between now and when we actually vote for this, I believe the vote would be on September 8th. I think it's worth a conversation. I would be only one board member, but I would request that, maybe a conversation with Welldine to see if they could price match that, just to minimize, because I know we have a lot of employees, and if at all possible, we could not change and disrupt them, it would be best. But, again, I understand that RFP process wouldn't lend itself to that, but I think we got through the RFP process now, and I think maybe to see if we could go back and see if they could match what the company is offering. I think that would be best.
Yeah, they all have different metrics, the way these prices, so it's not just saying, all right, here's this exact car and it's going to cost $32 million.
I understand. Listen, I want to save our district money too. Don't get me wrong.
There's so many metrics in this thing. It's not just targeting in on one thing. It's not quite that simple. Unfortunately, there's a lot involved in it. But we did give them many opportunities to improve their bid during the fleet bid process, and actually help them improve their number through the process. For that reason. So when we bring something to you and make a recommendation, that is the final. That's as good as it gets.
Okay. But respectfully, it defeats the whole purpose of the RFP process. And I would ask Mr. Green to actually comment, because if you're going to offer that opportunity to one vendor, you now have to offer that opportunity to every vendor to price match. The whole point of them offering a submission and coming in and presenting to the committee is for them to provide their BAFO, their best and final offer. To come back after the fact and say, oh, we can do better, respectfully, then why didn't you sharpen your pencil the first time?
I understand, but my number one priority is our employees and to minimize that disruption. And if that's my opinion. I'm only one board member, but that's my opinion.
No, but there was a comment saying you would like them to go back and do that, and
Yeah, I
I'm
would.
commenting saying respectfully, it's either we re-advertise the RFP entirely or we don't. Because I don't want to get into a bid protest with everyone else, legal challenges, because we decided to give one vendor a priority advantage over everyone else, that they got to see everybody else's test results, and then they get to submit that. And this is not a commentary about you, Mr. Sharpless, it's just for the general public, I don't believe we're even allowed to do this as part of the RFP process, so.
All right, well, that's that was my opinion, so I get it if we're not allowed to, but I think that would be what was best, but anyhow, thank you.
Ms. Miller?
Thank you. I just want to go over the presentation or what I reviewed. There's potential savings of roughly 5.8 to 6.4 million, but they're not guaranteed savings. Can you talk about which portions contractually guaranteed or what protections we have if those savings aren't realized?
Yeah, the only variable will be utilization, of course. You know, we don't know what the scripts will be next year, but a rolling 12-month of scripts is a pretty good predictor.
Okay.
You know, the discounts are all guaranteed. It's a 3-year contract. They're guaranteed. The rebates are guaranteed. So all the financial metrics, other than the variable that we always have in healthcare and pharmacy, is utilization.
So it's going to be
that's
based on, they can't guarantee savings, it's going to be based on utilization.
Right.
They're not guaranteeing a percentage.
going to be those same scripts.
Okay.
If they filled them again, what would it cost? the
Okay.
plan?
And then,
I believe we have another annual look too
Yes.
in here as well.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah, there's an annual market check as well, so we can test the market next year
to see what the
on your
savings are.
behalf. Yeah.
Okay. And you do that without us initiating that or on our, okay, so you'll do that and report back?
Fleet does that, yes.
Once, right, not you yourself, but Fleet would do that for us, and then we wouldn't have to initiate it to remind them that it's a year out. Okay, good, because that's where I think we run into some things where we could have done better, but nobody asked. And so I want to make sure.
Oh, I ask.
Okay, good. The next thing, because disruption is an issue with, and we've just gone through a disruption. I know people who have type 1 diabetes, and there was some interest in that disruption. There was listed an appeal, a medical exception process. Because the document says expectations are available only in limited situations with the non-formulary drugs medically necessary. Can you talk about that appeal so this is public and people understand that there is an appeal process? Because it's very frustrating, especially if you have someone living with that kind of illness that's lifelong, something that can't be cured with lifestyle, but it's something they need that medication, whether it's diabetes or another long-term illness. If their body is comfortable and they've just switched to one medication or device, what that appeal process is that maybe they could appeal if there's any changes made to what they're using.
Sure, yeah, that's a great question. It's interesting on diabetes, I mean, because it's so prevalent everywhere, of course,
Right.
is Right Way showed the least disruption in that area.
Okay.
All these other vendors had, one CGM or another that they would recommend. Right Way had both of them. So I found with the SIC committee, they were asking some very insightful questions about that. And as they looked at the full disruption, they said, well, it's not a problem with Right Way. So there's really not any displacement happening just with diabetes.
Okay.
But the actual appeal process is very simple through their concierge folks that I mentioned earlier.
I love that
They
you use
get-
concierge. We've heard that a lot from vendors. They provide, and not all vendors, that's a term that's used a lot, but I don't know that I've felt very concierge service.
No, you don't
It's,
actually experience it very often.
right, and so
That's why I'm highlighting it here, because
if
it
you're
really is
using it, once
different.
again, this is filmed, and I can't wait to say, we have concierge service for our employees. But no, thank you.
Bet.
Ms. Wyatt?
Lisa, the request for these to come well before now so we could approve them by August is also on film, and it's still not eligible to be used, apparently. I'm going to ask Mr. Sharpless's question a little bit differently. So he asked if we had reached out to them to see if they would match, because just to make sure that I am clear, we are mid-contract, so we don't have to make a shift based on the results of the RFP. We could just say we're not going to change right now, correct?
Sure, yeah.
So when, at any point, did Welldine reach out to us and say, if you choose not to change, we will match the lowest and best offer?
They reached out to us after the finalists were announced.
So if we were to vote not to change right now, we would be eligible to stay with Welldine, and they would honor the best and lowest. They would change their current contract to the best and lowest offer.
I don't know. I haven't seen it, so I couldn't tell you what they would do.
Okay.
I saw what they labeled as their best and final, which is the end of our RFP process, and that's what we represented.
Okay. My understanding from an email that I received while we were sitting here in this meeting is that Welldine has made it known to our team that if we choose not to move forward with selecting one of the RFP submissions, that they would be willing to continue and as of October 1st, reevaluate what their process looks like. And that, as one board member and that's responsible for doing what's best for our plan, I would be very interested in that. A big part of that is also because it is August 25th, which means this would not be approved until September, which means that they would not start making the calls for those affected until November. Any reminder as to when open enrollment closes? Before they would even start making the phone calls. So as one board member, I will not be supportive of accepting an RFP proposal. I think we have to do better in insurance and making sure that our timelines are aligned and doing what's best for our members. So that's where I will stand on this issue. Thank you.
Mr. Keys?
Yeah, I won't get into the weeds about RFPs and the way that they're designed and what goes into them. I guess my question is probably one that's easily answered. I would assume that all providers were given the same specifications on what they were bidding on, correct?
Absolutely.
So then I guess my next question is, Welldine, I seen here in the presentation that they had their current contract price and the proposal in there. And so there was almost a $2 million difference in the two. I guess I'm asking initially because I heard that there was communication, almost like the hand was held and saying, hey, you need to brush this up a little bit. And then a $2 million consideration was given. Coming from my side of the world, you give your best and final offer right up front. So a condition was made to say, oh, sharpen your pencil. Pencil still wasn't quite sharp enough, to the tune of about $4 million not sharp enough. So I guess we do need to honor the RFP process, but I do agree with some of my other colleagues that any disruption is a disruption, right? And I find it, if we have, let's go back to the beginning of our work session when we talked about providing the care of the clinics, and there was that guarantee, and I know we can't provide guarantees on that for the differences because it's based upon usage, right? But I think the savings aren't for sure, and I think based on the presentation that we're giving, we're saying that these are potentials if it just stayed level across the board. Am I interpreting that right? This would be a potential savings if you ordered or your usage was the same as it is for that 12
It's a pretty
calendar months.
objective measure, actually.
Okay, it's objective.
You're taking 12 months of actual data on your people and what they bought and assuming that replicates.
And one that's assuming that conditions change. Like I may have had, a complex surgery that I had medication for throughout, but I've came through that. So that's all I was getting at, is that I guess the first part of it is the RFP process is the RFP process. As long as they're given the same, metrics to bid on, then your best offer is your best offer. You're given a second chance to make a best offer, but your best offer is still, however much short on that. That to me is concerning, and I don't want to beat around the bush. I do acknowledge that a change is a change. There are interruptions in that, but I think that we need to be aware, again, of the last question I had, that the savings is objective. It's not truly a savings. It only is unless nothing at all changes, right? Prescriptions don't go up or down. It stays the same. That's where the savings come from. That's all.
I'm reading a statute, so I'm really going to lean on Mr. Green here, because quite frankly, what's being recommended here, according to what I'm reading, is potentially bid tampering. So maintaining, we put out an RFP, followed the different district process. Everyone was afforded the exact same opportunity to submit their best possible offer. And then now we're allowing somebody to come back after the fact and resubmit that. And then we're going to entertain keeping that without ever having negotiated a contract with this company, because they're coming back after the fact and saying, well, we'll match that price. Respectfully, why did we put out an RFP? Why did we waste months of staff time to try and improve something for our staff? There's going to be a change in insurance for our staff at some point. I'm sorry, and I know who you guys are getting emails from, respectfully. And this is coming from the committees that have reviewed this, and ultimately from our consultant who we're paying to provide us the best possible solutions. This is not just about cost efficiency. This is about what's being discussed here makes me incredibly uncomfortable, because there are legal ramifications for what's being discussed openly here this evening. For a bid protest, for other issues that will arise, simply stated, and then there's Florida statutes that are coming into play, potentially. So I'm just putting it out there for the board. My job is to protect you and make sure that you're aware of these things. And so I will ask Mr. Green to subsequently follow up with the board. There is no vote before you tonight on this topic. So I'm going to ask Mr. Green to do his due diligence and inform the board of what potential exposure you could create by allowing this to happen.
So it's still on there. I just want to state for what I was getting at. Is
Oh, no, this was not directed to you.
Okay. I just say, because my stance on that was, you're given the chance to bid on, you gave your offer, that's your offer. If I ask you for a quote on car insurance and I go and look on the different providers, I'm going to pick the one that gave me the price. I'm not going to come back to that after and say, hey, car insurance A provider, car insurance B provider just offered me a best quote. We're not buying a car here. You know what I mean? You're given the same metrics, the same quote. Sharpen your pencil and give us your best offer. Your best offer is your best offer. Otherwise, I side with you, Superintendent. Why are we going out for bid in the first place? I'm done.
Well, and then at some point, we have to renegotiate the contract. Simply stating, well, I'll match that dollar for dollar, I don't know that we have any assurance that that's accurate. As was stated, these things, the way they calculate their dollar amounts can vary. So I'm just cautioning the board. This has nothing to do with the actual recommendation. It's the process that's being discussed here this evening that causes me a great deal of concern. And quite frankly, one person should not have this much sway to encourage the board to do this. Go. Ms. Wallace.
Hi, Superintendent. I would have loved to have made some comments before you talked just now, because I wanted to say that I serve on this committee. I've been observing this process. I'm still feel like I'm learning new things all the time. But I would ask my board or my colleagues on the board if they have conversations about why Welldine wasn't able to provide better pricing until just now, that you can ask our friends at Fleet to provide you the email traffic going back and forth where there were multiple entreaties and they had multiple opportunities to provide better pricing, and then they didn't. That was their choice, and I think that that's kind of disrespectful to the taxpayers, to our employees, to this district, that they couldn't, if that was the real price, now they want to have that price. If that was the real price, then why do they have it now and not before? And I just, and never mind, although the superintendent's points about the law obviously should be our top priority, but that aside, I can reassure you that they were given every opportunity and they weren't able to. And if they weren't able to, that's their business. I am concerned about disruptions too, but I would also say that that is health insurance in America, is disruptions. Every health insurance plan I've ever had across multiple employers in my 20 years of working, there's changes every year, even when I don't change insurance. There's changes about what's covered this year and what's covered next year. And we, of course, are doing everything we can to mitigate that. But to say that by staying with Welldine or any other vendor that we would be making our employees immune to change is not true. Those changes are going to come because that's the health insurance world that we're in. And we, of course, will expect our district to navigate those changes, especially when they're unwanted. But the whole goal is that on the net, most of these changes, including the clinics, including other things, are, I think, coming down the pike, are ultimately going to, on the net, be great changes that will then lead to tens of millions of dollars of savings that we then can help, hopefully, pay our employees more. And that's a change that everybody wants to see. So that's why I'm totally on board with the overall direction we're going. And I appreciate the superintendent and our staff for their leadership on that. But that's where I sit.
Mr. Sharpless?
I want to be clear that I didn't think this was subverting the RFP, but I can see where that point could be made, Superintendent. And so I'm certainly not wanting to run afoul of the RFP process. My point, and I'm going to reiterate my point, is that whatever we can do to minimize disruptions, whether that's with this new company or not, would be best, only because our employees, some of them that have very critical medications, could be hurt by that. And that's my concern. I certainly appreciate any savings that can come our way. That was my point with the whole, could they match, could they not match, because then that would be savings, right? But I in no way, shape, or form suggesting us to subvert the RFP process. Thank you.
Ms. Wyatt?
Thank you. And this is, Mr. Green, you may have to get back to us on this, but that was my initial question, was that this is not a new contract. This would be in the middle of a contract cycle that we are eligible to go out and do a market check for.
Under the RFP process that was followed, I don't think after we now have received bids, we can go back and shop it around.
No. I'm saying that this was a market check. We are currently under a contract with Welldine,
right,
which allows us to, at this point, do a market check. If we were to do nothing, we would still have a contract with Welldine, is what I initially asked.
I believe that's right, but there was also an RFP that was submitted, was there not? And there were bids received. So I think that needs to be honored as well. So to the extent that, can we go back and ask the existing company, can they match what's now the best offer on the table? I think that would violate the statute and the whole bidding process.
Okay. I look forward to your I know you'll send us a very lengthy document, I'm sure, per
Maybe not lengthy.
usual, on because my understanding of if it is a market check for an RFP, that we could continue with the same company. And so that is my question. Because if it were a brand new RFP, yes, absolutely, you cannot go back and forth afterwards. However, if the goal is a market check and that is what's allowed for in our contract, my understanding is that you can stay with the same company afterwards and forego the RFP. So that's what I would like clarification on. I thought that's what I got clarification on before I asked my follow-up question initially. So please advise this week.
Okay.
Ms. Fields?
Thank you, Superintendent Hyde. I didn't get an email, so I'm not really sure what this is about. But I would say that I'm not trying to circumvent the process. I just think that going forward, and Ms. White has said this before, is that if we can at all come earlier with important decisions like this, I think it would be great. I would imagine, I don't see it, but I'm sure somewhere this is going to be effective if we approve it for January. And it comes to us next month. So then we're still talking about a very short window of time. So those are my comments.
And Ms. Miller?
Thank you. That's why I asked about the appeal process, but I want to kind of what Ms. Fields, go off with what Ms. Fields says. We did this to ourselves. We're making decisions past the time people will be able to opt out of this or opt into something else. So it puts us in a difficult situation, but my limited experience is that we cannot go back after somebody submitted an RFP that supersedes what they're currently doing. We couldn't go back and shop that down. Just like we were in business since 2012 with some of our other medical facilities. They're very interested in wanting to keep us. And my first question is, why are you bringing me this information now that I've kind of showed you the door? Because we've got to be more fiscally responsible. So it's unfortunate, the timing, because it will be disruptive to people. It will be disruptive to people who have long-term illnesses. And this, in the future, I think we need to be well aware of that timeline. But we also need to be going out to the contracts we have and not waiting for the RFP process. I don't know, like you mentioned earlier, that Fleet goes out and helps us with best price, but there are other contracts we're under that will stay at the same price or increase if we don't say anything. The due diligence is on us, so I just want to make that public, that we need to do better at that to prevent this timing. Thank you.
There are no further questions or comments. The next item up is the naming of Jewett Middle School Academy's band building in honor of Johnny Bernard Neal Jr.
Well, I think it's good evening. My name's Dana Burns. I'm the principal at Jewett Middle Academy. Good evening, Chairman Sharpless, Superintendent Hyde, and board members. It is my privilege to present for your consideration a proposal to name the music building at Jewett Middle Academy in honor of Mr. Johnny Bernard Neal Jr., who's a distinguished educator whose legacy continues to inspire our school and our community. About 3 weeks ago, one of my community members, Miss Patricia Smithfields, came to me requesting to name the music building after Mr. Neal Jr. She brought with her a long history of support for Mr. Neal. She is a local historian who has supported her community for quite some time in this arena. So I think you have before you at least 15 letters of support for this. And if you'll indulge me, I'd like to read my letter of support to give you a little background on Mr. Neal Jr. Mr. Johnny Bernard Neal Jr. dedicated more than 35 years to music and in education at Polk County Public Schools. He's helped shape generations of musicians, educators, and community leaders. Though I did not personally know Mr. Neal, who passed in 1999, I have been overwhelmed with positive stories and support that have been shared with me by community members regarding the impact he's made in our school community and historically on our campus. He served as the band director at Jewett High School from 1953 to 1968 and continued his leadership following school integration, later serving as what is known now as Jewett Middle Academy Magnet. Under his direction, the Jewett High School Band has earned statewide recognition for excellence, performance quality, and showmanship. Mr. Neal's influence extended well beyond the band room. Among the many students he mentioned were future musicians and music educators themselves who would carry forward his commitment to excellence. In recognition of his lasting impact, he was honored as one of the City of Winter Haven's 2026 Black Local Heroes in February. He's also being honored in October by the Polk Arts and Cultural Alliance as the Hall of Fame inductee. His legacy continues to resonate across Polk County through the lives he's changed and the musical traditions he's helped build. I feel naming the music building in Mr. Neal's honor would provide a permanent tribute to an educator whose passion, leadership, and commitment to students has helped define the musical traditions of our school, and it would also serve as an inspiration for our current music students and for future generations of students to come. So on behalf of Jewett Academy and the many alumni, families, and community members who support this effort, I do respectfully present this proposal for your consideration and approval. So thank you for that. And I would just like to add that we have met as a team and spoken with Ms. Patricia Smithfields about how we would honor this with a plaque or lettering. So we've looked at pricing, and our SAC committee is in support of financially covering the cost of a plaque So that is where we're at with the proposal, and so I bring it to your consideration.
So just one question for clarification, because you mentioned the plaque.
Yes.
So you're not looking to put the name on the building?
We proposed to Ms. Smithfield's, the cost of the actual lettering would be more than what the SAC could cover, and we would support that if she wanted to raise community dollars to pay for the lettering. So we're fine with either way, but if we're to financially cover it, we would propose that it be a plaque.
Do you have a sufficient amount for the plaque?
Yes, sir.
But if resources became available, you would want to put the name on the building?
I would support the name.
My questioning is more about, again, consistency in our practice, so that if we need to help you find donors and people who might be able to support this initiative, we can do that through your community liaison and through others. So we'll follow up on that conversation with Cabinet, but I don't want this individual to have less than what we've done at other schools, and the finances shouldn't stand in the way of that. So I just wanted to get some clarification, so thank you.
The other point of talk about that was the length of the name, and the front of our music building is not able to support that, so it would be also placement on where that would go if it were lettering.
We'll do it like a license plate. We'll
We would need to shrink it down a little bit.
phonetically spell. No, we'll you and I will talk offline.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
This is why.
Thank you, Ms. Burns, and I apologize that you've been with us all day today, but I thank you for coming and leaving your school for this. As she shared, that was really one of the big points on our call, was how many letters are in the name on the building, and he has a very long name to put on a building that is not that large on the front side. But as you can see by the letters of support, I think this is the most letters of support I have seen with a building naming in my time on the board. There is, I believe it's coming today, and then again in September, tried to get it in as quickly as possible because he does have family that will be in town for his special recognition with both the city and Polk Arts Alliance, and trying to do it all in one day so that they can all be present for all of the recognitions that are long overdue, because he really has made a huge impact on Jewett Middle Academy and that school. So thank you for your consideration.
Ms. Fields?
Yes, I think everybody knows Ms. Smithfield. She has been very active in the community, and I think she has told all of us about this, and she's excited, and so are we. And maybe, as Superintendent Hyde said, maybe we could abbreviate his name, because I think it was Bernard. Maybe it could be, I'm trying to see it here. Anyway, I think that his name could be easily abbreviated, and it would fit on the building.
I don't know if he's ever gone by J.B. Neal Jr. I don't want to be disrespectful.
Exactly. I don't want to condense it.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you for coming tonight. I know that there was a request to bring it back to back at a subsequent meeting, and it just, I try to the greatest extent possible, unless there's a timeline issue with a grant submission or something, other deadline that the state has issued to us. I try not to do that, so thank you for coming now. We'll be able to complete this in September, and then we'll be able to host our celebration in October, correct? Okay.
Yes, and I just want to thank our community liaison, Ms. Surgeon, and my regional superintendent, Mr. Roberts, for helping me along the way, because this is the first one that I've had to do, so I appreciate their support.
And Ms. Surgeon, I'll contact you as well. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And board members, the final option or final topic on the superintendent's report this evening is the turnaround option plan. The top plan is required anytime we have to submit a proposal to the state for a school that failed to improve its letter grade from a D or an F in 2 subsequent years. So our turnaround option plan this year is for Eagle Lake. Eagle Lake, as you know, earned a D this last school year, however, missed a C by 1 percentage point. We have the utmost confidence in Heather and the team that's there. We're very excited. We've been working with them and already working with the state to make sure that we're on track. But there is still a requirement that we submit a board-approved turnaround option plan. The turnaround option proposal for us is district-managed turnaround, correct, at this time. And that would be hopefully something that I'll be able to present to the state board. We've asked to be able to present in September because they're either in Tampa or in Orlando, which those of you who've had to travel before, I know poor Miss Wyatt, We had to get last-minute flights to Key West. It's costly, and it's difficult sometimes to make that travel happen. So if the state board can accommodate us and let us do it in September, that would be fantastic. If not, we will have to travel for the October state board meeting. So I'll turn it over. Thank you, ladies.
Good afternoon.
I didn't leave you much, I know.
No, it's fine. Obviously, I'm here being chief of school. One of the things that I do oversee is our Polk Transformation Office. Many of you are aware that Miss Bennett did resign, and she took another position outside of our district, and Miss Bennett was the regional that was over our Polk Transformation Office. And I'm very happy to share with you that Miss Farrens, who has been an employee in Polk County Schools for even longer than me, which is almost near impossible. She has been promoted from Senior Director, School Improvement to the Regional Assistant Superintendent of the PTO. She oversees 10 schools. One of those schools is Eagle Lake. So I've asked her to join us today, provide you a little bit of history, not just about, I know we do have a couple new board members that may not have been involved in this process before, what TOP actually is, what it involves, a little bit about Eagle Lake, and I'm going to turn it over to her at this time.
All right, so first I'd like to share some school grade history. So over the last 7 years, Eagle Lake has fluctuated between a C and a D, depending on the year. Last year, you'll see the school grade component data for 25-26. A lot of green. Mr. Hyde did share that they missed a C by 1%, which was actually 12 points. So they actually improved 22 points overall. So they really had some good gains, but just not enough to get them over to that C level. So they are under a district-managed turnaround option plan this year. It's year one. So what that means is the purpose of a district-managed turnaround plan is to improve the school's grade to a C or higher. So while we're doing that, we're also trying to build capacity and sustainability for that school by putting systems and structures in place for them to maintain or improve that school grade for multiple years. So the purpose is to improve the school grade to a C or higher, and within that plan, there's specific components. So we want to engage community stakeholders. We want to identify the causes of the low performance. We want to provide strong school-based leadership. We want to implement aligned benchmark instruction. And then we also want to ensure consistent scheduled district support. And then also we prioritize hiring. So within that top plan, the first piece is step one, which provides our district assurances. The first one is the district capacity and support for the school. So that starts with Superintendent Hyde, his support for the school, and then it works through all the district level departments, the Division of Schools, Teaching and Learning, Human Resources, the ESE department, Student Services, Professional Learning. All of us work together to support the school to make sure that they have the best outcomes possible. So also, we support the instructional programs and make sure that they align with the Florida state academic standards. We implement consistent evidence-based intervention programs. A lot of times, schools that are in the D range, they need a lot of intervention support for those students who are not at grade level. Prioritize those remedial supplemental programs and resources to make sure that they have all of the resources available for all of their students, not just the low-performing students, but also our advanced students who need that acceleration piece. And then also making sure that we are providing progress monitoring so that we're consistently data checking and making sure that we're pivoting with instruction and differentiation so that the students are getting timely support. So the second assurance is building school capacity with the leaders and the teachers. So making sure that we have effective leaders on campus who are clearly communicating the school improvement plan goals and monitoring the data and making sure the students have tiered support. We're also building capacity with the teachers by providing collaborative planning twice a week. So they have an MOU, so they're getting additional support, timely PLCs, and then also that collaborative planning piece. We're making sure that we have effective and highly effective teachers on campus as much as possible, and that we don't have any vacancies, and those teachers are being supported. The next piece is identifying strategies. That's step 2. So the first strategy is accountable and shared leadership. So that's where the administrators are making sure that they're clearly communicating to their whole staff and their community stakeholders about their school improvement plan and their goals and outcomes that they're seeking. They're also making sure that they are monitoring what's going on their campus, providing professional development, and providing those opportunities for teachers to collaborate and plan together. They're making sure that they're implementing a distributed leadership process so that not one person is in charge of everything, so that each person is supporting a different content area or a different area of need, like collaborative planning, small group planning, those type of things. So that distributive leadership piece is in place. They're also making sure that they are having consistent, timely data chats with their teachers, not just waiting for the 3 times a year progress monitoring, but also those formative and summative assessment pieces so that they can make those instructional shifts as they go through the units and, the 9 weeks. The second strategy that's been identified is standards-based instruction and learning. So making sure that their master schedule is aligned so that grade level bands or content bands have common planning so that they can participate in collaboration or professional learning or data chats so that those pieces are seamless throughout the school year and timely. So they have planning twice a week. Also making sure that they have job-embedded support. So Eagle Lake has 2 teacher mentors that come weekly and support 12 teachers so that they have side-by-side coaching, and then also those coaching loops with their site-based coaches. They have a reading coach and a math coach that is on their campus. Building teacher capacity with opportunities for professional development. We just had some teachers go to DBQ training at Contact Day. So they're getting timely training so that they can implement those pieces into their core and supplemental instruction for interventions or acceleration. Also, increased observations. So I'm walking classrooms multiple times a week. My senior coordinators are walking multiple times a week. The leadership team on the campus is walking classrooms, making sure that we're monitoring and providing timely feedback so that teachers can improve their instructional practice as we go through the year. And then the third strategy is the positive learning environment. Multiple layers and pieces to this. Increasing student engagement is key to having them want to learn, be at school. So attendance is a focus. Positive behavior intervention supports is also a focus. Eagle Lake is a Renaissance school, so they participate in those attendance, discipline, and academic incentives quarterly. So those wraparound pieces that we can provide to get kids at school and wanting to be there to learn. To summarize, and I know that was kind of quick, so the plans for support and improvement, priority hiring, full-time site-based coaches in ELA and math, support from district academic senior coordinators. They're there 2 days a week, the ELA, the math, and the science senior coordinators. Attendance intervention support, so we have a district person that works with the school weekly to help monitor attendance and provide support for those families. 2 administrator-directed planning days per week, instructional walks and monitoring, district mentors for new teachers, support from ESC and ELL district staff. They're on campus weekly providing those supports, and then providing ongoing professional development to build capacity of teachers to ensure that they deliver high-quality benchmark-aligned instruction. And then the last slide is our district assurances. We're going to make sure that we develop the top plan to support the school so that they're successful and get to that C. We're aligning everything we do with the Florida State academic benchmarks. We're going to make sure that we're progress monitoring their assessments. And then we're going to make sure that there are certified personnel on campus, coaching and working with students, and then reviewing the hiring practices so that Eagle Lake is a priority to make sure they're fully staffed. Any questions?
Ms. Miller.
I just want to say that I enjoyed Ms. Bennett. She did a lot of great work. I'm sad to see her go, but what a great pick, Chief and Superintendent. To have a principal who's lived kind of what she has to share is different than someone who was, in charge 15 years ago when it was very different. Sorry, Chief. But I think that Ms. Ferens has a great deal of history with us and with the system and the frustrations of leading schools and knowing they're more than a grade. To know that Eagle Lake, when I was young, was a community school like Lake Ship, and the unintended consequence of choice is our high-need kids are pushed into neighborhood schools. And so the fact that we need a lot of supports there, you outlined, you said it was quick, but I thought it was very detailed. You outlined the needs, and I'm sure they'll be met. I don't want that school to feel that they're any less than any other school. I also enjoy that you talked about your high-achieving students, because a lot of the time when our focus comes from the state, it's on that low percentage, and we cannot let the other kids be stagnant in their learning. That's how you attract students to go to schools, is to know that whatever level they are at, they will be met. And I have complete confidence that will happen at Eagle Lake. And thank you, Ms. Ferens, for taking on that challenge.
Thank you. And just to provide some clarity, this slide deck is extended to give you more detail about the top plan. When Superintendent Hyde presents, he'll only have the first 3 slides and the last 2 because it's a 5-slide limit.
Given 5 minutes.
So.
I will tell you, and I appreciate that, Ms. Miller. I can tell you, I've been on the campus many times, and many times this summer and this year. The feeling on Eagle Lake is very positive. They're not feeling down or like the last child or anything like that. There's momentum that they've been building. Ms. Ferens shared how much they've grown, and so they're all in. And I'm just excited to see them do just like North Lakeland and Crystal Lake did. So.
Thank you.
Ms. Wyatt.
Thank you. And yes, I just want to thank the team because the state came in and said that we needed to make some changes, and our team pushed back and said, no, we need some consistency there. And I think that that is a true testament to the leadership that's there. We know what the struggles are with that community. They really did make great strides last year. We just didn't quite make it to that C, but the positive momentum is there. And so I want to thank both the superintendent and Chief Collins for pushing back a little bit and not just saying, okay, we're going to do that, but for doing what's best for kids. But the momentum there is positive. It is, they're going to make, listen, I think they're going to make a B next year. So we're going to speak it into existence. But thank you guys for your support of Eagle Lake. And Superintendent, do you know when the September state board meeting is?
They were asking for, in all honesty, I reached out and they were asking for a special concession for us.
Okay.
Since ours was going to be a fast item and it had already been arguably pre-approved through BSA and through up through the new commissioner. But it was early September, if I recall correctly. But I'd have to look at the state board meeting dates. But it was going to be closer, which would, the last 2 times we've had to fly to Pensacola.
I would like to try and attend.
The last 2 times we've had to go to Pensacola, which has been, that's just costly, whether it's drive time or flying time and hotel and all that. If we could do it in a more in a closer location, I just think it makes a lot of sense, so.
We are meeting with BSI tomorrow, Ms. Behrens and myself and her senior director. Ms.
And they have advocated that we be allowed to do it in September, so we appreciate that.
We might be able to get that date to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies. Mr. Chair, that concludes the superintendent's report for this evening.
Thank you, Superintendent Hyde. Let me pull up there. Here we go. The informational items, the donation reports, is informational item, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. At this time, board members, I want to ask for us to go to our board meeting agenda. So if we can switch it over so we can go to our agenda study for tonight. Give you just a second. All right, board members. I'm going to ask you for questions on any of the sections. When I call it, if you could please signify by pressing your speaker button. So at this time, are there any questions on sections A through E? A through E? Seeing none. Sections F through K. F through K. Seeing none, sections L through N. L through N. Seeing none, sections O through T. O through T. Seeing none, action agenda, U. Action agenda. Superintendent, I do have a question on action agenda.
Yes, sir.
Item YouTube, the book challenges. The suggested, or the recommended motion is to improve, to retain both the books.
That's correct.
Could it be possible for us to vote on each one separately?
That
Or
would
both
be
at the same time?
That would be a question for Mr. Green.
Okay.
I don't know why you couldn't bifurcate it, but
Yeah, that's why I'm asking if we could vote on each one. Okay. So that the recommended motion will be at that time to retain both books, but if someone wanted to make a motion either way. Okay. All right. Yes?
procedurally, Mr. Sharpless, excuse
Yes.
Mr. Green, do they need to make that motion prior to that item being addressed, or they may make the motion after the recommendation is formally made?
Good question. So I believe the way the item appears is with a, let me look at it real quick so I'm not misquoting it. It says here, recommendation. It is my recommendation, superintendent's recommendation, that the books be retained. So basically at that point, a motion, recommended motion might be to take each particular book in turn versus one motion for both. If that were to happen, then hypothetically, there could be another motion to basically split them out. So we can handle it as it comes up, but I think the most efficient way to do it is handle each one in turn.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I will recognize Board Member Keys.
So I think that that's the purpose of what we're doing now. We've already identified that, and I think that when we get to the board meeting, that if that were the desire of any one of the board members to make sure that they make that motion at the beginning of that, rather than let that recommendation go as a motion before, because then we'd have to vote that potentially down first. Correct.
Thank you, Board Member Keys. From a recent conversation that we had based on a grievance, I would say that, on a class action grievance we just had, I said the superintendent's recommendation, and then a board member, there was no second, a board member made a subsequent motion, and that's the one we went with after it was seconded. Now, Mr. Green, I believe that's correct parliamentary procedure, but I'm going to ask you. Yeah, unmute yourself. There you go.
Sorry about that. I agree that there's a recommendation, but then the board has to make a motion to adopt or not. And that motion would be adopt as written, which is retain both books, or the motion could be take each particular book in turn. So it's up to the board how they want to handle it.
Thank you. Board Member Wyatt, you're now recognized.
Thank you. Just reading the room, can we get consensus to go ahead and just have it listed as two separate motions at the board meeting? Should we have it listed as two separate motions at the board meeting?
I think we should, because they're two different books, and if you read the information, there's two different reasons. So that's my opinion. Can we, Superintendent, can you list it as two different, please? Okay, let's just do two. I think that will make it the cleanest and easiest way to do it. Okay.
That's a good point. I know that it would help staff when they're doing the minutes. When there's a recommended motion and it's not split out, then it becomes a little more of a exercise to reflect what happened. So I think that's a good idea.
I think that's, ladies, I think that's the best move to put it into two motions. Thank you. All right. Is there any other discussion on action agenda? Okay. Then, Superintendent, we will have a report by you tonight, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then we will have our comments and public comments. So are there any other questions on the agenda? Seeing none, I will tell you for our comments, I will go in chronological order by district. So, all right, seeing no other questions on the agenda, we'll move on to the next item. Let's go back to our work session agenda. And our next item is under unfinished business. This is something that I had added to our work session agenda. Our step 3 class action grievance for all newly hired teachers. I would like to have a discussion on that now. And the reason being, I did not sign the agreement, I don't know what it's called, but the paperwork with that because it was, so the motion was stated, just want to be very clear, the motion was stated that it just said new hires, and then I believe the intent from the discussion, and I'm going to recognize Board Member Wyatt here in a second because you're the one who made the motion. I believe the intent from the discussion was to do new hires and rehires, and that wasn't part of the actual motion, but her discussion that she made as part of it made me believe that. And so I was hesitant to sign it. I wanted to have a discussion on the dais about that. So Board Member Wyatt, would you mind discussing that?
Yes, I appreciate that you read the room and made that call. Yes, my motion was, and part of the issue was that the motion we were given was so long and a little convoluted that it did not have, it was not easy to do a reversal of the motion and make it the opposite. But yes, I intended for it to be both new hires and rehires. Anyone that would have been advertised under the old contract and hired and then had it changed. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Board Member Wyatt. Dr. Allen, you're now recognized.
I don't know what you're looking for from us at this point. I mean, I'll just speak to the item. It was a 5-1 vote that day. I was the one that opposed it. And the reason that I opposed it was because I'm not sure how we operationalize it. Because, if we even factor that was just noted in regards to the modification, does this mean individuals, employees that are currently with the district? Do we search out then individuals that are not currently within the district to then compensate back pay? And then how do you address compounded interest as it relates to the FRS system? I feel like there was no direction to move to the district to operationalize the outcome. But that's just my rationale why I voted in opposition of it. So I just want to put that on the record.
Okay. I'm going to, before I call on you, Board Member Wyatt, I do want to ask Mr. Green a question because that was the intent. The motion was different than what Board Member Wyatt's intent was. Would we have to go back and revote on this? What would as parliamentarian, how do you suggest us handling this?
So let me see if I can clarify. The version of the motion that the board voted on that you were to sign didn't have the exact wording that was voted on, is that right?
The motion that Board Member Wyatt made,
Yes.
okay, was just for hires.
Correct.
Through her discussion, she meant to also say rehires. That was not on the motion. The motion what I needed to sign just says hires, doesn't say rehires.
And that's what was voted on.
That was what was voted on. However, that was not the intent of what she was saying. So that's my question is,
Voted on. So if the
so
board,
do we need to make a new motion? That's my question for you.
yeah, otherwise it's only what the board voted on at this point.
All right, and then for me to understand, when would be the proper time to make that motion? Because we are not we're in a work session and we cannot make that motion
Correct.
right now.
I guess it would be unfinished business for this evening. Is there, I'm looking at the agenda here where it would fit.
And Mr. Green, can you make sure that I have the exact, I'm happy to make the motion again, but have the exact language of what it needs to say?
Yeah, I believe staff has the language as it was stated at the time, but it can
add
be,
the revised
it can be added. Trying to,
And would that need to be made tonight, or should that go for the September meeting? For there to be time to deal with this?
that's up to the board. I think if there's a place on the agenda for tonight, it could be back to back, but it's up to the board.
I'm just one board member, but I think I would feel more comfortable if it was on September 8th,
It
but
would give more time. I think, seeing that we're already
yes.
butting up against the board meeting, getting the language and time for everybody to look at, make sure it's good, it would certainly give us more time to get that done.
So Superintendent, can we note that for the board meeting for September 8th for us to add that item?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And we have the correct language.
I think it's just adding the rehires to the motion that I made previously.
So this may require 2 meetings. Because I have to come back with the language, get the language approved, and then the board can vote on it
Even
and
though
approve
in
it.
grievance, we do it on the fly.
Again, I'm going to look to your attorney because this really is
I just want to make sure whatever we're doing, we make sure we're doing it right.
correct.
So the language isn't going to go on for tonight. It'll go on for the next meeting, and it'll be discussed at that board work session.
Oh, sorry.
September. And then
I have a solution.
and then it can be added for that same board meeting after
We
the
could
work
go back to
session.
back.
If
All right.
that's your desire, yeah.
Okay. Superintendent, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Green, would it be permissible if I modified the language, brought it back for this evening for a consensus opinion of the board, not a vote, a consensus opinion on the language, and then we could absolutely bring it back on September 8th? If that's allowable, then I'll do that this evening.
That's acceptable, yeah.
Okay, so then I'll need to get with Ms. Wyatt during the break, just to make sure that the language reflects what.
Where would that, where on the agenda would that happen? As far as bringing it back? That's the part I'm kind of looking at. Where would that happen?
During the superintendent
asked you.
report? During the superintendent report?
I could do it there.
Or, yeah, I mean, I could, yeah. As long as it's, describes the language is, it's not a big change. It's basically 2 words. But we've got the current language, you can add it in. Read it for the record, and that way that it's understood for what the board's voting on.
Thank you, sir. And I appreciate your patience going through that, all parties involved, because I wanted to make sure that we had the intent correctly. Okay, Superintendent, we have 2 more items. Yes, can you, I'm going to turn it over to you for the CFAA East Campus update.
Board members, just as an update, the team was able to meet with the city of Winter Haven last Friday to begin and start to finalize and formalize our conversations and process to move forward with the possible construction of a CFAA East campus. This has been discussed openly with the board previously. What the board will see in the presentation, I believe it's loaded. I don't know how to get to it. Somebody, Ms. Rouse, could you go next door? Thank you. So essentially, board members, we had an initial conversation with the city. We toured the location. It's the same location that we were at last time, which is on a portion of the undeveloped airport campus. There are some infrastructure needs that will have to be done. I think that'll be a part of the conversation with the city, is that we look to invest in a long-term construction lease option with them, because I don't believe that we can own the property, and these are things that will have to be finalized as we move forward. Ultimately, it's part of the airport property, and based off the way the FAA may operate, understand that we may be long-term leasers, but not necessarily be able to say we own it because of potential expansion in the future. For those of you who know this airport, it is the large vacant area in the northeast portion. Typically, you'll see power utility trucks parked there for staging when hurricanes are threatening Florida. So they'll bring them in, stage them there, and then deploy very quickly out for recovery efforts. The infrastructure that I'm discussing is there's a roadway that's partially developed based off of where the school building, if approved, would have to be located. We would have to extend that road and obviously extend utilities to that as well. And again, I think that's an opportunity for us to discuss with the airport and with the city of Winter Haven what opportunities might exist for some potential shared costs there. Because again, we're investing in developing the building. I believe I shared this number with you previously. The estimated cost to replicate the current CFAA building is about $20 to $25 million just for the building. That doesn't include some infrastructure. I give you a $5 million buffer, which is not very tight, as you know, budgetarily, because we are waiting to have some final conversations with current CFAA Lakeland staff. We want to make sure that if we construct a new facility, that we've taken into consideration any recommendations that they had, that if they could do it differently, what would they do? Many of their concerns and struggles over the years, I know Ms. Fields has been a part of this conversation, as has Ms. Miller and others, is they're so limited in classroom space that it actually forces students to have to go back to main campus maybe more frequently than we would like. So we do want to be considerate of that. I don't know that we'll be able to have, at least on that location, I don't know to what extent we'll be able to replicate the drone cage for some of those licensures, but all that has yet to be discussed. So I think our initial conversations went very well. Thank you. And so we will continue to have meetings with them. All of our staff were present. I want to thank City Manager T. Michaels, Eric Labe, I believe I pronounced that, Labe, and Troy Heidel. I want to thank them for their participation in last week's meeting. Josh McLemore and the team were present, obviously. We had our architect there. We had our planners there. We had everybody in the room who needed to be there to ask the tough questions. But what I especially liked, the pictures that are shown in the presentation that was attached, because I had to create that over the last couple days, were the actual photos taken last Friday, so you can kind of get a sense of what the location looks like. There's more than enough space for us to create and put that facility on there. But again, I know this is a topic that garners a lot of interest. I know that you get inquiries all the time from community stakeholders. When are you going to build the building? When's it coming? Well, I'm going to ask for here this evening is some consensus and approval for us to go ahead and start with some due diligence. That comes with some costs associated with that. Again, I'm not asking for a formal vote. I'm looking at you just for nods of approval, or just so that, or if there's any concerns with us moving forward. Obviously, any due diligence that we perform, we'll provide you with an overview of what that is and what the cost estimates are, and I'll bring that back for you to do formal approval on September 8th. But for now, I want to make sure that I get some tacit approval from you to be able to move forward with due diligence.
Thank you, sir. Board Member Wyatt, you're now recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank our facilities team and the district staff that went out and met with the city of Winter Haven. This has been a long time coming. we are very envious of what you have at Kathleen High School with CFAA West. And there is so much opportunity out on the CFAA East campus with Winter Haven High School. They desperately need some additional space out there because they are busting at the seams with students. And it is, with Winter Haven High School being landlocked, it's also a great way to be able to expand that capacity a little bit as well. So thank you for the due diligence, and to my colleagues for investing on making sure we have access to CTE programs on every side of Polk County.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Wyatt. Board Member Keys, you're now recognized.
I am super excited that this was up for discussion tonight. Thank you, the superintendent, for taking the initiative to put that on there, and for our team having the discussion with the City of Winter Haven. I think I just want to make a few really important points as we hopefully proceed with this discussion. Involving private industry, I think can help expedite that request. There are stakeholders, we understand, who are willing to put capital dollars to this to be able to help us to strive forward for that initiative. Also, in just the current news, if you remember, there's conversations has been had about advanced air mobility and what that means out at SunTrax, and then just most recently the governor coming down and making an announcement. We're talking about these air taxis that'd be around. We are at the center, of that discussion here in Polk County, and having the facilities we have and the technology, and an academy is like no other, especially with the air traffic controls. And I think the other one, too, is to recognize what those students at CFAA East have done, the recognition that they've received. And as a matter of fact, they'll be going to the largest air show up in Oshkosh with their experimental aircraft. So I think that a lot of discussion is going to be had about these students. Hey, they're doing amazing things, and now we can highlight, yes, they are, and guess what? We're investing back into them by expanding opportunities. So I think the time is right. I think that if we move on this, it has to be expeditiously, because we want to be in the forefront of this and be on the top of everyone's mind when it comes to discussion in aviation aeronautics in not only Florida but the entire country. So I'm excited, and my wish would be to move forward quickly with it.
Thank you, Board Member Keys. Board Member Allen.
Sharpless, yeah, I would just ditto that, would be highly in favor of that. I think our model in Lakeland is unique, and how we use that lease function to pour scholarship dollars into Aero Club. So I hope that we can find a similar model. And I think that's beneficial to our students as they serve at the Aero Club, and now take these little cubs all the way up to Wisconsin. So it's a great initiative. I'm in favor.
Thank you, Board Member Allen. I would like to echo my comments. Superintendent, you've got to go ahead from me.
Thank you, sir. I believe I have consensus.
All right, so next up, we have the CRI for a draft proposal for presentation. While we're doing that, while you're coming up, Board Member Wyatt is asked to make a comment.
Thank you so much. I just quickly, because I'm going to have to step out before the board meeting, wanted to, at the June meeting, I had made a request that we get a calendar of any items that come to us recurringly and when that schedule should be. So student progression plan, insurance, staffing changes, those that typically come to us on a normal rhythm, so that we know when to expect. Student progression plans always coming in April, insurance is always coming in July, whatever the schedule is. But I wanted to make sure, after talking to Superintendent Hyde, I think he had some questions about it, but wanted to make sure that the consensus of the board that a calendar like that would be helpful to know when to expect what, and if there's any other items that should be added to that. Would you like us to, if it is the will of the board to have something like that, any other items do you want us just to send to you? Or?
I think that's the question, is that in our attempt to create a calendar, each of you are unique in your interests and your focus areas. Just as a matter of a regular occurrence, we're going to forget to put something on there. So what we have two options. I can either ask the board to provide feedback and basically outline what they'd like to see on the calendar, or we could take something that we already have and send it to the board and ask if something's missing. But I would like to get responses back as quickly as possible so that we can go ahead and bring it back to you. And actually, it doesn't require board approval, so it would just be something that I would provide you in your regular update.
I mean, I think if you all have something that already exists, that we can just make sure things are copied. My biggest concern is always, like, for example, I think it was student progression plan that we voted on and realized we had it presented to us, like we had seen it, but we hadn't actually had a work session on it, just so we can make sure when I'm looking at April's agenda, these are the things that need to be on there, because they're all so cyclical and they sneak up on all of us. So just to make sure that we have, this is what should be happening, and if they're not coming this date, that we need to ask questions and know why they're delayed.
Yeah, the current Excel file that I created recently is really more specific to my calendar. But it's going to include there's a lot of overlap between what the board would do, but it's graduation dates and it's all the other things that take place. It's the poetry contest. It's those things. What I was not able to add were all the individual school events. And I just don't think that that's reasonable for that type of calendar. It sounds more like the board is you're requesting, and if the board is in agreement, asking for kind of like when are we? Not to diminish it, but what's the to-do list, right? When can we expect things to come before the board that have to be approved? They're basically calendarized or seasonal, so we can make an attempt to do that. So I'll send you what I initially have, and we'll add some things to that because the budget book and budget approval and all those things are in there. So we'll provide that to you. Hopefully, I can get you a draft by this Friday in my update, and then you can provide feedback.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. But I would like to make sure I'm looking at the board. The board would find that helpful and useful. I see. Okay?
I think so.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Wyatt. All right. Now we will turn it over to Mrs. Matthews to discuss the CRI proposal.
Rowling and Mr. Smith from Carr, Riggs and Ingram, and they will give a presentation. But I wanted to first briefly explain my recommendation to use a co-sourced audit arrangement rather than filling a vacant internal audit position. As you may know, recruiting experienced internal auditors has proven challenging. Internal auditing is a specialized profession, and developing the judgment, technical expertise, and experience necessary to perform engagements independently takes time. Like any specialized function, the scope of work performed internally is influenced by the team's expertise, experience, and capacity. A co-sourced audit partner would provide immediate access to a team of experienced professionals with specialized skills and broader audit experience. This approach is consistent with established district practice with use of outside professional services when additional expertise, capacity, or efficiency is needed. Co-sourcing selected audit work would follow that same model while keeping oversight and accountability within internal audit. It would also provide greater flexibility to expand audit coverage, address emerging risk, and perform reviews that may not have been feasible with existing staff resources. Most importantly, co-sourcing would strengthen our ability to provide independent assurance to the board by increasing both capacity and depth of expertise. I believe co-sourcing selected audit work would better position internal audit to address emerging risks, provide broader coverage, and deliver greater value and assurance to the board and the district in the years ahead. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Riggs and Ingram.
Good afternoon, board members and superintendent. We thank you for the opportunity to present. We've been here with you from the beginning, so we appreciate your patience. So we know we've sat here with you, so we know we'll try to be brief. I just want to say that Ms. Matthews did a wonderful job. If you've had a chance, I know you guys a lot of material we've been working through for the working session and for the board agenda. We do a lot of school districts. We attend a lot of school board meetings, working sessions, and so we totally get it and understand. I think that's real important. I think if you look at our proposal, I'm not going to take time to go through it in detail, but the key things in there's kind of two parts. We have the proposal itself, which really is putting forth who we are as a firm. And Ms. Matthews made, I think, already very clearly stated in terms of the why and the purpose and the benefit of that. But really in that proposal, which is kind of phase one, as we were asked by her, present that proposal. She had requested that, and it's, those of you who've seen proposals for accounting or audit services, this, what is this, 14 pages, about the shortest you're ever going to see. So hopefully that was helpful. But really the key points here is, we're a top 25 accounting and advisory firm. The team that we put together and do these internal audits, if we were to work with Ms. Matthews, has extensive and deep experience. That's all we do is internal audit services, risk assessments for school districts in particular, as well as other governmental entities, cities and counties. And we also have a proven risk assessment and internal audit methodology as outlined in the proposal. We just gave you a sample of a few references. Most recently, we have entered into some contracts with the St. Lucie Public Schools, as well as what's we're really excited, we're really happy about, very unique, that we also have a contract now with the Florida School of the Deaf and Blind, which has some unique challenges. So it's pretty interesting. We just went through a risk assessment, unlike any other risk assessment in school districts. Obviously some overlap there, but very unique needs there. So it's very interesting. Look forward to serving that as well. And then finally, towards the end of the proposal, we just have a very detailed outline of the roles and the qualifications to get a sense of all of our experience. And so, this is the other one. That's good. That's perfect then. The one that's in front of us, I'll talk about last. So just that's just kind of an overview of who we are as a firm, our experience, and the fact that we do this all the time. My team is 100% dedicated to do internal audit services. As Ms. Matthews pointed out, we've done that as terms of being the complete outsource function, when we are the internal audit function, as well as we have multiple instances where we work with the internal audit department, and she described in that co-source partnering model, which should be the case here. So just to go through now, and so what we're then, kind of the second part we were asked to do was, and if you saw the proposal there, if you have it in front of you, it's not on the screen, but that's okay. The very last page, it has pricing in there. Well, that pricing was in phase one. That was very general estimates. Then we're asked to kind of come back and work within the budget, which was $135,000 basically. So work within that budget. That corresponds approximately to what it was determined to be to hire the cost of hiring someone to bring them in full time. Okay, so we work with that budget. So it's very important. This is an example internal audit plan because we haven't done a risk assessment for the district. So that's why this is an example. So here's what and the key thing here, we would do what we call, we would do the risk assessment, and then we would develop a 3-year internal audit plan. And again, we're assuming we're using this budget of $135 to work with. And so it would be, we want to have a rolling coverage. So you wouldn't do the same thing every year. That way, as Ms. Matthews said, you get greater risk coverage that way. You can cover different areas instead of doing the same areas each year. So that's the idea, is to rotate these over that 3-year period. And here then is a pie chart that really is a great illustration of what she talked about. And one of the things that sticks out there is a greater risk coverage. So when you have a team that has so much different expertise and skill sets among the team, you can bring that to bear to the school district. We've done a lot of different types of internal audits, so we bring that knowledge and industry and specific to school districts, and even more specifically to Florida school districts, because there are very common risks you face as school districts. Of course, there's also those that are specific and unique to you, which we look to identify during that risk assessment process. So you can see here the pie chart, and yes, from specialized expertise, the flexible access to the skill sets, aligning then and very focused on what are your strategic risks as a district that you might uniquely face compared to others. And then, as mentioned, that independent perspective we bring as well. And this is just I won't go through all this. This is a nice visual. Everybody likes visual things. Less words, the better, right? So a nice visual wheel with the process we go through. And these are all the different types of risks that we're saying are really involved in that risk assessment process. I mean, this kind of covers the bases. And kind of the most unique one in the public sector environment that we really recognize, because this is where we live and breathe, is reputational risks. We heard a lot about that during the meeting today. what about our reputation? It's huge, right? Everything you guys talk about for your students, for the teachers, for the parents is a very important thing to always consider is the impact upon the reputation of the school as it seeks to serve and, as you say, as your mission, to put the students first. So here is just, again, an example working within that budget of 135. So the first year, we're saying, let's do some different things maybe that weren't done in the past. And so the enterprise risk assessment and 3-year plan we would do, we would estimate that to be about 40,000. And then these other 2 internal audits for that first year, by our experience, these are 2 of the top 5 risks or so, or areas that we see that in other school districts as well. And again, we do risk assessments, thinking about recruitment and retention, what you're facing there, trying to compete, trying to get better teachers and staff to serve your students. There's always that challenge there. Recruiting them in the first place and then retaining them. It's always a higher risk for school districts. And then transportation. Think of safety, think of the buses, and all that's involved in that process. These are 2 big areas that in every school district we've done, at some point we look at those areas, whether it's in the first year or the second year. And then another unique thing we do, and this we would work together with Ms. Matthews' team, since she has others in the staff, is making sure after those internal audits are completed and some adequate time has gone by, and we've given them those recommendations and said, here's what we need you to do, have they done it, right? Follow-up. I heard you guys talk a lot about follow-up. You know, was these things we talked about 12 months ago, were they done? Right, that's critical. And so we're very much important that we work together with Ms. Matthews, or if she wanted us to do that, we would follow to make sure those recommended actions were indeed implemented by management. And we test it. We don't just ask them, hey, did you do this? No, we actually go and validate it. That's very critical as well. And then, and here then is, these are some of the internal audits that have been done in the past. The payroll schools is something that has been done every year. And again, we want to do that more on a rotation basis. The biggest expense, normally, unless you're having some really heavy construction, is going to be your payroll, right? It's your payroll. And so you want to make sure the controls around the whole payroll process, the timekeeping, those controls are in place and they're in compliance with the policies and procedures. And P cards is often an issue. It's an easy one to abuse, as you know. That one you too often read about, I would say the papers, but that shows my age, read about online about P cards being used inappropriately. And again, always doing follow-up. And there's some other items, and I will say, as part of putting this plan together, this was definitely a collaboration with Ms. Matthews of some of the areas, combination of our experience and things that she's been wanting to do that's on our internal audit plan that she hasn't gotten to because of resources. And now we're able to do these type of things because we can bring those resources to bear. So that's our presentation. Be happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, sir. We now recognize Board Member Keys for questions.
From my colleagues, I'll be brief. I want to first thank Ms. Matthews for getting up and letting us know how specialized her skill set is and how unique and rare it is to have someone like her. But I joke because I served on that committee, the Internal Audit Committee, for 6 years, 3 years as the chair. So this is very important. I think as we move forward and kind of shift our focus in the way we do things, it's important to have, first and foremost, as it pertains to internal audits, transparency. And I think co-sourcing or outsourcing some of this information allows us just to do that. It also, as is mentioned, allows us to broaden our spectrum of things that we can do with a limited staff that we probably, internally couldn't do before, but now we'd be able to by co-sourcing or outsourcing that. So I'm excited to see that, looking forward to. The only thing I will mention is that as we had a discussion earlier today when it came to pharmaceutical needs, that we probably, in looking forward, if that is our intent, that we submit some type of RFP just so we know what we're getting. There are other large firms out there, and I think we would get only because we get ourselves in trouble if we didn't do that. Saying if we were looking for outside services that we were to offer those. I know CRI and the work you guys do, I've seen it as in that committee, but I think that we need to be fair in that process and make sure that we are soliciting those out if we are intending to contract out some of those services.
Excuse me, Chair, could I just make a comment about that? Yeah, so one of the things is, and I heard all the discussion too, and we do a procurement audit, so we're all about following rules. That's one of our high-risk areas. Just to point out that, I agree that, the statutes do provide for our type of services not to go out to RFP. That's a choice you can make in that. But to add on top of that, though, I think more important than that is, wanting to have, a competitive aspect to it. We've done this for several school districts, piggyback agreements. And so those have been bid out, and so they have gone through that RFP process. In fact, the rates that were in the proposal itself, those rates were rates that were gone through the competitive process. So that's just to make the board aware that that's often a way that we can go, and it's often done that. It's not some sort of exception that's done. It's a very much a practice that's done where you can piggyback other contracts that have been competitively bid.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Sure, yeah.
And now I want to recognize Board Member Fields. Before I do, I want to apologize, Board Member Fields. I missed your for the last item. I missed your comment, so I apologize.
Apology needed. I think that I'm just trying to wrap my head around the fact, and I might have missed something, that we were proposing to outsource the duties of at least one position, and that's my question. Are we eliminating one position or two positions?
That would be for Mrs. Matthews.
So this proposal is based on one position, and I conferred with Heather Jenkins and got the cost of the salary plus the benefits, and then there's also factored in there supervisory time that I would spend if it were an employee. So that's how we came up with the $135,000. So that is just one position.
So right now in the office, it's you and one other person?
Correct.
And so the position that is currently vacant would not be filled, and the monies for that position would be directed to the company?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
I've been around the block for a while, and one of the rationales of having staff for the internal audit department was to make sure that we had someone who could have a set of eyes that would not conflict with the leadership of the school district. And no offense to Mr. Hyde, because there's no reason to think anything negative towards that. And so now we're talking about outsourcing it. A lot of those duties currently would be done by staff that would be actually a part of our team, because we all know that we supervise Ms. Matthews. And so we're going to outsource that. A lot of the responsibilities that in the past have rested on the staff that's been hired. I understand that we've had problems with maintaining staff, and I think that that's something that we need to look at. Why have we had problems maintaining staff? Is it the money? Is it the benefits? I don't really know. And I think that's one of the things that I know that I made comments on when we did the recent evaluation, is that we need to find out why. Why are we having challenges with staffing? And Ms. Matthews has referenced that as a part of her presentation. So I'm surprised to see it here. I didn't expect to see it. I think that it would have been good had we had conversation. Maybe Ms. Matthews could have done a one-on-one with each of us. Maybe she did with some of you all, but not with me. And then I would have a better understanding. But as of today, I would not be in support of us outsourcing the duties as it is being presented.
Thank you, Board Member Fields. Board Member Miller, you're now recognized.
Yeah, I know I've had several conversations about this process with Ms. Matthews, and the fact that of the staff we're not able to keep, a lot of it from who I've talked to is based on what we pay for the skill sets. They're going to the private sector, which is unfortunate. We do that we lose them in IT all the time for the same thing. I do think there's a level of trust when we have auditors come from the outside, because when they're employed by us, sometimes people think that we've somehow influenced what those decisions are, and we've had work done by this group in the past. So I appreciate them coming back and explaining their process for the bid. I didn't realize that until you explained it. So I appreciate you doing that here. I think it's important, and if it's freeing up time, Ms. Matthews can then work on more, this is the big picture. We'd only sample audit our schools and those budgets, and I think if we had more time to do more of that, we could have a little bit more oversight in those areas while someone else is working on this piece. Districts our size do have multiple staff members, and this is a particular skill set, kind of like we have in other, even in legal and in IT, where we're just not competitive with the open market. And so as far as having confidence in the work that's done, I think we do, and I would be supportive of this arrangement. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Miller. I'm going to have a comment and then a question. I first want to say that I feel like when you think about our direct employees as a board, we have Superintendent Hyde, we have Mrs. Matthews, and we have Mr. Green, correct? And obviously, Superintendent Hyde, that's a whole, you have a lot of stuff underneath you, so I don't even want to get into that. But when it talks about Mr. Green here, I don't think we do have a practice that we have followed before on outsourcing, certain legal work, correct? We have contracts with Boswell and Dunlap, for example. So I don't think this is out of the ordinary to use contracted services. I just want to say that. I do have a question about some of the pricing, and really it's more just maybe we could just get some more information if we can compare some information on the pricing. What would this look like again, I'm not going out for RFP here, but what is industry averages on these things? Because I have no idea. I have no idea if a payroll audit really should cost $5,500 to $7,000. I have no idea, right? And I know you said that you've done that through your piggybacks on other contracts, but I would like to see some more data on that, and maybe because we still, again, this isn't going up for vote tonight, right? We still have at least a couple weeks, depending if it comes on the September agenda, right? So just getting the board some more information on that, on the pricing structure and how that's even calculated. I think that would be helpful. And if you want to address that now.
Sure. So really what we do is the scopings, with internal audit is very different than, say, external audit. They have a set prescribed thing they have to do in every single one. With internal audit, we can adjust things based upon it's risk-based. So we'll look at each one. And so to really price it, that's why these are estimates. Because before I could say, we would say, okay, if we say we have a budget to work with 135, we work with that, and then we look at the areas, and that's why we risk rate things. And so if we look at payroll, these were done in the past quite a bit internally. We'd want to sit down with Ms. Matthews and walk through that and see what are the hours we really need to spend, the appropriate amount of time to address the risk that's there. So really we would work within that, and we'd work within that budget. So it's really that the numbers that we were given were kind of based, in this case, was based upon the hours that the person she had doing those on site. We kind of used those hours and used our rates and used the rate. And we figured, it's going to be staff that can do that work. That's a good leverage model to do that. And that's how we kind of work into those numbers.
That makes sense. So it's really based on the time that an individual would have to put towards that. Okay, that makes a little more sense. If we could, Mrs. Matthews, get just some data on, what maybe industry averages is this. I just want to feel comfortable that what we're doing is fiscally responsible.
Yeah. I mean, in the case of the payroll, that's one that she has been doing. You can use use the own data on that one. And then the other ones, we do these type of, like you think about the HR retention, recruiting retention audit. That's based upon, again, it's based upon the hours that we're doing. And I can just give you estimates. They can depend upon what your focus is, and we like to break it down into smaller units. It's better from a cost standpoint, and it's better to focus on one area and not to kind of look at the whole thing and just kind of skim the surface. That's really what internal audit does. It focuses and drills down more and gets in more into those higher risk areas. So for example, in HR retention, recruiting retention, that can vary between 150 to 175 hours, let's say. And then it's a matter of the blended rate and the leveraging of that. And that's how we get to those numbers. So those numbers that it put in is 40. It can vary depending upon, you can scope it differently. It can vary anywhere between really 25, 30 to 40. We just want to be conservative and give you kind of the higher number of that. It just varies based upon how you scope it and where you're going to spend your time. And really, it's when you get in and identify the risk, because you can't, you don't, like you talked about all today, if I had all the money all that I needed, I could go do this or I could do that. Same idea. So that's why it's so important that you really understand the risk, where the risk is.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I see no further questions from the speakers list here, so we appreciate you presenting both CRI as well as Mrs. Matthews. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
All right, and so the last item on our agenda is board member comments. Unless there is something really urgent, I would suggest let's hold off on board member comments. Board members, is there anything really urgent? Okay, seeing none, I would, before I adjourn, Superintendent, we're already an hour and 6 minutes over our projected starting time, so what would be a suggestion on when we can meeting? Or board members, 15-minute break? Okay, so if that would put us, we'll say 6:25. We will come back, we'll start the meeting at 6:25. Meeting is adjourned.